The cool thing about pinball video games is that we don't have to worry about faulty and dodgy flippers and getting the ball stuck somewhere between the glass and the table itself. Time Scanner was originally developed for arcades by Sega and released in 1987, offering 4 different and awesome tables representing different time zones, and each zone is made up of 2 sections. When the ball hits the bottom of the table, the screen freezes and scrolls down, and vice versa. If I recall correctly, Time Scanner was my very first experience with a virtual pinball game, and I was immediately addicted to the genre. Its superb music got my complete attention right in the first couple of seconds, so by 1989 I was obviously addicted to the ZX Spectrum version that surprisingly got also that awesome soundtrack playing in the background.
Released around December, Paris-Dakar got me hooked during the following years, trying to reach the finish line in this one-of-a-kind game that randomly generates completely different stages every time you start the race. For that, we have this basic but groundbreaking roadbook that includes all the notes and directions for the player to take to safely navigate his way through these mazes till the checkered flag. And we must not forget to reset the partial kilometer counter after every change of direction to get it right. Believe me, the sense of accomplishment in this game is huge, and crossing the finish line of every single stage is already a true victory. It unfolds in 3 stages, being each step an incredible challenge, not only in what the roadbook is concerned, but also in relation to the well-being of our vehicle, like the level of water, state of the gearbox and the fuel tank. Along the way, there are areas of supply and repair for us to stop, but even with all these precautions, reaching the end of every stage intact and well classified is almost impossible, but achievable. Simply brilliant.
This is probably my favorite action puzzle game ever. Rock and Roll, originally developed and published by Rainbow Arts for the Amiga in 1989, and with an awesome soundtrack by my all-time favorite composer, Chris Hulsbeck. But I got first addicted to the ZX Spectrum amazing 128K port by Imagitech Design, that astonishingly offered also amazing music playing in the background, compliments of Barry Leach, responsible for such things as the original soundtrack of the recent Horizon Chase Turbo. This is a huge game where we control a ball and try to reach the end of each level, avoiding ventilators, magnets, arrows and other objects that simply drains the player's energy. It's not an easy task, but it's a highly enjoyable one. The ball physics are just right, so we have a good control over it and can easily anticipate annoying situations. The Amiga original version was one of my early reviews for the channel, so if you want to know more, feel free to click on the annotation at the top right of the screen.
This game was initially intended to be known as The Name of the Rose, but not being able to acquire the rights for Umberto Eco's novel, the Spanish designer Paco Menendez and Opera Soft were forced to change its title to La Abadía del Crimen. Just like Where Time Stood Still, La Abadía del Crimen, that roughly translates to The Abbey of Crime, was only available for the 128K ZX Spectrum and in Spanish language, so needless to say that it failed to grab commercial success. Even so, I managed to get hold of a copy, and 3 years later the full game was even bundled with the Spanish magazine Micro Hobby issue 215 on a cover tape that I still have in my possession. Check my complete history video for more details and curious facts about this incredible masterpiece from the golden age of Spanish software. I've always been a fan of off-road related stuff, so when I first saw Enduro Racer at the arcades, my eyes just popped and I was immediately in love. Sadly, the cabinet where I used to play it was the stand-up version and not the sit-down replica bike similar to Hang-On. It ended up ported a year later to a few 8-bit systems, and by then I was a proud and lucky owner of a ZX Spectrum 128K plus 2A. That was a system that I believe to have received the best home version of Enduro Racer. And that's probably why no one talks about this masterpiece by Yu Suzuki and his AM2 team. So when the time came to produce the ZX Spectrum and Atari ST conversions of Enduro Racer, Activision handed the job over to Giga Games, whose previous work with Nightmare Rally showed to be extremely important for their next venture. For that, all they had as reference was a VHS tape of someone playing the arcade original, and as stated by Alan Laird in an interview a few years back, I don't think I ever saw an Enduro Racer machine in real life. I recall organizing during summer vacations some ZX Spectrum championships and inviting a bunch of friends to participate, and Enduro Racer was one of those that would always be present. I really miss those days. People would sit around the good old Specky waiting for their turn to play. One of the most entertaining Spanish games I've ever played, and apparently was inspired by the 1980 arcade game entitled Rally X, which I never had the chance to try cause at that time I was just 5 years old and didn't know what an arcade cabinet was all about, and this type of things were quite uncommon back then around the place I lived in. So in 1988, Toposoft developed this arcade driving and puzzle game, in where we control a buggy trying to collect 6 pieces in the form of question marks, unveiling an image of a vehicle on the bottom left of the screen. But be careful, cause behind those question marks, other surprises can be unleashed. And besides other hazards, be aware of mines and oil that can destroy and make you lose the control over your vehicle. This simple concept turns this gem into a highly addictive little game, and it practically passed unnoticed. By the way, a funny thing about the cover of Rock'n'Roller is that in the Spectrum and MSX versions, the letters on the stop sign are inverted. Someone was really wasted or in a bad mood.
I also own the Kix re-release of the graphic adventure of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, but again, I prefer to play those type of point-and-click games on the PC. With that said, the action game of the Last Crusade was one of my most played games since it was released in 1989, first on my ZX Spectrum 128K, then on the Amiga, and many years later on the Mega Drive. It was developed by TRTX and published by US Gold, and obviously based on my favorite Indiana Jones movie. The action game version of The Last Crusade is a basic platformer that received really poor reviews, and I agree, cause there are a lot other way better platform games miles away from this one. But as a huge fan of the Man in the Hat, I somehow got right away overwhelmed by it. Its difficulty, the puzzles, the exploration, and the simple crack of Indy's whip transported me to that adventurous setting. What a feeling!
This is one of those hidden gems on the system. It has that Metroid feeling, with arcade platform shoot-'em-up frenetic action that was published by Martech Games and developed by The Light, a fictional name for a real company known as Creative Reality. In this one, we assume the role of Rex, a rhino obsessed by ecology, with this one and only mission of destroying a fortress or factory that is polluting his home planet. Gameplay is hard, but amazingly addictive, and I only wished that there was music playing in the background. The non-linear Metroid-style gameplay is what really impressed me back in the day, cause by then I was yet to play around with an NES. So, along with the also amazing Antiread released a couple of years prior, Rex was where I would immerse myself in such overwhelming new experiences that this unique style of gameplay would provide, if well structured. Hey guys, welcome to my man cave! I've been living in a peaceful place by the sea for years now, so my house suffers a lot from moisture and other related stuff that is imperative to frequently eradicate. So it was time to take a few days off, not for vacations, but to give some love and bring the joy back to my man cave. These were 3 days of arduous work, starting by moving everything away from the walls, cause these would be getting a fresh coat of paint. Only the ceiling was still perfect, but everything below it was really in the need of an upgrade. As said, it was a ton of work, cause I would also focus my attention to other areas within my house. My wife was always there to help me out, making it a lot easier. Still, we had a lot of fun, and watching things come around nicely is such a huge accomplishment. I speak for myself, cause these days, hanging around a man cave or entertainment room was so refreshing. I was really in the need for some time off in relation to social media and YouTube in particular. The platform hasn't been nice to me lately, so and despite all the sore muscles and reaching the end of the day completely drained physically, it was so mentally refreshing. Finally, let's put it all back together. Now let's just take a relaxing walk through my man cave. Enjoy! So guys, as we walk inside, we're greeted with this projection wall, cause besides games, I'm also a huge movie fan. There's my projector. It's a 1080p Optoma projector, DLP projector, that is more than capable of displaying stuff. And next to the entrance to the man cave, I have this Prince of Persia poster from the movie. That is a freaking incredible movie based on a game. Man, one of the few examples of a good movie that had its origins in a video game, in a series of video games. And well, these 3 towers of power, as I call it, has tons of stuff, mainly PC games from the Windows XP era, yeah, and modern stuff like the Dirt series. Man, there's ZX Spectrum games, the few ZX Spectrum games that I've kept. There's music CDs, yeah, movies and series, yeah, tons of different stuff. Dreamcast games, PlayStation 1 games. These are really just a small taste of what those consoles were capable of, of offering. Yeah, the 3 towers of power. And yeah, back in the PS1 era, I had my PlayStation 1 mod shipped. So yeah, I still have my pirated CDs down there.
Yeah, those CDs are pirate copies. Don't tell anyone, okay? And there's also tons of PC games, and many of those are from magazines back in the day, back when we had physical magazines that would bring amazing games. A couch to watch some movies with the family and friends, movies, series, whatever, man. With this huge projection wall, there's my LED lamp that is so freaking awesome to use, and I'm always constantly using it.
using it, yeah, in my videos. Yeah, there's the Macintosh LC. Yeah, I forgot to show you the Macintosh LC that sadly has the motherboard completely destroyed by the battery that just leaked all over the place and destroyed it. And I made a video of my attempt to restore it, but yeah, the motherboard is just completely wrecked by the freaking battery that melted down. And this is my workspace, work and play area, because I play PC games all the time, and you're obviously asking, why the hell do I have two keyboards? Well, that one is for me to use at night, because it's a silent keyboard. This one just makes a freaking wreck of a sound that just wakes everyone. I'm a huge fan of HP, so yeah, my screens an HP, another HP, the keyboards an HP, another HP. only the mouse is a Legion from a Lenovo. Yeah, my Yeti, Blue Yeti microphone. Yeah, now these shelves are so iconic. All the consoles that I have, but for instance, inside the PS4 box I have my Mega Drive 2. Inside the PlayStation 3 box I have my Dreamcast, because I don't have the original boxes from those consoles. Even from my PS2, I don't know what happened with my box, with the box of my PS2, but my PS2 it's there. It's just plugged in and ready to go, alongside the Xbox 360, the PlayStation 3, the Wii, the PlayStation 4, and the original Xbox is down there. Yeah, this is the modern area with these frames that I've just placed on the wall, man. These are just a reminder of my origins as a gamer. The arcades, the ZX Spectrum, the Amiga, the PC, yeah, with the Monkey Island series, and obviously everything Indiana Jones related, because I'm a freaking huge fan of Indiana Jones stuff, and this is probably the worst example of an Indiana Jones movie, but man, you get the point. Yeah, my powerful stereo just down there, just to crank the freaking volume up and enjoy some gaming. Yeah, those another 2 towers of power, but these are exclusive stuff related to the Xbox 360, one of my favorite consoles of all time, and also the PlayStation 3, not one of my favorite consoles, but I have a ton of stuff for the PlayStation 3, and I'm now in the process of getting through the Assassin's Creed series. This is the third one, I guess. Yeah, Assassin's Creed 3. That's the one that I'm playing now, but I have to play all the others. These are the Xbox 360 games, and obviously I'm missing Forza Horizon 2. Yeah, but it's freaking hard to get at a good price, at least. And yeah, I have a ton of others, because I have to get more shelf space to store all these games. Yeah, some of these are still sealed, like this, the Saints Row the Third, like what's this one? Skyrim is also sealed, and yeah, another one. What's this one? Red Faction. Also sealed. Man, another one. Rage. Man. Yeah, nowadays I'm struggling to have free time to enjoy all these games. Yeah. And to this side. Oh, this is just a storage space. Some floppy disks from the Amiga days and MS-DOS days. Some copied stuff and yeah, my Amiga 600 is just down here, protected from all the dust. Yeah, and this is just a storage, man, with so many stuff piled up. There's a Dreamcast, the Dreamcast keyboard. Yeah, tons of stuff like batteries for my Xbox 360 controllers, and also my Wii controllers. I still use normal batteries. So yeah. And I have here. This is my homemade arcade. As you know, there's the PC down there. And the subwoofer, it's a creative 4.1 system. So this is my freaking incredible. It's a pixelthing. Yeah, custom made logo. Yeah, incredible stuff. I have here some sealed stuff, like this play and charge kit for the 360. My Ryzen box. This is the only mini that I have. This is my 1660 GTX GeForce graphics card that I'm using right now on my main PC. Yeah, just there. My Gigabyte motherboard to come along with it. Yeah, the video micro from Rode. It's the shotgun microphone, small shotgun microphone that I use. The Elgato, yeah, game capture, yeah, for my gaming captures, yeah. It's an amazing capture device. I really love this device, but I have to upgrade it. I have to get the new ones, but I guess that the new ones aren't totally compatible with older stuff. There's my Switch box, a still sealed HD DVD for the Xbox 360 that also works on the PC. This is what's this? An Xbox 360 docking station to copy stuff from the hard drive and from the memory cards of the 360 directly to the PC. My Yeti box, my headphones box, and inside it's the Lenovo Legion mouse box. One box for one of my Xbox 360 controllers, the one that I use on my PC. There's a still sealed console bag for the PS1, the small form factor of the PS1 that I have somewhere. Where is it? Ah, there it is. There's the PS1. Yeah, this is my PS2 collection. PS2 collection, some doubles there. PS2 collections, a few more Xbox 360 games. And this is for a project of a PC, something that I'm working on. And this is the Eye of Judgment. This huge box. It's a game, a PlayStation 3 game that I'm yet to try. Yeah. And the PS2 collection continues. And yeah, some Windows XP stuff, and yeah, Windows Millennium. These are sealed, were never used. No, these XP. Yeah, these XP, Windows XP discs were used in my Windows XP machine that is just down there. Yeah, waiting for for more videos related to Windows XP gaming. And oh man, the game that everyone hates, Rambo, the video game, but I love it. Mainly because of the freaking awesome soundtrack. The soundtrack of the movie, man, so iconic. And I'm a 70s kid, but I grew up in the 80s watching Rambo movies and Predator, and man, all those amazing movies from Sylvester Stallone and Schwarzenegger. So I freaking love Rambo, the video game, okay? Give me just a discount. but I freaking love this game, okay? And this is the special collector's edition with 2 figures. Yeah, amazing stuff. And I brought this game from Lisbon Games Week, one of the latest editions of Lisbon Games Week, yeah. And the PS2 collection continues. I have I don't know how many games. I'll probably place the number of games that I have somewhere in this video. Yeah, this is my Bluetooth speaker from TDK that has a punch, freaking awesome punch with a freaking awesome style. Yeah, this is a freaking incredible little thing that just brings that extra punch to my video game music. Yeah, I forgot to mention that in those 3 towers of power, I also have my small collection of video game soundtracks. Yeah, they are somewhere among the ZX Spectrum games. So what else? The Xbox, original Xbox collection. Around 100 games for the original Xbox, I guess. And this awesome special edition of Alan Wake, an amazing game, freaking incredible game. And the Xbox original Xbox collection continues. Yeah, continues. A Paris-Dakar classic vehicle, because I love my Paris-Dakar stuff. And this is my really small Wii collection. There's the box of my Wii and the Xbox 360 box, and my small Switch collection. And this is my kids' collection of Switch games, because my Switch game is this one. Yeah, you know that I'm a freaking incredible fan of Toki at the arcades and even the Mega Drive. I have a really small collection of Mega Drive games, and I have Toki for the Mega Drive. It's a quite different game from the original arcade one. Cursed Castilla, Cursed Castilla. What a game, man, on the PlayStation 4. Also available on our other systems, but this was a limited edition release, for a physical release for the PlayStation 4. A special edition of Cursed Castilla, Maldita Castilla. And my small collection. I have a ton other PS4 games, but in digital format. I'm buying PS4 games digitally. And on Steam also I have a huge maybe a 700 digital games around between PS4 stuff, Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, Steam stuff, GOG. Oh man, I have a ton of digital games stored, and this is my small physical PS4 collection. Baja, Edge of Control, obviously Death Stranding, WRC 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm a huge fan of WRC stuff, as you know. And a family game, my ripoff of the NES, of the Famicom. Yeah, that's a freaking Famicom right there. And the ZX Spectrum 128K plus 3 box, and it's it's just here, up and running. It's one of my favorite games, rock and roll, freaking awesome game. And yeah, here's my mighty IBM PS1 running Warcraft, the original Warcraft, the amazing, freaking incredible. So many hours with this game back in the day, and yeah, I sit in this chair, in this small bench, and hours passed playing Warcraft, and without notice, yeah, it's a true addiction, this game. I'm really addicted to much more to the first one than to the second one and the third. And I have somewhere around here the World of Warcraft Battle Chest 5 that is still sealed, because I don't want to get into that stuff. Yeah, I would probably die of starvation playing that game. And this is my big box collection, PC and Amiga stuff. Yeah, Dark Forces, the first game that I bought with my own money. Instead of going to the beach and just get a tan, I would go to a summer job to get my own money to buy my own stuff. And this was my original, the first original game that I bought with my own money, because I used to buy tons of pirated stuff with my own money, but this was the original game, the first original game, boxed game that I bought with my own money. Yeah, Windows 95, so iconic and so huge and really important. The evolution from MS-DOS to Windows gaming. Yeah, PXTNG, my Maverick is there. I freaking love this arcade stick for my Amiga. And there's my original ZX Spectrum 128K plus 2A, the one with the cassette drive. I guess that my parents have bought me this machine in '87, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, instead of buying the plus 3, yeah, because the plus 3 came before, and the plus 2A came after the plus 3 and was cheaper. So yeah, and yeah, the Xbox, my Xbox, original Xbox package that brought Halo and Midtown Madness 3 and a demo of Dead or Alive 3 also. Yeah, my PlayStation box with the console inside, the Amstrad GX 4000 that I'm working on a video that will come soon. Yeah, I hope. And the TurboGrafx. Oh yeah, the European version, the PAL version of the TurboGrafx that I already made a video back, I don't know, 3 years ago or something, with my top 16 games. Yeah, because TurboGrafx 16 games. Yeah, and guys, I guess that's it. Just a small overview of my play area and entertainment room, man cave, whatever you want to call it. I call it a man cave because it's a cave. And yeah, I really love to hang out. And yeah, just I forgot to show you my book collection with tons of stuff, stuff from my wife. Yeah, stuff like historical books and technology books and J.R.R. Tolkien stuff. And Frank, oh man, this Dakar book is freaking incredible, with statements from previous Portuguese pilots that participated in the first, I believe, the first decade of this incredible race. Yeah, it's an amazing piece of reading. Man, I'm in love with that book. And what else? Corel stuff, Photoshop stuff, my Amiga manuals. This is the guide, gaming guide for my Mass Effect 3. It's the Mass Effect game that I haven't played yet, and this book is still sealed. Yeah, it's still sealed. Some art books. Yeah, some art books, and my ZX Spectrum manuals, the complete A to Z of Dreamcast cheats. Yeah, and the Amiga Gamer's Guide, Corel Draw stuff. These manuals came with my IBM PS1. I still have them from 1993. Oh yeah, Microsoft Works. Who recalls Microsoft Works? MS-DOS 6. Yeah. These were the manuals that came with my MS-DOS machine, my IBM PS1, that I'm always talking about in my videos. Star Wars Made Easy, Video Games Guide, On the Edge. This is the History of Commodore, amazing book. 1001 games that you must play before you die. This is a 2011 version, I think. So it's completely outdated. Yeah. And Revolution, Interactive Revolution, the little ZX Spectrum, the little book of ZX Spectrum games. Man, Portuguese books related to video games, like History of Videogames by Ivan Barroso. This one is also by Ivan. Micro Brits, amazing little book. Video Games in Portugal by Nelson Zagallo, amazing book. If you know how to read Portuguese, you must get these 3 books, amazing books. The Ultimate History of Video Games. This is an American, the American side of the video game industry. Yeah. And the Commodore Amiga Visual Compendium, the ZX Spectrum Visual Compendium, the Guide to Classic Graphic Adventures, a great help for my Sierra video, Commodore Amiga in pixels, Commodore 64 in pixels, yeah, in pixels also, the History of Ocean Software, amazing book, the Fantasy Art of Oliver Frey, incredible, and yeah, some guides, The Darkness, Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas. These are the Retro Gamer magazines, those specials, the Super NES book and the Mega Drive book, the Amiga book, the NES and and Master System book, the NES Super Master System book. This is wrong, man. The Commodore 64 book and the ZX Spectrum book, and some Guinness Records books from 85, 1981 and 1975, if I'm not mistaken, the year that I was born. Yeah, this is from 1975. I was born in 75. My wife was born in 81, and this is just one that I got decades ago. And behind these 2 doors, it's my small magazine collection, the ones that I've kept. Yeah, because I was kind of stupid back in the 90s, late 90s, and I threw all my collection of magazines to the garbage. I was a dumbass. Yeah, my micro hobby collection, man, I miss my micro hobby collection. And computer and video games and Amiga format, and oh man, a joystick, the French joystick. I had a huge collection of joystick, and that also ended up in the garbage. And these are just the ones that I've kept. Yeah, some Retro Gamer mags, mainly the Spanish version, the Push Start Portuguese Retrogaming magazine that also ended, sadly, the printable version. Yeah, B-Gamer, Megascore, and Hype, Smash. I have these ones here are the Smash Mag number 1. Yeah, I have all the numbers that were released. I subscribed to them, but it ended up after 12 numbers, and this one is the last one that ended up not even being printed. But the guys that used to make that magazine, like Rui Pereira do Split Screen, yeah, this is the last issue that they ended up releasing online, and I've downloaded and printed that version, yeah, also. And yeah, this is my small video game collection of magazines related to video games, and this is my also small collection of comics, because I was a huge fan, and I still am a huge fan of comics and comic books. I used to, yeah, there's more down there. I used to draw comics back in the 90s with a couple of friends. Yeah. Oh, mighty tower of books. Man, that's it. This is my arcade running. Oh no, Toki. Yeah, this is my arcade running Launchbox. An amazing front end. I really freaking love this. Look, Lemmings. Yeah, Amiga stuff. ZX Spectrum stuff. I have a ton of emulators. So yeah, I play those games that I missed back in the day from 8 and 16-bit systems like the SNES, the NES, the Master System. All those systems I have not plugged in. I have all the emulators and ROMs installed, and I just yeah, turn on my arcade and yeah, enjoy those games that I completely missed back in the day. And also for my videos, I'm constantly using this little machine that I built in an IKEA bookshelf. Oh, this is a wireless headset, still sealed for the Xbox 360. This is a few controllers for the PlayStation 2, for the Dreamcast, an original official Dreamcast controller, another unofficial controller for the Dreamcast. Yeah, I forgot to show these controllers, my collection, and these are all sealed. These were never used. Yeah. And what else, man? That's it, I guess. So guys, thank you so much for watching this just walk through my man cave, and if you've enjoyed it, you know the drill. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! Assetto Corsa Competizione transporta-me atrás no tempo, até por volta de 2005, quando ele delirava com simuladores puros e duros vindos da casa sueca, conhecida como Simbin, lembram-se? Jogos como o GT Legends, jogos como o GTR 2, o Race 07 e as suas expansões, e até mesmo na Xbox 360 o Race Pro, proporcionaram horas e horas de pura e realística diversão, numa época em que eu pessoalmente devorava esta vertente dentro do género. Neste último ano, o jogo da Kunos Simulazione tem feito as delícias dos fãs que o consideram como o melhor da atualidade no PC. Chega agora também às consolas da geração atual, a Xbox One e a PlayStation 4, Mas será que também consegue impressionar? É mais do que óbvio que a versão PC é graficamente superior à da PlayStation 4, que agora me chegou às mãos. Ainda para mais, a minha PS4 não é a Pro, portanto, vale o que vale. Visualmente o jogo parece datado, desfocado e é quase impossível perceber à distância quando deveremos começar a travar. Isso faz com que esteja sempre a sair fora da pista, por travar demasiado tarde devido à difícil percepção dos sinais na berma da pista. Já experienciei jogos na PS3 com melhor detalhe e definição gráfica e pior do que isso, o jogo está bloqueado a 30 frames por segundo, mesmo nos modelos mais potentes da PS4 e da Xbox One. A inclusão de um tutorial é algo que também poderia ajudar os jogadores mais casuais a atenuar a íngreme linha de aprendizagem, mas lá está. Este não é um título para jogadores casuais. Já em termos sonoros, o jogo brilha. A Kunos conseguiu transportar magistralmente para as consolas toda a qualidade sonora dos motores e da ambientação. No entanto, a datada qualidade gráfica deita tudo a perder. Estas imperfeições que aqui vemos ou efeitos de ghosting em condições meteorológicas mais adversas são algo difícil de engolir, assim como apreciar os adversários a encostarem nas boxes, nesta manobra que nem na era da PlayStation 2 acontecia. No mínimo incompreensível. Tirando todos estes pontos menos positivos, temos que aplaudir a parceria da italiana Kunos com o Campeonato Mundial de GT3, o intitulado Blank Pain GT Racing Series, que oferece os 40 veículos oficiais, as respectivas equipas e pistas, estas últimas recriadas ao pormenor. E claro está, a Assetto Corsa aposta tudo na vertente eSports, com um campeonato mundial a decorrer em paralelo. As únicas ajudas à condução que este jogo nos oferece são a caixa de velocidades automática, ótima quando se joga com um comando, e a tradicional linha de trajetória ideal que, diga-se passagem, nunca usa em jogo algum. E não me considero um fanático pela simulação, mas sim um amante de jogos de desportos motorizados, que apenas gosta de se divertir, sem se preocupar muito com afinações de spoilers, das relações de caixa, etc, etc. Mas lá está, para poderem desfrutar deste jogo em pleno, o uso de um volante e pedais é essencial. Jogá-lo com um comando ou teclado é extremamente frustrante. Tudo começa com um campeonato, ou se preferirmos, com um modo carreira, que é basicamente um campeonato, mas mais completo, com uma espécie de academia para novatos e outros testes mais específicos, que não justifica de todo a inexistência de um tutorial, onde temos que mostrar todas as nossas aptidões, e logo aos comandos de grandes bólides homologados para o campeonato de GT3. Aqui não existe a tradicional ascensão como piloto, começando em classes inferiores. Nada disso. Colocam de imediato nas nossas mãos os carros mais potentes disponíveis, como Lamborghinis, McLaren F1s, Porsches, Nissan GTRs, Mercedes, Bentleys, etc. Portanto, um kit de unhas é essencial. Outros modos de jogo estão obviamente presentes, como é o caso de contrarrelógio, corrida única, offline ou online, enfim, tudo o que habitualmente podemos encontrar em títulos idênticos. E o grande segredo aqui é a consistência, volta após volta, e não tentar ser o mais rápido. Ter cuidado com o acelerador é provavelmente a melhor manobra para sair vitorioso em Assetto Corsa Competizione, evitando ao máximo as zonas sujas da pista, principalmente nas condições meteorológicas mais difíceis. Mas mesmo assim, estamos perante um simulador extremo, com uma inteligência artificial excessivamente penalizadora, que tenta nos afastar e humilhar logo de início. Dedicação e persistência são qualidades que nem todos possuímos, mas só assim vamos conseguir melhorar a nossa prestação e ir lentamente subindo na classificação. A Assetto Corsa Competizione já conquistou o seu lugar e os corações dos amantes do género, tanto da modalidade em questão, como dentro do nicho específico dos simuladores automobilísticos. O jogo foi especificamente criado para ser desfrutado no PC, onde não há limitação de frames e onde tudo é muito mais definido e fluido, o que, diga-se passagem, torna tudo mais fácil. Como disse atrás, nesta conversão, apenas o som se manteve inalterável. Vamos esperar que em futuros patches e updates a Kunos consiga resolver a inferior qualidade gráfica nas consolas comparativamente ao PC, pois este pequeno detalhe faz a diferença num simulador onde todos os milésimos de segundo contam para a vitória final.
Excellent job, mate. B2.
Press Cross Button. Finalmente alguém confirma que isto aqui é uma cruz e não um X. Malta, esta foi a minha review, a minha análise ao Assetto Corsa Competizione, uma espécie de comparação da versão agora lançada para as consolas contra a versão original PC, que, graficamente, continua a ser bastante superior. E vocês já sabem, se gostaram do vídeo, deixem um like, subscrevam este canal e obviamente deixem o vosso comentário. E vejo-vos no próximo vídeo. Tchau! The French division of Ocean Software, whose main objective was to develop 16-bit titles for Ocean, came up with the character Mr. Nuts, created by Philippe Desolé, that had its original debut on the Super Nintendo back in 1993. A year later, a sort of sequel was released for the Amiga, this outstanding platform game with that same cute character that could well be a true systems mascot. A Mega Drive version was also planned and finished, but never released, so Mr. Nuts Hopping Mad remains as an Amiga exclusive and extremely fun to play with the Maverick. And staying in the Q-em-up land, Rainbow Islands is another fine example of a masterful arcade conversion for the Amiga. It's the sequel to Bubble Bobble, so Bub and Bob are back, but this time around in their human form and armed with rainbows instead of bubbles. And that's not all! The levels now scroll vertically and not horizontally like most platformers. We have to run and jump vertically to avoid being swallowed by the water rising from below. Each island has a different theme, but they are all bright and colorful, with a host of cute creatures, with the one and only goal of killing the main characters. Like in Bubble Bobble, when an enemy dies, it leaves behind some fruity bonuses, diamonds and even power-ups, and when we reach the end of each island, an end-level boss is patiently waiting for us. After the huge success of the Great Escape video game on the ZX Spectrum, Denton Designs elevated the genre to a whole new level, taking advantage of the possibilities that the ZX Spectrum 128K offered, and produced this Where Time Stood Still, set in an hostile world where time seemed to have just stopped. Filled with dinosaurs, cannibals and other hazards, we must take our survivors through this vast landscape, only possible due to the Spectrum's extra memory. Where Time Stood Still drank inspiration from this movie The Land That Time Forgot from 1975 and was initially available for the good old Specky 128K, the Atari ST and MS-DOS. Target Renegade made me fall in love for this genre. Back in 1988, it totally compensated for the investment on a ZX Spectrum 128K Plus 2 or Plus 3. It came from Ocean Software bearing Imagine's logo and was one of the first offering a true 128K dedicated version that would play music throughout the whole game. It was also, in my opinion, the first successful attempt on a two-player co-op beat-em-up game for home computers. In Target Renegade, we fight our way through Scumville, packed with its own inhabitants, known as the Scumbags. Yeah, I just had to say it. So we fight our way through these hordes of scumbags towards a final level confrontation with Mr. Big. And that's pretty much it. No damsel in distress, no president of a big country to save, nothing. Just a final confrontation with that so-called Mr. Big. But let me tell you, playing Target Renegade on the ZX Spectrum back in '88 at home felt like the arcade in town had just moved inside my own house. Yeah, brilliant!
I have so many fun memories of playing Cabal at the arcades and later on my good old ZX Spectrum 128K. Tried the Amiga version in late 1989 and I was, again, addicted to it. In Cabal, we're behind enemy lines and have to fight through 5 levels, each with 4 stages in order to stay alive and reach safe ground. A friend can join in, and the general idea is to move our character from left to right, shooting at all the enemy soldiers that comes running on from the sides of the screen. Pressing the fire button, we're able to shoot and move around that giant sight. Releasing it will allow us to move the character from one place to another, running or rolling along the ground. As you've noticed, also bigger things need to be destroyed, like tanks, helicopters and trucks. Use grenades to take down these tougher opponents, but be aware that our supply is really limited. For last, one of the most satisfying things in Cabal is the ability to also reduce those buildings to bits and pieces. So much fun and an amazing port by, again, Ocean Software. The minute I saw this game at one of my local arcade saloons, I was immediately glued to the screen, mesmerized with that so much action, chasing down these criminals and ramming their cars a number of times, forcing them to stop. Believe me, that was so freaking intense. And while playing, I could feel the pressure and the support from all other guys waiting in line to play Chase HQ. Thinking of this, I believe that they just wanted me to fail, so that they could play. So the arcade conversion was made in late 1989 by Ocean Software for all home computers of the time, and amazingly, the ZX Spectrum and Amstrad CPC were considered the best versions, attaining high scores and reaching the top of the charts. I absolutely love Midnight Resistance on every single system to where it was ported. My favorite conversion is probably the one for the Sega Mega Drive Genesis, made by Data East themselves, but sadly, it was never released in Europe. Nowadays I can play it using my homemade arcade cabinet, but back then I could only enjoy it on the ZX Spectrum and on the Amiga. And it was awesome to see the arcade cabinet being featured in the second RoboCop movie. Ocean Software grabbed the license, and Special Effects was the team responsible for this conversion of such a highly popular coin-op game, at least here in Portugal. And I can't get this amazing soundtrack out of my mind. It's simply one of my favorites of all time. In this one, some nasty alien invaders have kidnapped our family. So obviously that our mission is to try and rescue them, going against a huge army of enemies, ranging from foot soldiers through to massive F-14s and huge floating heads that spit maggots. If you're familiar with the arcade original, you know that Midnight Resistance also offers multi-directional scrolling and huge backdrops, ranging from winding mountain trails to massive underground complexes. The two-player option remains intact, with the clever use of joystick control, allowing us to fire in 8 directions, regardless of which way we're traveling. Collecting keys dropped by the enemies will allow us to improve our firepower, and choosing the right weapon is crucial to advance in the game. It really plays like on an arcade cabinet, with huge and well-animated sprites along with smooth 8-way scrolling. Impressive! The port of Toki to the Amiga was made by Ocean France. It's a highly impressive one and really hard to ignore.
As I've mentioned many times before, we control this heroic primate as he makes his way through the various levels to rescue Princess Maiho from the claws of an evil wizard that is also the one responsible for our own appearance. Toki's main weapon are fireballs that he spits at the numerous enemies, but jumping onto the enemies' heads is another highly rewarding move to perform. It's not an easy game, so gladly various power-ups can be found and collected, like the football helmet for extra protection. It's a beautiful platformer packed with tons of action, huge bosses and incredible music that, as said, can't simply be ignored. What an amazing movie it is, and one of the most superb adaptations from, again, Ocean Software, the masters in the business. They made a ton of money with this game, and the fee that they had to pay for the license was insignificant. As I've mentioned a couple of times, the arcade game from Data East was sub-licensed from Ocean Software, and we can witness that just by looking at the marquee of the arcade cabinet in where Ocean's logo is stamped. Quite uncommon back then, and it's one of those memories that I'll fondly recall till the end of time. The ZX Spectrum game was one of the best-selling ever and was number 1 for a year and a half, even staying in the top 5 from April of 1989 till February of 1991. And the 128K version of the game is the way to go, cause all levels are loaded in one go and has awesome music from Jonathan Dunn that revealed so popular that even Ariston used the Game Boy version on its On and On advert.
And on and on and on and Ariston.
Besides video games, I'm also a huge movie fan, mostly from the 80s and 90s, and the first Batman film by Tim Burton is still my favorite based on this DC Comics character. The game follows closely the events from the movie, and graphically it just has that dark and obscure feeling that the Batman universe transpires. Again, Ocean Software did an amazing job bringing the Caped Crusader to all home computers in late 80s. There's platforming, action, driving, puzzling and even flying. And all the different musical pieces created for the game are also of extreme good taste and really fits like a glove into each level to which they were created. A nice touch was that when we finished the game on the ZX Spectrum, the score counter won't reset to 0, so I kept on playing it over and over till I reached the maximum score points possible. The game is that amazing, I simply couldn't get enough of it. A complete package of awesome graphics, sound and music.
And what about Pang? Another masterful conversion by Ocean France. Both the sprites and backgrounds have been superbly designed, using full color to capture the bright and cheerful appearance of the original game from Mitchell Corporation. Even when the screen is packed with balloons and creatures, the action is still swift and smooth as silk. As for sound and music, these are truly faithful to the arcade coin-op game. It's one of those titles that we just want to have a go again and again. In Pang, we embark on this journey through 18 different locations, shooting balloons as we go. A number of rounds is played at each of the locations at various times in the day. The balloons, being balloons, bounce around screens scattered with platforms and ladders, so our mission is to simply burst the balloons, destroying them completely, because these locations and their important landmarks are in danger if we don't do so. Shields and additional weapons will gradually become available to make the going a little easier, such as the Vulcan gun and the double harpoons. However, colliding with any of the various creatures that wander around disables the weapons for a short while. There's also a time limit to pop all those balloons, so better make it fast. Since its 1995 debut, there have been many awkward and surprising moments. Prior to E3, video game novelties were presented at other trade shows like CES and ECTS in some dark and obscure spaces within the fair itself, and to get to those, we had most likely to walk past all the porn vendors. That original artwork appeared 3 years earlier on a cover of Heavy Metal, an American science fiction and fantasy comics magazine that is around since April of 1977. Because of its adult, illustrated fantasy content, there was never any type of fuss around its cover's possible visual disturbance. But when that same drawing ended up on an inlay of a ZX Spectrum, Amstrad CPC, MSX and Commodore 64 video game intended for kids, and with Imagine's quality seal, the negative impact was huge. Nonetheless, it also helped to sell lots of copies. Something had to be done quickly to reduce that negative impact that Game Over's cover made in the United Kingdom, even after a huge poster had been offered to the readers of issue 21 of Your Sinclair magazine. That meant that almost every bedroom in UK had a Game Over poster with Princess Gramla in all her glory. Retailers demanded that cassette and disc inlays started being printed with Dynamic's logo on top of the offending nipple, and as well in some covers with a screenshot of the game itself. At the same time, art editor of Crash magazine Ollie Frey was working over the original Wiz Royo artwork, placing a kind of steel plate, putting an end to the controversy. Kind of. Game Over ended up winning the award for Best Advert and Best Video Game Cover of the Year by readers of Crash magazine. In October of 1986, Palace Software released this game. 60 days earlier, in August, Metroid was made available in Japan for the Famicom Disk System. In September, and also for the Famicom Disk System, Akumaju Dracula, also known as Castlevania, was as well released in Japan. Despite the similarities of gameplay between these games, at that time it was impossible to the developers of these particular games know about each other. So, it was a complete coincidence. The NES PAL versions of Metroid and Castlevania only arrived in UK a lot later, in January and in December of '88 respectively. So this side-scrolling game, which features staggered open-world progression dependent on item acquisition, was unknowingly the very first Metroidvania type of game. For them, at Palace Software, those two Famicom exclusive titles didn't exist. And when you have designers with similar influences from science fiction and comic books, the result can be, as seen, comparable. This 8-bit computer was so easy to program that hundreds of young kids on their own bedrooms dedicated their free time not only playing games but also making them. That's how many classics like Manic Miner came to be. So, all the success of the ZX Spectrum came from the games that these young kids, ranging between 14 and 18 years old, made at home, trying to replicate the ones they saw at the arcades. And to get some acknowledgement from this flourishing community, tapes with their games rapid and massively started being duplicated and passed through in schoolyards and even sent by mail across all Europe. There were even radio shows that, at a specific time of day, mostly at night, would broadcast computer programs and simple and basic games that the listeners could simply record with a pretty standard tape recorder. It was the case with the Datarama show on Bristol's Radio West that started to transmit computer data by around July of 1983 after its clearance from the Broadcasting Authority. Many others followed all over Europe. Believe it or not, piracy was the main responsible for the massive and enormous success of the ZX Spectrum, and these early years were crucial for its establishment as leader of the home computer market in the old continent. The ZX Spectrum game was one of the best-selling of all time and was #1 for over a year, even staying on the top 5 of the charts from April of '89 till February of '91. And the 128K version of the game is the way to go, cause all levels are loaded at this one time and has awesome music from Jonathan Dunn that revealed so popular that even Ariston used the Game Boy version on its On and On advert.
On and on and on and Ariston.
Damn, bruh, it's a dirty game. Out the game, I'm so ashamed. Damn, real talk, I still love. Real talk, man.
Rambo First Blood Part 2 was originally released in Japan under the name Ashura, with slightly different looking characters, one bald and the other with a ponytail. Sega saw that they could alter Ashura and adapt it to a Rambo-themed game. So they purchased the movie's license, changed a few sprites, added a Rambo tune in the title screen, and released it in the United States. For Europe, the game went through another cosmetic transformation and was released under the name Secret Commando, incorporating elements from both Rambo and Ashura, and one of the most awful covers ever made for a video game. And it says Secret Command and not Secret Commando. This is so weird. The Game Boy and the Mega Drive Genesis also got a sort of Turrican 2 conversion. The license to publish Turrican 2 on consoles was acquired by Accolade, who had also grabbed the rights to develop a video game based in the movie Universal Soldier, starring Jean-Claude Van Damme and Dolph Lundgren. So, what they did was to transform Turrican 2 into something related to that movie. To somewhat be related to the movie, some levels were replaced by a few new others, and the bosses were also redesigned, and even a huge Dolph Lundgren was included. The piano intro by Tim Wright ended up being adapted without consent or credit by the Norwegian symphonic black metal band Dimmu Borgir and featured in their Stormblast album from 1996. Later, this same album was re-released without that track. Recently, in 2009, a chiptune cover version of the intro music from Turrican 2 was used in Ghostbusters, a video game. Don't know if it was credited or not, but it was really awesome to discover it. Microsoft came up with the idea of creating a controller that could revolutionize PC gaming and came up in 1998 with the Sidewinder Freestyle Pro. That is the living proof that Microsoft beat Nintendo and Sony at motion-controlled games.
All the right moves. Any way that you move controls the moves within the game. It's the Microsoft Sidewinder Freestyle Pro, the revolutionary PC game controller that works with many of today's most popular games. motion sensors inside actually respond to your body moves. Plus, the Sidewinder Freestyle Pro combines proportional analog and digital responses at the same time. Proportional to give you the precision and control of a joystick. Digital for the speed and accuracy of a gamepad. And that's not all. You also get the Motocross Madness game right inside the box. It's finally here. Motion sensors for natural movement in your favorite games. Move up to Microsoft Sidewinder Freestyle Pro.
To Turrican!
Hey! I've seen this before. I know you, man. Here he is, on a cover of Manowar, from the album Kings of Metal. As you know, the game is based in the suicidal tendencies of the lemming race. But that's a myth. For many years, people believed that when lemmings migrate, they would jump off cliffs and drown trying to cross huge and wide stretches of water. That myth was fabricated by Disney Studios back in the 50s in their documentary White Wilderness. Lemmings are natural from Alaska, and that documentary was filmed in Canada, and the images seen in the film of lemmings tumbling down a cliff into the ocean was one more gruesome act of the human race. Disney's filmmakers brought lemmings from their natural habitat, and they were the ones that pushed those poor lemmings into the ocean, as Canadian producer Brian Valley discovered back in 1983 in his investigation. So the designers of lemmings based themselves in that image of the supposed suicidal behavior of the race. And in the game, we see a bunch of lemmings entering the stage through a trapdoor and begin carelessly marching around without any sense for danger. So it's up to us to show them the safest route to the end of the level, even if for that we have to sacrifice a few.
Blood Brothers.
Remember Ted Corporation? Yeah, the guys behind the gorgeous Toki and obviously the highly frantic Cabal. These two got proper home ports for practically all systems available by then, but Blood Brothers was completely left aside. It retained that humorous side of Cabal, but in a western setting, in where we could play the role of one of two brothers, a cowboy or an American Indian. Yeah, brothers, Blood Brothers. I can only conclude that shooting innocent horses and can-can women wasn't certainly a very welcome thing that developers would want to bring to home computers and consoles.
The Cliffhanger, Edward Randy.
When I first heard that a cliffhanger movie with Sylvester Stallone was arriving to cinemas in 1993, I first thought that it was based on Edward Randy's crazy adventures at the arcades 3 years prior. Needless to say that I was completely mistaken. So Data Heist offered us an action-packed and visually outstanding sort of scrolling beat-em-up that masterfully uses an overwhelming sprite scaling technique. It was obviously inspired on Indiana Jones' adventures, that also introduces a whip as Edward's main weapon. The game is so frenetic that can be extremely disorienting and painful to play and watch, with also a slow and inaccurate whip attack. But in the end, all this frantic action and chaos compensates, and that's what really matters in a video game. I personally love games that present challenges to players, and Edward Randy the Cliffhanger is a freaking outstanding piece of a challenge that kind of reminds me of Gunstar Heroes mixed up with Uncharted and Castlevania.
That Connection.
Did you watch the movie The Untouchables from 1987, directed by Brian De Palma and starred by Kevin Costner and Andy Garcia? The two main characters from That Connection really does strike some resemblance to those two actors from The Untouchables, don't you also agree? That Connection was developed and released by Taito back in 1992, this shoot 'em up in where you simply have to clear New York from all bad guys. There are 4 selectable characters for up to 2 players, and each level demands that we take down a certain number of thugs, and being a shoot 'em up, That Connection is a bit different from the traditional side-scrolling action that its genre is known for. Every stage happens in one single screen, but don't let that fool you. The layouts for every stage are really nice and diverse, and the scenery turns to pieces during the gunfights. I would have loved to play That Connection back in the day on my Mega Drive, but it's a total mystery why it was never converted to home systems. Let me know down in the comments section below if you've played it at your local arcades.
Mystic Warriors.
The huge success of Sunset Riders led to Konami's decision of using that exact same template and release 2 years later Mystic Warriors that offers that exact same mechanics, but in a different and futuristic setting that even pays an homage to its older brother right in the beginning of the game. So we play as one of 5 ninjas presented and must find our way through these enemy-infested levels, accompanied by a freaking amazing soundtrack playing in the background. Enemies and bosses attack us not only from the sides, but also from the top and bottom of the screen, and there's a few interesting weapons and power-ups to send them back to where they came.
Final Star Force.
The third chapter of the popular Star Force series arrived in 1992, and whilst the original was ported to the Famicom and Sega Master System, and the second entry named Super Star Force was a Famicom exclusive, Final Star Force remains also exclusive, but for arcades. It didn't bring anything new or innovative to the vertical scrolling genre, but because of that, it's a pretty solid shooter. It has beautiful and colorful graphics and a decent soundtrack and effects, but what really nails it is the friendly difficulty curve. It's quite a simple game that we pick up and play, excluding the over-the-top gameplay of many other similar titles, both in the options available and gameplay areas. If you have a sweet spot for the genre, go play it, it's really worth it.
Batman.
You might think that Batman, this arcade game, was somehow related to Ocean Smash Hit for 8 and 16-bit on computers of late 80s, but no. This was Atari and Numega's own take on Tim Burton's first amazing Bat movie, that is still my favorite after all these years. Being based on the same movie would obviously seem like the developers shared ideas for the conversion, but even having the same gameplay elements, they're completely different from one another. And the more advanced hardware present on arcades by that time would also offer a ton more ways to expand that Ocean formula. The music is a freaking amazing chiptune rendition of the movie's original soundtrack, and the action is highly frenetic. And if you love the character as much as I do, you'll also be totally addicted to this Batman exclusive arcade game.
The pen is truly mightier than the sword.
Grow.
You know how a sucker I am for Indiana Jones style of games, and these characters from Growl really resemble Dr. Jones' character. I recall being the first to try out this new arcade game when it arrived at one of my local arcades. The technician that installed it even gave me a bunch of credits to try it out and start the fuss. I was immediately hooked, and besides that, it carries a strong message. We play the role of a sort of wild animal lover and forest ranger who must protect the wildlife from a group of evil men that are driving this species to extinction. Species that includes lions, deers, elephants, eagles, and others. Along the way, we'll encounter several cases of animal cruelty that we must stop. Besides the traditional fist fighting, weapons can also be found and collected, even including grenades, rocket launchers, whips, and swords. The ammo available is quite limited, so use it wisely. But let me tell you that in Growl, it's really difficult to stay wise when all these thugs attack us simultaneously. Gladly, our wild friends will offer help in these more complicated situations. This is another example of an arcade game that can be enjoyed by 4 players simultaneously, depending on the cabinet, obviously, and a year later was ported exclusively for the Mega Drive Genesis.
Surprise attack!
Somewhat inspired by both Shinobi and Shadow Dancer, Surprise Attack would really surprise us all, with its furious action and trigger-happy moments combined with superb sprite scaling effects that can completely dazzle our minds. In this futuristic setting, in the year 2031 to be more precise, we're invited to play the role of Sergeant John Ryan that must stop the invasion of one of Earth's moon bases by the interplanetary terrorist group known as Black Dawn, simply by defusing time bombs. And that's pretty much it. It's basically a coin swallower arcade game that punches players in the face asking for more and more. It didn't bring anything new to the run and gun genre, but the beauty of its graphics and ambience really deserves a shout out.
Crime Fighters.
The Double Dragon success formula was cloned and used by so many other arcade titles, and Crime Fighters was no exception. Except, this one never came home. Capcom was the master of scrolling fighters, but Konami also wanted a slice of that same pie. Up to 4 players could join in to try and rescue 7 girls that were kidnapped by a so-called Fat Toad. Just look at this advert! How cheesy is this? By that time, young kids like myself would idolatrize guys like Jean-Claude Van Damme and Michael Dudikoff, and wanted to be like them. This genre would allow us to portray this mighty street fighter who beats the hell out of bad guys and in the end saves the girl. In this case, saves 7 girls. And the music is freaking awesome. Hey! It's 15 girls after all and not 7. And just look at this even cheesier line. Do you mind being kidnapped again? By me? Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in my next video. Cheers! Yeah, the Amstrad GX 4000, the ill-fated Amstrad GX 4000, the only Amstrad console that only had 27 games released. This console arrived to the market in 1990 and by 1991 it was discontinued. It was a tremendous flop from Amstrad in a time where the market was flooded with 16-bit systems, 16-bit home computers and even consoles. The Mega Drive and the Super Nintendo were already arriving at the scene, And this system, this 8-bit system came out, and as I said, only 27 games were released, and the company that always supported this system from day one was Ocean Software. There are amazing games from Ocean. This console came bundled with 2 controllers, obviously, and the game Burning Rubber, a racing game. Yeah, because I love my racing games. And this was a freaking incredible offer, a Christmas present from my family, and I'm truly grateful. This is not hard to get, but it is expensive. It was Amstrad's short-lived attempt to enter the games console market, and it was an upgraded design based on the CPC technology. Yeah, the Amstrad CPC was huge, mainly in Spain and in France, if I'm not mistaken. And it was even compatible with most of the CPC Plus software that was already in the market. And it was priced at $99.99, and games would cost around the £25 mark. Ocean Software was practically the only one interested in getting games, in bringing games to the ill-fated Amstrad GX 4000. Just to share with you the short history of this incredible system, yeah, from Amstrad. The Amstrad GX 4000 was placed on store shelves in September of 1990 and 8 months later was discontinued. Around 15,000 machines were sold over the course of its lifetime, and as said prior, the number of games available was just 27. 26 if we exclude Gaza 2, whose cartridge is missing in action. As told on my episode related to Total Recall, Gaza 2 was being developed by a UK-based software house known as Active Minds, but these guys were everything but active and ended up crushing and disappearing from the scene because of the stunt they were trying to pull on Ocean Software while developing Total Recall. Even so, Gaza 2 was sent to at least 3 magazines for review: Amstrad Action, Mean Machines, and the French Amstrad 100%, and these magazines were known for being true to their principles of making things the right way and not for reviewing unfinished games like what the Spanish Micro Hobby did with their review of the unfinished version 1 of Total Recall in development by Active Minds. Check my history and origins video related to Total Recall to know more about that crazy story. In these later years, the Amstrad GX 4000 has become solely a collector's machine based on curiosity, because trying to go for the full set of its games library is a pretty damn hard task to accomplish. Check out these prices on eBay. Definitely not for every wallet out there. Obviously that after all these years, a cartridge replacement would appear in the market so that users can load games from a micro SD card or even directly from a PC through USB. Strangely, in order to use it with the GX 4000, the power supply must be replaced. Amstrad suffered a terrible year back in 1989. Profits dropped from 160 million to 76 million pounds. Their PC 2000 series was not selling well, just like the slow sales performances of their own video recorders and audio systems, which even made Amstrad to abandon this specific side of their business. And after 6 years of success, mainly in France and in Spain, the CPC was also starting to lose ground and interest. So in April of 1990, Alan Sugar, Amstrad CEO, announced that the company would introduce one product every month. So entering the console market was no surprise. Even Commodore was starting to tease the industry, and gamers with a video game console based on the highly popular C64 home computer, conclusions attained by witnessing the huge sales success of both the NES and the Master System. The GX 4000 was unveiled alongside the 464 Plus and the 6128 Plus computers, two machines based on the architecture of the CPC 464 and the 6128. Just like their own Sinclair cousins, the ZX Spectrum 128K Plus 2 and Plus 3. Those came with either a built-in tape deck or a disk drive, and 64 or 128K of memory. And they also had a cartridge slot on the side. So the GX 4000 was basically a plus computer, but solely with a cartridge slot packed inside this futuristic looking plastic shell. Computer and Video Games magazine praised the 32 colors that the GX 4000 could display on screen, from a palette of 4096, and editor Julian Rignall further stated that, and I quote, "The GX 4000 is a graphically superb console, is technically far better than the Nintendo and Sega Master System, and has a very exciting lineup of games in the not too distant future." The console was designed in the usual Amstrad way. The casing came first, and the mainboard and all its components were made to fit. And besides the previously mentioned expanded palette, hardware sprites and soft scrolling were the three main features of the GX 4000 that would place it in direct competition against Atari, Nintendo and Sega 8-bit machines. But it simply arrived too late. The Mega Drive and the Super Nintendo were coming to the scene with much better hardware, not mentioning that 16-bit gaming was already full steam by that time with systems like the Amiga. So a new 8-bit console, no matter how cheap it was and if it had dedicated graphics or not, was just a bit too late into the video game market. The GX 4000 was indeed a revolution for Amstrad. It was built specifically for games. So the big problem here was that it heavily relied on the third-party developers like Ocean, Gremlin, Logiciel and Titus. To help drive the sales of the GX 4000, Amstrad certified to give customers something to play right out of the box. So they bundled Burning Rubber, a game developed by Ocean Software that really looked amazing, with great use of the console's extra colors. But its chunky pixels were too blocky for the time, so it really felt a bit dated. Burning Rubber is a sort of unofficial sequel to Whack Le Mans that featured details that were absent from the conversion from arcade to home computers of that amazing racing game that made my day back in 1988 on my 128K+2A. For instance, the color changes as day turns to night and the tumbling car crash are now possible to achieve with this new hardware. Most of the games released for the GX 4000 were just simple straight ports from cassette to cartridge. But even so, from the 27 titles available, and besides Burning Rubber, I have to highlight a couple more, the best from the ones that really took advantage of what the console's extra hardware could do. Some of them are also among my favorites on the ZX Spectrum and on the Commodore Amiga. Tennis Cup 2 is often remembered as one of the finest tennis sims ever to grace an 8-bit system. It offered some of the best graphics and sound on the GX 4000. It wasn't just another direct port from cassette. This updated cartridge version featured an updated intro, more in-game options, 2 new tournament modes, and a much improved color palette that showcased a whopping 21 colors compared to the only 4 in the original. Selecting a 1 or 2 player game opens up the option of being able to play either a singles or doubles match, which in turn leads to further options that allows us to alter the match length, the in-game speed, the screen view, and even the attributes of our own player. A training mode is also available to improve our swing, serve or shot skills. The last 2 options, Tournament and Davis Cup, allows us to pit our skills against the world's finest. From the masters of movie tie-in adaptations, Ocean Software, comes RoboCop 2 that is graphically and musically stunning, making full use of the console's color palette and with some of the best hardware scrolling ever seen on an Amstrad machine. It set the standard that many fail to achieve. It offers 3 action-packed platform levels, 2 puzzle levels, and 2 shooting gallery levels. The platform levels look stunning and run smoothly with a mixture of bad guys, spikes, rolling barrels and lifts to deal with. In the puzzle levels, our directives are all mixed up, and it's up to us to reroute Robo's circuit boards and collect microchips to help to restore him back to complete operational status. Each of the puzzle levels are well thought out and are, once again, well presented, musically and graphically speaking. Switchblade was Gremlin's first and only venture onto the GX4000, and it was an enhanced version of their already brilliant game. We take the role of the last of the Blade Knights, who is on a mission to rid the planet Thrax of its evil dictator, Havoc. For that, he must assemble the 16 missing parts of the legendary Fire Blade, so that he can use it to strike Havoc down once and for all. While the game often received criticism for its lack of color and plain backdrops, it more than made up for this with its playability. A brilliant platform game that offered a huge landscape that required lots of exploring. Making our own map was a good idea, and there were more than one route that could be taken. And exploring was rewarded with bonuses and hidden screens that would lead to better power-ups and weapons. The enemies were relentless, and we pretty much had to punch, kick, hack and shoot every step of the way. As seen throughout video games' own history, the most simplistic games are often the best and most addictive, and Pang is no exception. A mixture of single-screen shoot-'em-up, platformer and puzzle game that will keep us coming back for more and more. I speak for myself cause I'm constantly playing the arcade original on my homemade MAME arcade cabinet. As mentioned so many times before on other It's a Pixel Thing videos, balloons are threatening several of Earth's most important landmarks, and it's up to us to take on the role of the Buster Brothers and shoot those balloons that burst into smaller ones, and so on until the screen is clear, so that you can move on to the next location. Ocean Software really did a phenomenal job with this conversion, bringing together a combination of spot-on, unrelenting gameplay, great sounding music, and gorgeous graphics with colorful backgrounds that made full use of the extensive palette of the GX4000. Two-player co-op is also available, offering a truly enjoyable couch play experience. This is, with no doubt, one of the finest, if not the best, arcade conversions ever to be produced for an 8-bit system. Stuart Middleton, programmer of the arcade conversion of Pang for the GX4000, said in an interview, and I quote, "Amstrad underestimated the competition that they were facing and were looking backwards rather than forwards with their hardware design." Other games like Toki were planned and even advertised, but sadly never saw the light of day. And I truly believe that it would have been an incredible arcade conversion, just like Pang was. Even so, the homebrew community is healthy and active, and back in 2018, a remake of the classic coin-op Ghosts and Goblins was released for free for the GX4000. The original conversion by Elite Systems from 30 years ago for the regular CPC range of Amstrad computers was such a letdown, with missing levels and even with Arthur not being able to lose his armor. Also, an overhauled 128K exclusive version for the CPC 6128 Plus computer is in the works and coming soon. And besides Ghouls and Ghosts, other iconic titles may surface in the future for the GX4000, like Sonic GX for example. The GX4000 remains a piece of gaming history. Nowadays it's an extremely difficult system to collect for, and as you've seen, prices of the rarest titles are just for a very restricted group of collectors. It really failed to impress due to the outdated 8-bit technology and lack of support from software houses who were by that time all moving on to 16-bit technology. Hope you've enjoyed this episode of It's a Pixel Thing, so if you did, you know the drill! Also, if you really dig what I'm doing, please consider supporting the show through Patreon. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! I can't just recommend Flight Simulator, because I know from the outset that more than 70% of players eventually interested won't be able to run it with the best quality and performance, no matter how good their rig is. But if you really are desperate for a new flight simulator and want to play it right now, it's better to grab your wallet, run to the nearest computer store to invest in an SSD exclusively dedicated to this game and to those that are coming in the near future, increase the amount of RAM, perhaps a new graphics card and a more powerful processor, cause this game really demands a ton from the CPU. Oh, and a fiber optic internet connection for the fastest transfer speeds is also advisable. Flight Simulator has always been a kind of benchmark, a game that iteration after iteration made PC players start thinking about upgrades to their machines. With this new entry in the series, the tradition is respected and taken beyond. It's even safe to say that Flight Simulator 2020 is the new Crisis. Coming from the hands of French Assetto studio that brought us games like Fuel and A Plague Tale in a sense, Flight Simulator is an amazing experience to have on a computer. The realism, immersion and depth of play offer an almost infinite longevity that many players never even felt before, despite the feeling of flying and being at the controls of machines so dissimilar have always been present in previous titles of the franchise. The original Microsoft Flight Simulator, released almost 38 years ago, was intended only for enthusiasts, but nearly 4 decades later, it's noticeable that the series slowly spread its wings to cover a wider audience. For the unexperienced and/or curious, Assetto has done an excellent job of making everything so simple that we can enjoy the game in an almost arcade mode with different difficulty levels and an extensive list of help settings that can be disabled as we improve our flight skills hour after hour. Yes, cause in this game, even time flies. This is a title to be experienced, to be lived. There's no competition here. There's no advancing from level 1 to level 2, and so forth. The tutorial is extensive, but not to the point of causing exhaustion. It prepares the future pilot for what awaits him, from traveling to dealing with some pretty complicated landings, all the way through exploration of the gigantic game world that is basically the whole planet Earth. Speaking of gigantic world, the technology implemented in this new Microsoft Flight Simulator was built from the simulation engine of the previous one, Flight Simulator X, but obviously with many improvements. This engine uses satellite images or aerial captures as a basis for height and terrain texture data. These are populated with the most diverse materials and objects through an AI totally dedicated to procedural generation. Of course that artists of flesh and bone have also made their contribution in specific locations, such as historical sites, capitals, tourist places or famous natural landscapes. As said, the whole world is waiting for us. All existing airports are present, even those more remote within tropical forests. 40 have been meticulously recreated by hand, and what really brings immense satisfaction to me in this game is the art of landing airplanes. And that's precisely where I started, completing all the landing related challenges. Then comes the immensity of possibilities that opens up, like traveling in real time to any part of the world, passing through the most exotic locations on the planet, with real weather conditions and air traffic. We're looking at more than 2 petabytes of data, where our internet connection is used by taking advantage of Microsoft's cloud power and its own Azure technology. Flying over sites such as the Giza Pyramid Complex, the Mayan city of Chichen Itza, the temples of Angkor Wat in Cambodia, or even Phuket Island in Thailand is something that fulfills me with joy, and that Flight Simulator simply allows with breathtaking quality and accuracy. Still, in relation to the climate, this is simulated according to real data, from storms to the rendering of clouds itself, with beautiful light distribution and volumetric coverage in real time without noticeable transitions in the level of detail. And here comes the computational power mentioned at the beginning of this review, and when all these factors come together, the result is very special and unique. However, there are details that can disappoint, but if you ask me, I would readily reply that it is perfectly acceptable in a game of this scale. Going under a bridge that you're familiar with can be really disappointing, because it's not exactly that bridge that you cross on a daily basis, but rather a generic bridge that was placed there, where it should, by the way. And believe me, this won't compromise at all the experience, because way up in the sky, everything looks gorgeous and realistic. There are areas of the globe where we can even contemplate birds flying in flocks or giraffes wandering in savannas. Also, the planes are extremely well replicated to the smallest detail, from the outside to the interior, through the instrumentation present in the cockpits that simply function as in real life. Like airports, they have been virtually recreated using laser scan technology, legit manufacturing documents, and even CAD drawings. But it's the integration of all of this with Microsoft's Bitmap service that takes this game to a whole new level of realism and freedom. We are therefore facing a next generation game. As I mentioned earlier, there are flaws and lack of detail in more remote areas, something perfectly understandable in a game of this scale and scope. Even so, your house may even be recognizable and located where it really should be in real life. It may not look exactly like your house, but it's there. And adjusting the flight time for sunrise or sunset in that idyllic spot you've always dreamed of offers one of the most amazing experiences ever provided by a video game. We are going through a period of confinement and uncertainty that prevents us from traveling the world with the freedom and confidence of other times. Flight Simulator allows us to change that, offering total freedom to virtually discover and visit inaccessible and idyllic locations, or simply make a shallow flight and, why not, try to land on our own street, neighborhood or city. A memorable game of endless possibilities that will remain on my hard drive for years to come. Hope you've enjoyed this episode of It's a Pixel Thing, so if you did, you know the drill. Also, this video is dedicated to my friend Duarte Pato, a TAP pilot who truly loved his job, but who unfortunately left us in 2019. He would love to play this new entry in the Flight Simulator series. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! In 1995, one of my favorite first-person shooters was born, Star Wars Dark Forces. But also in that same year, we saw the release of my favorite title in an isometric style of gameplay, Crusader No Remorse. Set in the 22nd century, we control this red elite soldier that rebelled against the mighty and powerful world government after disobeying a superior order of killing innocent civilians wrongfully mistaken by rebels. After being ambushed, he managed to escape, ending up joining the rebel cause. To gain trust among the rebels that still sees him as the enemy, he must undertake several dangerous missions to prove that he's on their side. That's where the player comes in. The main goal is to gain access to the plans of a space station used by the enemy to threaten cities to surrender to them. This space station, known as Vigilance Platform, is a sort of Death Star that can completely annihilate from space a city that is still under control by the rebels. With absolutely gorgeous graphics and music, Crusader No Remorse was a huge inspiration for the Fallout development team, and it's still an amazing adventure that everyone should experience. I'm still hoping to see a remake of this gem.
Screamer took me to a whole new level of immersion and engagement, with living and breathing 3D graphics and fully textured map tracks, with tunnels, bridges, canyons and airplanes crossing the skies above our heads. It was just like if the arcade in town had moved inside my own house. Bear in mind that this came from a really small developer and in a time without internet or any type of connection to other developers to share experiences and know-how, and as said, rendering through hardware wasn't a thing yet. Graffiti's game engine needed to be rendered entirely by software. This was a problem for all those that didn't possess a beefy machine equipped with the latest high-end processors like the recently released Pentium by the almighty Intel. But if you happen to be one of those lucky gamers, you would experience a racing game like no other, something never seen on any console or PC till that time. Screamer's 3D software renderer would allow some impressive next-gen effects, clouds, buildings and other objects being reflected on the cars, and night versions of each track with neon lighting are just a small example of that. 6 tracks and 7 non-licensed vehicles are available. 6 of these vehicles are obviously inspired on real-life supercars like the Ferrari F40, the Lamborghini Diablo, the Mitsubishi GTO, the Porsche 911 Turbo, the Corvette C4 and the Bugatti EB110, and the over-the-top crashes and drifting would automatically tell us that we were facing a high-octane, ultra-fast arcade racer in the likes of Daytona USA and Ridge Racer, breaking that more serious feel and look of the personal computer that was seen as something exclusively crafted for boring stuff and not to play games with fast 3D graphics. Also, and as a fun fact, the game's soundtrack was composed by the amazing Alistair Brimble, known by then for providing amazing music and sound effects for a ton of games for the Commodore Amiga like Super Frog, Alien Breed and Project X. As I've told so many times on my videos, I absolutely love pinball games, and besides Pinball Fantasies, I also used to play a ton Extreme Pinball, the first game from Digital Extremes, but not the first game by James Schmalz. A couple of years prior to Extreme Pinball, James also gave us the fantastic Epic Pinball, another that I used to play a lot back in the day. This particular one was developed and released for DOS back in 1995 and later ported to the PlayStation, a version that received really poor reviews. Top-down racers were very popular back in the 80s and early 90s, and Overdrive was another that I've played on the Amiga and later on my DOS-based machine. As you can witness, it was highly inspired by Micro Machines, in which we get to race around 20 courses across 5 different terrains, and for that, we have at our disposal a selection of 4x4 vehicles, supercars, buggies, and a few more. It was developed by Psyonix Systems, that also offered Amiga gamers the exclusives Assassin and Dojo Dan. As usual in games developed by Psyonix Systems and published by Team 17, sound effects and music were provided by the awesome Alistair Brimble.
Also available for the Sega Mega Drive, Psycho Pinball grabbed me right away, but again, on my IBM PC. Don't get me wrong, the Mega Drive version is also extremely good, but the good old DOS version is even better. For PC, it was released only in '95, a year after the exclusive European Mega Drive original. Developed and published by Codemasters, Psycho Pinball features the traditional number of 4 tables. However, I must highlight the one that gives the name to this awesome game, cause it offered a different approach to the genre. From this table, and by activating certain jumpers, we can reach the other 3 tables by entering one of the tents. There's also plenty of minigames in each table, so there's a lot to discover in Psycho Pinball.
Okay, buddy, watch the P.
Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in my next video. Cheers! Remember WRC8? Well, WRC9 is all that and more. It's a sort of remastered version of WRC8 with a bit more extra stuff included in the mix. And when a game is set to be released also for the next-gen systems that are coming, the remastered aspect has to be taken really seriously. With that said, when I first set my eyes upon this new installment, that supposed generational leap wasn't that obvious. Probably because I'm playing the PlayStation 4 version on the normal PS4 and not the Pro. Even so, I've noticed a slight upgrade in the environmental lighting, on the sensation of depth, and on the attention to detail, with believable shadows, dust and sun reflections on surfaces, small details that are proof that Kiloton indeed took their time to implement their expertise all around this new entry in the series, taking it to a slightly higher level. Still, not the quality standards set by Dirt Rally 2.0 from Codemasters. 3 new rallies are waiting for us and ready to be enjoyed: New Zealand, Japan and the mythic Safari Rally. In WRC9 we have a total of 13 totally different environments to race on, through the course of over 100 stages, from which over 30 are completely new. Extra content will also arrive in the future, both free and paid DLC. And something that I've always loved about Kiloton and their rally titles is that we have, right out of the box, all official rally locations available and ready to be experienced. But not everything looks and sounds that great. Driving over tarmac feels a bit artificial, mainly on those more sinuous parts of the stages, while on loose dirt everything flows like it should, when power sliding around hairpins for example. And the New Zealand stages are a treat for all rally racers out there that love driving fast with constant changes of direction. On tarmac though, the weight and mass transfer aren't quite right, what can lead to crashes that could be completely avoided. But to be honest, I never enjoyed playing on tarmac, so I guess that the problem lies within myself. Apart from that, everything else is spot on, but bear in mind that this is still a game for a niche audience. But isn't FIFA and Pro Evolution Soccer for a niche audience also? These games are for the competitor that lives inside of us. If you don't like to compete, then you're on the completely wrong page, and sports games aren't for you. Maybe you should be playing Flight Simulator instead.
WRC9 brings a lot of new content, with 15 classic cars awaiting to be unlocked, a co-driver mode to play cooperatively, and that will be delivered for free on a scheduled November 2020 update, and a clubs mode where we can set up our own championship to race with friends. We can play in 3 clubs besides our own at any one time, and an esports patch will arrive by December, anticipating next year's esports competition. WRC9 is, to my eyes, a simcade, a mix of simulation and arcade that can be fully enjoyed with a gamepad, again, if you're familiar with this sort of games. And the team behind its development are saying that the haptic feedback from PS5's DualSense controller will once again revamp the experience, not mentioning the expected 4K resolution at 60 frames per second, and in this year's WRC title, only our brain is our enemy. The handling, physics and suspension control inspires way more confidence than on previous installments, allowing us to push harder and harder each time. WRC9 really feels natural and realistic, truly important characteristics in a game of this nature. Well, on dirt and dusty surfaces at least. The career mode from WRC8 makes a return that will let us climb our way up from Junior WRC or WRC3 through WRC2, finally culminating in the main WRC category. In between we have the chance to manage the team in terms of vehicle upgrades and of hiring staff and specialized personnel for the many different areas that surrounds the sport, so that we can achieve the many proposed objectives and attain the much desired contracts and try to reach victorious to the top. When not competing for the championship, we can relax entering other events featuring historic cars and other driving tests under extreme weather conditions, for example, again, just like what was offered last year on WRC8. The main difference now is probably the inclusion of the WRC3 class, that simply didn't exist in the previous installment. On the other hand, the AI performance is a bit strange. In one stage and after a perfect run, we're completely destroyed by our opponents, and in the next, and driving like a baby, we finish first with dozens of seconds of advantage. All the stages carried over from WRC8 look the same, but a more satisfying feeling of immersion while driving them was indeed added. Still, the normal PS4 version can't visually transmit the sensation that we're facing a current generation game, when inevitably comparing it with the obvious Dirt Rally 2.0. But we can indeed witness an environmental upgrade in relation to last year's release, just by stopping the car to admire the surroundings. But WRC9 is a game to be played fast, the fastest possible, but again, we can't simply ignore all the work that was put on by Kiloton's small development team to bring WRC9 to life and take the series to a new level of immersion, allied with the amazing dynamic weather and the game's own sound engine, features that play huge roles in the whole authenticity. Even so, driving in Kenya was truly disappointing. I was really looking forward to this year's release, cause I had huge expectations of driving in completely drenched stages, with tons of mud to negotiate, on classic vehicles like the Celica, with those exhaust pipes coming up from the bonnet all the way up to the roof. Even so, this is still a work-in-progress game, a sort of early access, cause besides all the awesome stuff that will be rolling out for the next-gen systems, Kiloton has already promised that they will also be releasing completely free of charge 6 new additional Finnish stages and 6 Portuguese in October and in November respectively, besides other freebies like a photo mode, a new concept car and a new extra WRC driver. Isn't that awesome? Highly recommended, but again, only if you're a fan of this particular form of motorsport. Hope you've enjoyed this video, so if you did, you know the drill. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you all in my next video.
Junction right.
Whoops. Hey guys, welcome back. Let's recall Fury of the Furries, this amazing and underrated gem from the early 90s that few seem to care about, but that I simply couldn't get enough of back in the day. Let's take a look. Oh man, how I love this game! This 1993 platform and puzzle title, first released for the Amiga computer, was so damn enjoyable and addictive that when I moved to IBM PCs later that year, I just had to get also the DOS version. And I still remember that annoying disk swapping process that Amiga users like myself had to stand. Owning a hard drive on your Amiga wasn't for everyone, so I became a fan of the DOS version on my brand new IBM PS1 486 DX2 66 MHz, simply because of that, because I now had the opportunity to install this game on the bundled hard disk drive that offered a mind-blowing 170 megabytes of space. Even so, playing the Amiga version with a Maverick 1 arcade stick is phenomenal. A year later, an Amiga CD32 option was also available that would offer a couple more audio tracks and obviously faster loading times in relation to its older brother. Fury of the Furries was developed by the French studio Atreid Concept, soon renamed to Callisto, and first published by Mindscape in 1993. By 1994, a collaboration with the Japanese group Namco led to the release of Fury of the Furries in other regions besides Europe, like Canada and the United States, but now under the name Pac-in-Time. Whoever thought that Fury of the Furries could be somewhat converted into a Pac-Man spin-off? Well, this guy! So for that partnership, the changes were superficial and they only bothered transforming the main furry character into Pac-Man, the coins into pills, and remake the intro, giving it a new story and objective. This Pac-Man spin-off ended up released not only for the PC and Macintosh, but also for the Game Boy. A Super Nintendo redesigned version arrived later, by 1995, exclusive to Japan, United States and Canada, featuring a new game engine, level layouts and aesthetics. A Sega Game Gear version was also planned and finished, but ended up scrapped. Even so, the ROM for this specific version surfaced on the web a while ago with the permission of its original programmer, and after playing it, it's probably one of the best games on Sega's handheld. Try it for yourself, the link to grab the ROM is in the description box below. But we're here to look into the original Fury of the Furries and not its spin-off, so in the original and better title, we control a furry creature that has the ability to transform itself into 4 different colored forms: red, blue, green and yellow, colors that indicates different skills that are needed at certain points during our journey across the 8 main locations present in the game: desert, lagoon, forest, pyramids, mountains, factory, village and a castle, each with 10 levels plus bonus levels. But not all forms are available in all the different levels. In those more puzzle-oriented, we may come across fields which deactivate certain powers. Besides the amazing gameplay, it also offers awesome music, graphics, and even references to other video games and movies. Strange is that in the box, these creatures are known as furries, and in-game, as tinies. I guess that Fury of the Tinies sounded weird for some reason. As mentioned, its mechanics are centered around switching between the 4 different colors that indicates a specific special ability. The yellow form controls the element of fire, allowing us to throw fireballs. The blue form controls the element of water, allowing the ability to swim and dive underwater, along with the power of shooting bubbles that can damage the enemies. The green form controls the element of air, allowing not only the use of a sort of grappling hook to swing across the environment, but also to pull objects. Finally, the red form controls the element of earth, offering the ability to chew across walls and ground. As said, various obstacles and enemies must be overcome along the way, and the key to success was the correct use of the right ability at the exact moment as required. But going back to the beginning, the game starts with a quite weird intro, with a spaceship that crash lands in a desert, followed by space furries coming out of it. The tune playing then changes to something that sounds like the Raiders March from Indiana Jones, and a furry goes off to explore the planet. The final scene features a crystal ball that seems to follow each step of the tiny explorer, with a kidnapped king in the background. Then a language selection screen pops out, in where we can witness the inclusion of Fremen. If you recall, Fremen are the desert people from Frank Herbert's Dune books, who recycles their own urine and feces through their bodysuits. And even one of the game's loading screens indeed confirms these Dune references. As said prior, Fury of the Furries features a ton of references not only from books, but also from movies and video games. Here's some more examples. The second level of the forest stage references Star Wars by featuring a wrecked AT-ST in the background. In the second level of the pyramid stage, there is a reference to the giant ball trap from the Indiana Jones film Raiders of the Lost Ark. In the fourth level of the pyramid stage, the player encounters 3 traps based on those in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. In the third level of the village stage, there is the appearance of the 3 Stooges. In the 8th level of the village stage, the player meets Smurfs. In the first level of the castle, the player encounters Dracula transforming into a vampire bat. The second level of the castle, Maze and Enemies, mimics the Pac-Man game. The fifth level of the castle is based on Donkey Kong, among many other references. But the real plot included in the manual tells a different story. When I first played this game back in '93, it was by using a pirated copy, and I had no manual for reference, so according to the game's manual, a group of tinies return to their home planet after a voyage in space. They find out that their beautiful home has been turned into a horrid place by the Wicked One, a dark and cunning tiny with a giant tooth jutting from its mouth. The player controls a tiny who must defeat the Wicked One, who has captured the king and turned all the tinies into mindless monsters by using a device simply referred to as the Machine. Confirming my judgment, Computer Gaming World magazine indeed stated back in April of 1994 that Fury of the Furries sports an awful plot and totally unoriginal gameplay, but it has good graphics and is quite addictive. Fury of the Furries can be somewhat included in a sort of gaming series, cause back in 1991, even prior to Fury of the Furries, Tiny Squeaks, also known as the Brainies, was released, a puzzle game starring those 4 familiar and colored little furries, or tinies. 10 years later, by 2001, Tiny's Farter was released. Yeah, you've heard it right, Farter. A mobile game in where our own special ability is to fart our way across the levels and avoid being killed. As simple as that. A year later, Callisto went bankrupt. Yeah. In the meanwhile, it seems that members of the original team are bringing back all those mechanics from Fury of the Furries and Tiny's Farter in an already announced sequel. Can't wait to try it out. Even having this awful and at the same time strange cover art, Fury of the Furries is a masterpiece and considered by myself and by PC Gamer magazine as one of the best games ever made for PC. Every single one of you should try it, if you're in the mood for some relaxing puzzle platforming, obviously. Hope you've enjoyed this episode of It's a Pixel Thing, so if you did, you know the drill. Thank you very much for watching and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! Art of Rally is an artistic visual expression, a form of meditation in where we race from the 60s through to the 90s across famous but yet fictitious locations around the globe. The minimalistic approach to the game itself extends all the way from the menus and option screens to those trackside objects that normally have stamped well-known real-life brands. In Art of Rally, there isn't a co-driver warning us not to cut the next corner or giving those so common pace notes. But even so, a few warnings here and there on those tighter bands or jumps would be appreciated. One thing that can be really annoying is when we step away a couple of meters from the main track. The screen fades to black and we respawn, losing most of the time tons of precious seconds that can ruin a race. And even being this zen-like experience, winning races is key to advance and to unlock more cars, liveries and other championships. The driving model is really good, and the beauty in its handling is in its simplicity. You just need to master braking and drifting, but these undulating tracks, distracting us with their beauty and cunning successions of corners and jumps, are a constant test of our reflexes. Even the handling on this Stratos wannabe, supposedly one of the most difficult cars to drive ever made, is smooth and a blast to drive around corners. But Art of Rally doesn't just offer a career mode, and free roam isn't just an empty map either. There are cassettes to find which unlock new songs, photo locations and even a Tony Hawk style letter hunt spelling out the word rally, which will unlock the next free roam map. These really do add a little extra to a game that so easily could have been nothing but rally stage after rally stage. The 8 camera settings available helped me to adapt my driving skills better than the 4 difficulty levels. Go high and we get more of a preview of what's ahead. Go closer and maybe preview 2 turns ahead, but gain greater precision for finding and taking the apex of a turn. This approach to the more common chase camera is without any doubt my favorite. The view from above and the silhouettes of those iconic cars bring classic games from the 90s to mind, like Thrash Rally and Neo Drift Out, but the handling has more in common with WRC9 and Dirt Rally 2.0 than, let's say, Sega Rally. The difficulty setting will be approachable for everyone who has ever steered a car in an arcade racer, but the first 4 difficulty and damage settings still had me on the podium, even making a few mistakes in each stage and very few repairs between them. On Master difficulty and severe damage, I found the kind of rally challenge I wanted. Trust me, this game won't pose much more than a casual challenge to serious rally racers out there. No matter where you go, the view is undeniably gorgeous. The low poly style combined with the lighting and vibrant colors makes for a beautiful game. The bright pink of the cherry blossoms in Japan, the sandy beaches of Sardinia, or even the frozen lakes of Norway all look incredible. And the photo mode present is so easy to use and highly recommended just to take a snapshot of that perfect sunset. And I must not end this review without mentioning the gorgeous soundtrack with the perfect blend of synth and 80s beats that just makes me tap my foot on the floor with enjoyment, cause it's simply the perfect complement to the retro aesthetic of this wonderful and relaxing rally game. Rally driving is all about blasting our way into the unknown, understanding the risk of fast driving in a way you can't on a novel or well-known circuit. If that's what you're looking for in a racing game that can also be relaxing at the same time, Art of Rally is for you. Hope you've enjoyed this episode of It's a Pixel Thing, so if you did, you know the drill. Thank you very much for watching and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! Se a Slightly Mad Studios estivesse ainda debaixo da alçada da Electronic Arts, este jogo chamar-se-ia sem sombra de dúvida Need for Speed Shift 3. Foram tantas as memórias que Project Cars 3 me trouxe da saga Shift que fiquei surpreendido com o rumo que a equipa de desenvolvimento deu a uma série que em tempos foi bastante hardcore. Na reta final de desenvolvimento, a Slightly Mad Studios foi adquirida pela Codemasters, que, como todos sabem, é responsável por tantos êxitos dentro do género, nomeadamente nas sagas Dirt e Grid. E ao contrário do que muitos poderão pensar, esta aquisição de última hora não implicou de todo mudanças drásticas no desenvolvimento do jogo. De qualquer forma, o futuro da franquia Project Cars permanecerá em boas mãos. Ou não será bem assim? Project Cars sempre foi sinónimo de simulação automobilística pura e dura, mas este terceiro capítulo da série mostra-se como um virar de página nesse aspecto, revelando-se agora um simcade, um misto de simulação e arcade que consegue atrair o mais casual dos jogadores que apenas quer dar uma agradável voltinha de domingo num dos 211 veículos e 51 traçados disponíveis, como circuitos fechados, autódromos e circuitos citadinos ou de estrada. O controle dos carros não é tão exigente como nos seus irmãos mais velhos e há imensos ajustes possíveis na ajuda à condução, tanto na direção como na travagem e na estabilidade. No entanto, quantas mais ajudas estiverem desligadas, maior é a compensação por cada objetivo conquistado. Para quem já está familiarizado com modos de carreira em jogos de condução, estará em casa em Project Cars 3. Diferentes categorias e locais são-nos propostos com distintos objetivos para alcançar. Em Project Cars 3, deixar fugir o pódio não significa sermos barrados na progressão na carreira. Atingir a mais elevada velocidade possível no final daquela reta, efetuar o maior número de ultrapassagens num curto espaço de tempo e até conquistar um determinado número de curvas perfeitas são pormenores que conseguem prender-nos ao comando ou ao volante por horas a fio, tornando a vitória final na prova como um objetivo secundário. Project Cars 3 tem o poder de fazer com que qualquer jogador casual se sinta o melhor condutor do mundo. Os mais experientes nestas andanças terão de optar pelos níveis de dificuldade mais elevados para que tenham um desafio mais exigente, pois para estes é bastante fácil atingir todas as metas propostas e ainda o primeiro lugar no pódio. Demasiado fácil até, o que fará esta raça de jogadores simplesmente desistir do jogo por não levar a simulação ao extremo, característica que, como mencionei acima, rotulava a série. Um dos seus maiores trunfos nesta abrupta e inesperável mudança no rumo da franquia é a personalização dos bólides, não só a nível de performance, como também esteticamente. Podemos inclusive levar o nosso veículo de eleição até ao final da carreira, fazendo durante esse percurso os óbvios upgrades necessários. Há, no entanto, uma desvantagem nisso. Após feito o upgrade, com novas peças que melhoram todos os aspectos da competitividade, o nosso carro deixa de poder participar nas categorias mais baixas. E depois de abusar em todos esses upgrades, o mais certo é estarmos muito próximos de ficar falidos. Se for esse o trajeto tomado, teremos que ter em conta que o downgrade ao veículo vem com um custo extra. Esta gestão é também ela um trunfo para todos os entusiastas da personalização e do tuning, e com a experiência ao longo do percurso na carreira, a obtenção de descontos em peças e upgrades tornarão toda a evolução mais fácil de gerir. Clima dinâmico está também presente em Project Cars 3 para jogar a sua cartada durante as provas e dar-lhes um rumo totalmente diferente, pois altera bastante o modo de condução, o que pode interferir no desfecho da própria corrida. No entanto, e principalmente nas provas do modo carreira, o algoritmo é forçado a uma mudança rápida e drástica devido à curta duração das provas, o que causa uma transição visualmente decepcionante. E também devido a essa curta duração das provas, a agressividade na condução com travagens de última hora, embatendo nos adversários para aquela ajuda preciosa na altura de curvar, é o prato do dia. Para além do clima dinâmico, a inteligência artificial dos adversários e o sistema de danos são deveras desapontantes. Aliás, este último é no mínimo caricato e incompreensível nos dias que correm. Para além do já mencionado modo carreira, existem também os tradicionais multiplayer online e quick play. Neste último são-nos colocados de imediato à disposição os mais de 200 carros e a meia centena de pistas para desfrutarmos a nosso belo prazer e com regras por nós estabelecidas. O modo Rivals está também disponível, onde o jogador é colocado frente a frente com a comunidade online, onde é possível participar em eventos diários, semanais e mensais, em carros e traçados bem distintos, e onde dispomos de 30 tentativas em cada um desses eventos para melhorar a nossa prestação e subir o mais alto possível no ranking mundial. Project Cars 3 decepciona mais do que impressiona, mesmo sendo possuidor de um dos melhores sistemas de controle que vi ser implementado num gamepad nestes últimos anos, apesar de não se sentirem grandes diferenças merecedoras de destaque no comportamento de carro para carro. A resolução gráfica dinâmica dos mais variados elementos durante as provas é por vezes um espetáculo de pixels, principalmente em pista molhada. E foi triste ver desaparecer a vertente Rallycross introduzida no título anterior. Este facto talvez se justifique por ser uma experiência exclusiva do Dirt Rally 2.0 da Codemasters. No entanto, o leque de carros e locais disponíveis, aliados ao mencionado excelente sistema de controle com um gamepad, pode atenuar ligeiramente todos esses problemas. Mesmo assim, é mais um título que irá muito rapidamente cair no esquecimento. Lembram-se quando mencionei ao início que a aquisição da Slightly Mad Studios por parte da Codemasters podia ser uma coisa boa? Após experienciar este Project Cars 3, estou certo que sim, pois a utilização do motor Ego da Codemasters vai, sem dúvida alguma, dar origem a um Project Cars 4 que todos vão querer jogar.
The ZX Spectrum was the follow-up and a huge improvement over the monochromatic ZX81, and Portuguese people were always receptive to technological advances. So the ZX Spectrum was a big opportunity for families to have a computer in their own houses, cause its price was really attractive and everyone had already a cassette player laying around at home. As opposite to the UK and other European countries, Portugal didn't have back then any kind of fiscal control that could protect the intellectual properties of software creators. So it was a huge deal for local electronics and computer dealers to grab the latest hits coming from the United Kingdom and Spain and make tons of copies to be sold really cheap, beginning with a simple and generic cover with the name of the shop front and center and the game's title on the spine of the case. I recall this awkward moment when I was about to play 1984's Bruce Lee and, instead of that typical loading sounds, I got this! The fuss was so huge behind the counter that this kind of mistakes could easily happen. Later, cassette duplication would become more and more professional, with full color covers and even Portuguese instructions or just a basic resume describing the game. Usually, these would cost somewhere around 1 and 2 euros and a perfectly normal practice till early 90s. Few saw this video game business as a huge opportunity to make money, but the ones that really had that vision of things to come made a fortune overnight. I recall this one place that had this wall filled with double-deck duplicators, and while we waited for the copy to finish, we could test the latest hits that would be running on a couple of ZX Spectrums. This practice would later evolve to the Amiga, and those shops needed to keep up with the evolution. I began to suspect that something wasn't right when I started to buy British and Spanish magazines, and ended up realizing that most games were available in cardboard boxes, and I recall thinking that I was being cheated in some way. So my attitude towards that situation was to go to one of my local vendors, select a game, take it home, make a copy, and in the next day return it saying that it didn't work, and then bring the one that I really wanted. Was I stopping piracy by doing that? Not at all, but in my head I was teaching a lesson to those guys for selling cheap alternatives to those gorgeous looking boxes available in other countries.
Obviously that this wasn't at all a Spectrum-only issue. This was a common practice also for other home computers from the 80s, the ones that had the biggest fan base in Portugal, like the Commodore 64 and later the Amiga. Portuguese Anti-Piracy Law 109 was finally introduced in August of 1991. The crime of selling pirated video games would be, from that moment on, punished with a 3-year incarceration, and the establishment could even be permanently closed down. So, electronics and computer stores owners that used to make copies to be sold at much lower prices, as low as 75 cents, had to start selling originals. Suddenly, video games were too expensive for most wallets. As you know, and as I already mentioned in PixelThing's episode 62, piracy wasn't just placing a tape on the cassette player and make a copy, if you had a very expensive double-deck system, obviously. There were also amateur radio hobbyists that were also into video games and generous enough to share games with their neighbors through the air, just like a normal radio station that we could tune in and record. Piracy was also a huge problem in Spain, so Spanish publisher Herbe Software came up with a well-received anti-piracy campaign that would allow gamers to get brand new and original titles for a fraction of the price, eradicating almost completely piracy in the Iberian Peninsula. PixelThing's episode 49 tells this exact story, so feel free to check that one out. Back then at school it was really easy to find colleagues that also had a Spectrum and from whom we could borrow some games to make our own 60 or even 90-minute compilation of games. Others would also bring newspaper pieces with the latest tips and tricks to help us in those more difficult levels. The famous pokes would also offer special features in-game, like for instance unlimited energy or infinite lives. I remember drawing some maps to help my friends find their way through those maze-like levels and pointing out the exact spot of those scattered special items so that they would not waste precious time searching for those. This was how we shared the information in an offline era like the 80s, so I could say that the Spectrum brought people together and a true community spirit was built. So, to conclude, the ZX Spectrum was the responsible for this passion of mine for video games and for many friendships that endure till this present day. Back then, publishers needed to somehow trick consumers' minds. Artists with no background on video games were hired to draw covers that could really stand out on store shelves. But even the prettiest of covers would probably be left aside if there were also titles in which a female character was the main focus and someone that, back then, every young kid only dreamed about interacting with. Obviously, games converted from the arcade cabinets that players already knew about would sell the game for its own, even if the conversion wasn't as good as the original due to obvious limitations of the machine for which it was made. Besides that, the company's logo stamped on the cover was another factor that would make players instinctively buy the game. In my case, every time I saw Ocean's logo on the cover of a video game, I wouldn't think twice. Back in 1988, I came across War in Middle-earth. Its cover just blew my mind, and even being completely unaware of Tolkien's masterpiece, I bought the game just by looking at its cover art. This one in particular had screenshots on the back taken from the ZX Spectrum and Amstrad CPC versions of the game, but I simply ignored it. Its cover was what really got me right from the minute I laid my eyes on it. Many of ZX Spectrum video games had screenshots on the back of the box or case, but not always those screenshots were from that particular version. Publishers would normally place screenshots from superior ports, like the Atari ST or even the Amiga versions of the game that were graphically miles away. Even so, Spectrum users would normally knew what they would be getting and end up buying the game anyway, cause while playing it, our imagination would embellish the game just like those superior screenshots and that amazing cover art with a breathtaking illustration that would by itself pull us in to play the role of the character portrayed in the front of the case. Sometimes the cover art was replaced by a photograph that would somehow depict the gameplay and bring an extra level of realism, but in this particular case of Barbarian the Ultimate Warrior from 1987, placing this girl in a bikini in the front of the box annoyed some people that protested about that innocent photo and didn't even care about knowing what the game was about. By the way, in the game we simply chop people's heads off with a sword. But I guess that a girl in a bikini is way more shocking than this. Back then there was no YouTube or even World Wide Web in which we could rely on before buying a video game. Television advertising for games was practically inexistent, so it was the cover art that would grab our attention. Of course that there were magazines, expensive ones, that came from England and Spain, and if I opted for getting one of those monthly or even weekly publications, like the Spanish Micro Hobby, I had to consequently forget about grabbing a brand new game in the next 4 or 5 weeks. And what about the full-page adverts on those magazines? Absolutely gorgeous pieces of hand-drawn art that would also feature, or not, tiny screenshots taken from the game itself. One of those adverts was for Theropods, a game that I never saw at any of my local software vendors, but every time I came across its advert on magazines, I simply stood there, looking at it, drooling all over the place, cause its hand-drawn cover is simply mind-blowing. By the way, every single cover of every Psygnosis game is a freaking work of art. Until they were purchased by Sony, that is. After that, Psygnosis landed in completely. They just simply couldn't stand out anymore. And by the end of the 80s, those same magazines started offering tapes and discs filled with demos of future releases, and at that point, things started to change a bit. Gamers had now the chance to try the game before instinctively buying just by looking at its cover. This was the beginning of the end for hand-drawn video game covers. Nowadays, video games covers are completely left aside. Users buy games on digital format just because they know practically everything about it. Their judgment on a specific game is based on the huge amount of online info in the form of written text previews or video reviews and walk and playthroughs. So, a simple banner showing the title is enough. As for me, and if I'm really interested on a specific game, I try to avoid all that info and buy the physical copy of the game, explore it, and figure it out for myself, just like in the good old days. You can now visualize how awesome it was back in the 80s to walk into these small hardware shops and lay our eyes onto all those covers. That was our way of judging if a game was worth buying or not, and while looking at each and every single one of them, our mind would instantly build the setting and imagine how awesome it would be to embark on that journey and play the role of the hero depicted on its cover, or get onto the pilot seat and control that massive and astonishing spaceship. Hey guys, welcome back. So, since last May that I've watched online on YouTube this 30-day video game music challenge. So I've printed my choices, and let's start with day one. So day one is title screen music. And as you know, I love the Turrican series, the Turrican franchise, so I have to go with the title screen for Turrican 2 by Chris Hulsbeck. Now on day 2, the opening level music. I guess opening level music, yeah, music from level 1 of a game, from all games out there. So I have to choose Last Ninja 2, but on the Commodore 64 that I've played a ton over at a friend's house, and I absolutely love the first tune from the first level of Last Ninja 2. Now on day 3, this is awkward, 8-bit music. Man, there are tons of 8-bit music, but on the top of my head, the first game that came right away to my mind was, again on the Commodore 64, the amazing tune that plays all throughout the whole game, if I'm not mistaken, and the game is Cybernoid 2: The Revenge. Now on day 4, music from a console exclusive series. Exclusive games aren't as so exclusive as a few years ago, with all the remasters and stuff, but I have to go with the MotorStorm franchise, more precisely with Pacific Rift. And the tune, the music, yeah, the music is Stompbox by The Chemists. Amazing tune. Day 5. This is a list made for RPGs, and you know that I'm not that huge fan of the traditional RPG. I used to play a ton action RPGs back in the day. So day 5 is upworld or overworld music. Yeah, this is something that is present in mostly on RPGs. So the one that I've played a few years ago, when I got my TurboGrafx 16, a game that I've played, but with the help of an emulator, was Is Book 1 and 2, and man, the CD version, and I have to pick one music from that game, and more precisely from Is Book 2, and it's The Palace of Salmon. On day 6, this was pretty easy. Day 6, music that makes you feel relaxed, and the first one that came to my mind was the title screen of RoboCop on the ZX Spectrum. Now day 7. Day 7 is music from an indie game. And one indie game that I've played a couple years ago, and I've also brought to the channel a small gameplay. And I freaking love that soundtrack, the whole soundtrack. But from Rigid Force Alpha, and it's Vermis Research Institute. On day 8, music from a shooter, first or third person, and the very first tune that came to mind was the tune from the first level of the very first Doom. Yeah, and it's called At Doom's Gate. And on day 9, we're on day 9, and music from a licensed game. A licensed game, man, it can be movies, it can be series, it can be a brand. And I have to choose from one of my all-time favorite games on the arcades. And that game was Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. In Europe it was called Hero and not Ninja. So it's the music from the Freeway stage. And man, it's incredible. Take a listen. Now on day 10, RPG battle music. I've just said that this list was made for RPG lovers, but again, an action RPG that I've played a ton to exhaustion was Planescape Torment, a PC exclusive game back from '99 if I'm not mistaken, and the battle music is Cursed Battle. For day 11, it's a music from a puzzle game. And one of my favorite puzzle games ever made, and probably my favorite game on the Commodore Amiga, was Lemmings. And it was probably made by Brian Johnston, but some of them had to be reworked by Tim Wright. Day 12, music that makes you sad. And again, another system that I've never owned back in the day, but used to play over at a friend's house, was the NES. So I have to pick as the music that makes me sad, and a game that I still play on my arcade cabinet that has a ton of emulators, the NES included. It has to be the game over music from Batman for the NES. Now day 13. Yeah, I'm gonna be butchered for this one. Music you like from a game you don't like, and a music that I absolutely adore is Bloody Tears. Yeah, from Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest. Man, the game is so freaking difficult, but I absolutely love Bloody Tears. That was the first time that this tune appeared on a Castlevania game, and after that it appeared all over the place with covers and stuff. Man, Bloody Tears is freaking incredible. Now day 14, music featuring vocals. Man, at this one I had to pick Daytona, USA. Day 15, boss battle music. Man, and this was another one that came right away to my mind. And man, the best, my favorite boss battle music ever is from Shadow of the Colossus. And the music is called The Opened Way. And we've reached day 16, and as convenient as it sounds, it's 16-bit music. And I forgot to mention that this list begs us to not repeat any game or franchises or series. So I can't, for the 16, my favorite 16-bit music, I can't repeat. For instance, Turrican 2, that is my favorite soundtrack ever, probably. But one of my other favorite 16-bit pieces of music is from Midnight Resistance, on the Genesis, not the original arcade game, but the Genesis version of Midnight Resistance. The soundtrack is freaking incredible on the Genesis, a game that never came out in Europe, and the tune is called Flood of Power. On day 17, music you never get tired of. And almost every single one of these tunes that I've already mentioned, I can't get tired of, because I'm always constantly listening to video game music on my way to work and back home. I have to pick one that not many people seems to care about. And it's from the Ninja Warriors, the Amiga version of the Ninja Warriors. That is incredible. And the song is called Daddy Milk. Daddy Milk, yeah. For day 18, Game Over Music. Game Over Music. I have to go with Sega Rally. Game over, yeah! For day 19, cover of music by a different artist. Well, I wanted to feature an artist. Yeah, an artist that made a cover of a well-known tune from the Commodore 64, And the game is Supremacy, also known as Overlord. And this tune that we're about to listen was remixed by Lukash, the amazing Lukash. Now day 20, music from a racing game. Racing game, man, this one snaps right away, and it's Outrun, Splash Wave from Outrun, so iconic. Day 21, music you associate with frustration. Yeah, with frustration it had to be a music from a fighting game, because I'm really not into fighting games. I love beat 'em ups, but fighting games, man, I can't play them. I don't have the skills, the necessary skills, but so I have to pick a fighting game, and that game is Soul Blade, and the tune is from the intro of Soul Blade. Called The Edge of Soul. Man, what an amazing tune. For day 22, Town Village music. Man, another one that came to my mind right away was the town song music from Diablo. For day 23, underrated music. Man, there are tons of underrated music, mostly on the Amiga, and when it comes to people that never messed around with an Amiga, obviously. So, for day 23, the underrated music that I've picked is from Apedia, and right from the first level of Apedia, it's called Meadows Edge 1. And the soundtrack is another incredible work by Chris Ulsbeck. Day 24, music you constantly have stuck in your head. And one that I've also used on my Mega Drive tribute was from Thunder Force 4 for the Mega Drive, and it's called Metal Squad. Oh yeah, Thunder Force 4 is freaking incredible. And for day 25, music that gets you pumped. And for this one, I had to pick a PC game, not exclusive to the PC, because it's also available for Mac and Linux, yeah, if I'm not mistaken. And the game is Hacknet from 2015, and the music is called Roller Mobster. Man, this is a game, if you don't know this game, we play as a hacker, and we have, the game gives us all the tools to hack and also to be hacked. And man, we have all the freedom to do whatever we want. It's an incredible game. If you haven't played this game, please do it. And the soundtrack is freaking incredible. Day 26, music you like from a game you haven't played, and a game that I've never played. Never till this day, but I absolutely love the music. And again, I used it on my Amiga tribute. Is a prehistoric tale, an Amiga game that was also available for the Atari ST. And the title of this music is Nearly There by Jochen Ippel. Day 27. For day 27, music from a handheld game. You know that I'm not a fan of handhelds. Man, I have the Switch, that it's an hybrid console. But back in the day, I used to mess around with a couple of Game Boys from my friends at school. And one piece of music from Tetris, obviously on the Game Boy, really grabbed my attention. It's called, I don't know, it's Type Music. It's the title of the music. It's that iconic Tetris tune. For day 28, music that makes you nostalgic. And for this one, I have to go, but I have to pick another Batman game. I'm sorry, because this really makes me nostalgic. It was a huge impact. The first time I listened to this piece of music from Batman, the movie, on the ZX Spectrum Level 1 by Matthew Cannon, man, I was blown away, man, because I wasn't expecting this. For day 29, final boss music. And for the final boss music, I have to go with, Revenge of Mr. X for Streets of Rage 2. Now almost finishing for day 30, credits music. And man, what other than for Sonic the Hedgehog, the end medley. It's incredible because it mixes all bits and pieces from every single track from that game. finally, I had to mess around with this list, and why not a day 31 music? Because we have months that we have 31 days, obviously. So I've kind of invented something for this day, and it's the music from a current gen game that impressed you the most. And the music, a piece of music, the freaking old soundtrack, man, that impressed me the most was for Art of Rally, the recently released Art of Rally. And the tune that I've chosen among the other amazing tunes was Dream Big. So guys, thank you very much for watching and for listening, and please feel free to continue this challenge, and man, I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers!
Revolt was already available for PC, but on mine I wasn't able to play it with decent frame rates. So, at every possible moment, I would borrow my friend's Dreamcast to experience Revolt at its best. Developed by Probe and published in 1999 by the extinct Acclaim simultaneously for the PC, Nintendo 64 and PlayStation, it was later also available for the Dreamcast. I'm sure that every single one of you have played Revolt, so you know that it is a freaking addictive car racing title with a huge lineup of extremely well reproduced remote controlled vehicles with incredibly sharp and shiny reflection effects. The tracks available are also extremely well made, and the level of detail and realism is something to behold. There's also included a very simple to use track editor, and even today there's new tracks and cars being released for the PC version. Definitely worth checking out.
This is probably my favorite action puzzle game ever. Rock and Roll, developed and published by Rainbow Arts in 1989, and with an awesome soundtrack by my all-time favorite composer, Chris Hulsbeck. This is a huge game in where you control a ball with a mouse and try to reach the end of each level, avoiding ventilators, magnets, arrows and other objects that simply drains the player's energy. It's not an easy task, but it's a highly enjoyable one. The ball physics are spot on, and we have a good control over it and can easily anticipate annoying situations. It was one of my early reviews for my channel, so if you want to know more, feel free to click on the annotation in the top right of the screen. This game is ready to take us down on its first try, with twists and turns, rivers and ponds, cliffs and bumps, and even trees and bushes. All these ingredients, very well mixed up, offer this package of pure hard-as-nails off-road insanity. Screamer 4x4 has obviously other gaming modes available that could be tackled over LAN and even online, challenging other human players, but back then it was really hard to find other people playing this game online. For that, we have to thank to reviews like this one, published in PC Zone magazine, that completely influenced players not to buy Screamer 4x4. This was written by someone that clearly doesn't appreciate this form of motorsport and don't have a freaking clue of how 4x4s handle off-road. This has to be the slowest racing game ever made, cause we have to drive carefully through this uneven terrain to prevent hazards of all sorts. If that wasn't enough, there's also night stages, fog, rain and other extreme conditions that will mess up with the steering and send us sliding down the mountains to our doom. There's around 60 courses to tackle, with plenty of variation in the type of landscape and atmospheric conditions. Learning how to maneuver the vehicle to cross the checkpoints that most of the times are awkwardly placed is so damn enjoyable and extremely satisfying. Seriously, my advice is to go slow, to take your time, and to just avoid touching the checkpoints. That way you'll certainly cross the finish line intact and in a good ranking position. The single player mode is the way to go, cause it has this special feeling that defies you over and over and compels you to beat one more stage again and again. JoJo was one of the few Amiga games that got the backing from a huge publisher. Hudson Soft saw the potential of the game, and JoJo is indeed an amazing scrolling platformer and one of the few offering simultaneous two-player cooperative gameplay, something really uncommon in this particular genre. It doesn't have a compelling story to keep the player interested. JoJo relies upon its fantastic gameplay, pure and simple. And the graphics are incredibly detailed and with huge maps to travel through. An incredible display of what the Amiga was capable of. And the music. Dance and trance were what people were listening in early 90s, and these tunes just makes me stop for a while and simply sit back and relax for a bit. One of the most entertaining Spanish games I've ever played, and apparently was inspired by the 1980 arcade game entitled Rally X, which I never had the chance to try cause at that time I was just 5 years old and didn't know what an arcade cabinet was all about, and this type of things were quite uncommon back then around the place I lived in. So in 1988, Toposoft developed this arcade driving and puzzle game, in where we control a buggy trying to collect 6 pieces in the form of question marks, unveiling an image of a vehicle on the bottom left of the screen. But be careful, cause behind those question marks, other surprises can be unleashed. And besides other hazards, be aware of mines and oil that can destroy and make you lose the control over your vehicle. This simple concept turns this jam into a highly addictive little game, and it practically passed unnoticed. By the way, a funny thing about the cover of Rock'n'Roller is that in the Spectrum and MSX versions, the letters on the stop sign are inverted. Someone was really wasted or in a bad mood. Now, here's one of my favorite games on the system, Wolfchild. I consider it an hidden gem, even being developed and published by Core Design, that came from the creative mind of Simon Phipps that also offered us the unforgiving Rick Dangerous. This one was also available for a bunch of Sega consoles and even the Super Nintendo, but all received really poor reviews, what somewhat made players believe that it wasn't worth it. Well, if you think that, you need to try the Amiga version. It's truly amazing in all respects, and played with the Maverick is like a walk in the park. I've already reviewed it, feel free to check another of my early videos. Remember the incredible Green Beret? Fire Force can be seen as a sort of spiritual successor that offers everything that fans of, let's say, the original ever wanted, including awesome weapons, hostages, helicopters, medals, terrorists, etc. It obviously drank huge amounts of influence in Vietnam movies from the 80s, and we can see that cinematic influence when, for instance, we blew up a watchtower with an anti-tank weapon, Rambo style. And talking about Rambo, a knife can be also used to silently take down the bad guys, and a helicopter awaits us at the end of the very first level, just like in so many action-packed and Vietnam War-themed movies from that era. The only downside of Fire Force is really the AI of the enemies, but even so, it's a freaking amazing gem, not only on the Amiga, but also on the Atari ST. Sega Rally from 2007 is also known as Sega Rally Revo in other regions, cause Sega wanted to somehow pass the thought that this was a revolution in rally games. It was developed by the English Sega Racing Studio that took advantage of the geodeformation engine, which makes the terrain dynamically deformable, affecting also the performance and drivability of the cars. I recall that this was huge back in 2007 when it was released, and it still is. Look at it! This is such a unique game, with all that well-known Sega Rally fun of the previous titles at the arcades, on the Saturn and on the Dreamcast. And the tracks in this tropical setting are simply gorgeous, with tons of mud to dig that indeed affects the driving. Give this game a chance if you haven't already, and show the love down in the comments section below. And I must mention also the incredible force feedback using a 360 controller. Really immersive stuff. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in my next video. Cheers! If you're after a good Polybius documentary of sorts, you better look somewhere else, cause if you're watching this, it's because you know that now we have a movie comedy inspired in that obscure urban legend that is a 1981 arcade game Polybius, named Ashens and the Polybius Heist. After the success of Ashens and the Quest for the Game Child in 2013, Relentless Films were able to crowdfund this brand new sequel, demonstrating the public's huge interest in the project.
So if any of you have any doubts, walk now. No hard feelings. Oh no, no, sit down everyone, sit down!
Not everyone knows what the Polybius legend is about. It's something that only gamers and sci-fi enthusiasts are aware, because of all the mystery that surrounds it, with rumors swirling of delusions and fatal side effects among its players until the game suddenly vanished from arcades back in 1981, never to be seen again. So this is a movie for geeks and for everyone who has ever felt like an outsider. In other words, a movie made by nerds and for nerds. But even so, I can recommend it also to everyone that appreciates that lovely British humor and lawnmowers.
You kidding me? I love a lawnmower.
Tell me about your piece. I mean, your lawnmower pieces.
In Ashens and the Polybius Heist, you'll find many movie references in such a brilliant fashion, from James Bond to Indiana Jones, and from Ocean's 11 to a ton others. Ashen plays as, well, himself.
Right.
And he discovers that there's a link between the Polybius myth and his long-lost father.
Dangerous.
So, worried at the game's devastating potential, he assembles a crew of misfits to organize a heist and recover the machine. Without notice, they're stepping out to undertake one of the most complex and daring heists in history. And without spoiling a thing, I can say I haven't felt so truly and deeply entertained and immersed in a film for quite some time. It was indeed that good. Ashens and the Polybius Heist was originally intended for a full cinema run, but due to lockdown, it will only premiere and be available on demand on Apple iTunes, Amazon Prime Video, Google Play, YouTube Movies and Vimeo On Demand, and it offers a modern spin on the story, presenting it in a fresh and comedic way, while still staying true to the original legend. It stars some of the most famous people you've probably never heard of, aside from Stuart Ashton, I believe. Now seriously, the cast has a combined online following of over 10 million fans, and as Stuart himself stated, completing a film this ambitious in the midst of lockdown has been the challenge of a lifetime. It has taken an Herculean effort from the whole team to finish off this fun, feel-good story that's the perfect tonic for the times we're all living through.
Meanwhile,
one word to describe Ashens and the Polybius Heist: brilliant! It's a fast-paced, silly and fun movie that all of you guys that follow my channel will love, I'm sure. And all the mystery that surrounds this subject is enough to keep you entertained and glued to the screen from beginning to end. Even Jeff Minter, the creator of the 2017's Polybius for the PlayStation 4, has a cameo in the movie. Check the link down in the description below to discover more about the movie and where you can watch it. I truly recommend it. For everyone that just came here because of this movie, feel free to browse my channel. It's packed of gaming memories from the 80s and 90s and of documentaries like this one about Sierra Online. Thank you very much for watching and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! Pinball Dreams was the first pinball video game that I've played on my brand new IBM PC in a time when sound cards were so freaking expensive. It was developed by Digital Illusions and released in 1992 by 21st Century Entertainment. It was designed by Olof Gustafsson, who also composed the amazing soundtrack that would return 3 years later in '95 with its sequel, Pinball Dreams 2. You're seeing here the deluxe edition that is available on GOG.com within the Pinball Gold Pack that gives you the chance of playing all 8 tables from both Pinball Dreams titles and also a bunch other amazing classic pinball video games from Digital Illusions. Now, here's the sequel to the title, credited for being the very first point-and-click graphic adventure. Maniac Mansion set the tone for things to come, and Day of the Tentacle was the pinnacle of craziness and weirdness in the genre. Day of the Tentacle is probably the title that most perfectly fits the answer to the question, what is an adventure game? Just like Castlevania Symphony of the Night answers the most famous question in video games history. What is a man?
Spread out commando style. Laverne?
Day of the Tentacle isn't just an adventure game, it's a mix of that ingredient with comedy, strong characters, puzzles, love, and different worlds packed with different stuff. Day of the Tentacle is all that and much more.
Yes, thank you.
There's 3 different characters working together in the past, present and the future to defeat the evil purple tentacle that is trying to
take on the world.
There's a bit of American history depicted in this game's past that was quite complicated to come around back then, cause yeah, my teacher was more focused in Portuguese history and ancient civilizations, but hey, don't let that little bit scare you. Otherwise, you'll be missing out one of the most beautiful graphic adventure games ever created. That was even remastered, and I'm playing it right now on my PS4 all over again.
But now, I know.
Don't worry, guys. This time I know I can stop him.
Now here's a game that came out on practically every system available around 1994, the incredibly hilarious Earthworm Jim.
Moo. 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 Oh, Jesus.
It was created by the incredibly talented animator Doug Tenable that grabbed the opportunity of bringing his worm, called Jim, into the video game business after witnessing the success of characters like Sonic and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And with the help of David Perry from Shiny, Earthworm Jim also saw that success that obviously spawned a sequel, but this first entry was the one that impressed me the most back when it came out, not only for being one of the first games that I played on a Windows environment, but also because it's one of the most crazy and funny video games I have ever played. This one was only available for PCs with Windows 95 in, well, 1995. And by 1996 also got a DOS dedicated version. Only played its sequel on the Mega Drive back when it came out. By then, around 1996, I was all over first-person shooters like the graphically advanced Star Wars Dark Forces, and 2D games were kind of dying in what my preferences were concerned. This game set the bar for real-time strategy games that would come later. So many followed this winning formula, also because Dune 2 was the first real-time strategy game to use a full mouse control. As you all know, we act as a commanding officer, building up forces and then dispatching them across the battlefield. It's based on the bestseller by Frank Herbert and was developed by Westwood Studios back in 1992. It revolves around harvesting resources, the spice, to building the battle units necessary to lead to victory, one of the houses available. Many players would recall better the Command & Conquer series, also from Westwood Studios, but it was here, on Dune 2, that all that good stuff started.
Enemy unit destroyed. Harkonnen armor.
Pronouncing this game's title to my friends was so damn funny back in school by the time it was released, cause removing one of the D's on the second word of cannon fodder is a bit on the naughty side when pronounced in Portuguese. Back in those days we were just innocent and curious kids, you know? So Cannon Fodder was another game originally released for the Amiga and later ported to the PC and other systems. This one I only played on DOS, and only many years later I managed to try the Amiga original. That is the best, I must add. But even so, my first contact with this game was with the PC version, so this is, for me, the one that really means something to me and keeps the nostalgia level sky high. Raptor Call of the Shadows was originally developed for MS-DOS by Cygnus Studios and published by the mighty Apogee Software back in April of 1994. It was in fact placed in store shelves on April 1st of 1994. When Apogee announced to the public that Raptor would be available on that day, everyone thought that it was an April Fool's joke, but it wasn't. And the game was supposed to be called Mercenary 2029 and not Raptor Call of the Shadows. My first experience with it was provided by a shareware version available for DOS, which included the first episode, Bravo Sector, and its music, composed by Matt Murphy, still pounds in my mind since then. Raptor Call of the Shadows is divided into 3 sectors: Bravo Sector, Tango Sector and Our Regions, each one composed of a total of 9 levels. As for its plot, it's as basic as being sent on interplanetary missions to destroy everything that crosses our path, in this case, the Megacorp's thugs. Credits and bonuses are earned by destroying stuff, and the more difficult the enemies are, the more credits and bonuses will get. The player has only 1 life, but there's an energy meter that makes Raptor stand out from most shoot-em-ups available until then. Also, a save option is available between levels that is really welcomed in this type of games. Our ship can withstand quite a huge amount of damage, always having the chance to upgrade it with shields and more powerful weapons that can be bought or collected using the credit and purchase system implemented. When facing the various types of enemies, we can dynamically switch between the weapons installed to face with the situation in hand. The more original weapons present must be the auto-tracking turrets, and besides the Mega Bomb that will destroy everything on screen, including enemy bullets and projectiles, there's this weapon that fires continuous instant beams capable of penetrating and destroying multiple targets in one shot. Also, we can purchase a certain item called the Ion Scanner that, when confronting a level boss, can measure its own energy and damage meter. Micro Machines was another game that I played on the Amiga and continued later on my IBM PC. It was originally released for the NES, and it was where I fell in love with it. Back in 1991 I was a proud owner of an Amiga 500, and because I never owned an NES, I had to wait till 1993 to get a copy of this game.
A year later, by 1994, it was finally released for DOS, and as you can see, it's still on the hard drive of my IBM machine from back in the day, even if we could run it out of the one and only single disk needed for micro machines. As you can imagine, it was one of the most pirated games back in school during 1994. Only one blank disk was needed. Jazz Jackrabbit was a sort of Sonic game that PC gamers were looking for. An extremely fast side-scrolling platformer, a style more common to see on consoles by that time. It was developed and published by Epic Mega Games, Wells, for DOS and later for Mac and for Windows. As said, Jazz was inspired by games like Sonic and Zool, and its fast-paced gameplay, beautiful graphics and amazing soundtrack was what really grabbed every single one of us that didn't own a gaming console by that time. And this was the game that we would show to our friends that had, for instance, a Mega Drive or a Super Nintendo. They were impressed, I can tell you that, and started to look differently at computers, cause these beasts can also be fun. As for Warcraft, Orcs and Humans, it can be as addictive today as it was back when it came out in '94. And after I shot these images, I kept on playing it for hours.
My liege, what? What do you want?
This isn't a build base, build army and destroy enemy type of RTS. There are also missions where you need to rescue friendly forces and besiege villages, being such a major breakthrough within the genre. And it was highly enjoyable to play with a friend in multiplayer mode, by modem or over LAN. It was even the first RTS in history to support multiplayer capability.
Yes, my lord.
Its overwhelming success would eventually spawn a couple of sequels and later evolve to World of Warcraft, a MMORPG that would allow players to control their character and interact with each other around Azeroth in a high fantasy setting, something that has been consuming hours and hours of online gameplay to many gamers out there since 2004. I have so many other stories and memories to share back from the golden age of DOS gaming, so this is a theme that I'll soon get back to. As told in one of my recent videos, this IBM is one of the most precious items that I have here in my man cave. Its looks are so nostalgic for me, cause as I've mentioned so many times before, this precise one was my first PC that I bought at a chain of stores called Singer in September of 1993, and I still even have the original invoice.
Computadores IBM DS1. Emocionantes, fáceis, versáteis. Computadores IBM PS1 a micropreço nas lojas Singer.
So guys, hope you've enjoyed this episode of It's a Pixel Thing, and if you did, don't forget to leave a like, to share this video with someone that might relate to it, to subscribe to the channel, to click on that bell icon to receive all notifications of upcoming videos, to give support through Patreon or YouTube memberships, and please share your own memories from the glory days of DOS gaming. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers!
The Karate Tournament.
Mitchell Corporation is best known for another of my all-time favorites at the arcades. Pank, or Pumping World, or Buster Brothers, it depends where you're at. 3 years later came up with this Karate Championship style of arcade game, named simply the Karate Tournament. It brought so many awesome memories of playing international karate on the C64 and Way of the Exploding Fist on the ZX Spectrum a few years before. And I used to love this genre so much back in the 80s, again highly influenced by 80s fighting movies and TV series. Sadly, it never got converted to home systems, probably because around that same time, this huge bomb also arrived at the arcades.
A year later, by 1993, the beat-em-up genre was clearly starting to fade out. One-on-one fighters were taking over the arcades and consequently our homes as well. With Gaiopolis, Konami tried a different approach to this dying genre with a unique top-down fantasy style of gameplay with also some RPG elements thrown in. Besides that, Konami even introduced a password system so that players could resume their game. How cool was that? Gaiopolis was a true groundbreaking title that arrived just a bit too late. The sound effects, the soundtrack, the cutscenes, the beautiful 2D graphics, it was the pinnacle of that era, but sadly was overshadowed by one-on-one fighting games like, again, Street Fighter 2 and by now, Mortal Kombat 2 that were completely dominating the arcades by that time.
Dynagear.
Now for some run and gun action, here's Dynagear that immediately reminds us of Caveman Ninja, Magic Sword, and even Ghouls and Ghosts. It tells the story of Roger that gets teleported back in time to a strange planet packed with dinosaurs and even werewolves. Wolf, one of the inhabitants, offers help to together stop Gustav, that is turning the dinosaurs into deadly weapons of destruction. So right in the beginning of the game, we're granted with the option to play the game as Roger or as Wolf, each with their own unique characteristics. Just one, in fact. Roger is quick and Wolf can jump higher. That's it. There's 8 stages and in some, there's even branching routes that can really immerse the player with another unique feature. Along the way, other characters will offer help and will follow us in our perilous journey.
Air Gallet.
Staying in 1993, Air Gallet was introduced to players with this frenetic vertical shoot-'em-up action, a style that, by then, continued to grab players at the arcades and still holds pretty damn well today. 1990s Raiden was its main inspiration, but Air Gallet can also be a classic on its own. It's beautifully designed with extremely detailed sprites and backgrounds that can even create an incredible sense of depth. It's also one of the most generous shoot-'em-ups in terms of power-ups, and the difficulty curve is practically the same from beginning to end. So if you're a fan of the genre, you'll love it, that's guaranteed, and just like it's said in Air Gallet's Attract mode, it will blow your socks off.
Aquajack.
Combining ideas taken from Chase HQ and Operation Wolf gave birth to this rail shooter by the name Aquajack, a really popular genre by the end of the 80s. I only wish that it had a health bar so that we could survive a bit more in this kind of bullet hell nightmare. One hit and we're dead. Even so, all this action and thrilling ride keeps me entertained for a while, till I get disappointed with the clumsy and unforgiving hit detection. Give it a spin, it's not that bad. The music is awesome, but with all the hell breaking loose, it's almost impossible to stop firing to listen to it.
AB Cop.
Again, the frenetic action and fast scrolling of Chase HQ and Hang On ended up inspiring another exclusive arcade game. Released in 1990, AB Cop is set in the future, in where we play the role of a traffic cop who rides an air bike chasing down the bad guys at breakneck speeds. And that's what AB Cop stands for, Air Bike Cop. It's a quite easy game. We just need to smash into a certain number of bikers before time runs out, and do the same to the stage boss till it explodes. There's also a couple of stunts we can pull off to help us on our mission to stop crime once and for all. The ability to jump and an unlimited turbo boost that needs to replenish itself before being used again. Applying these two tricks together is a pretty good technique against end-level bosses. And speaking of this, AB Cop is often remembered as the title that introduced the end-level boss to the racing genre, even if I don't see it as a racing game.
Prehistoric Isle in 1930.
This setting is a treat for me. I simply love jungle-based games, and Prehistoric Isle in 1930 is really gorgeous. I can't quite understand why it never came home back in the day. Besides the beautiful and exotic graphics, it plays like a dream. We're flying over this island populated with prehistoric animals of all sorts, lizards, dinosaurs and pterodactyls, giant insects and even angry cavemen, in a horizontal style of shooter that can drastically change its direction, diving into caves, waterfalls, cliff sides, and it even has a small touch of R-Type with a turret that can be oriented around the plane that comes really handy during all those crazy changes of momentum. Now comes the time when you tell me that Prehistoric Isle in 1930 was also made available through the PlayStation Store for the PSP, Vita and PS3 back in 2012. Indeed it was, but again, I wish that it would have came out back in the end of the 80s when I was eager to play it. Nowadays, all my hype simply vanished and prefer to play it using my arcade cabinet with a good old arcade stick.
Oni, the Ninja Master.
By 1995, Band Presto, part of the Bandai Namco empire since 2008, released this obscure fighting game known in Japan as Oni the Ninja Master. The first half of the 90s, and after the huge success of Street Fighter II, would offer gamers a wide variety of fighting games to choose from, and some developers would even try to go beyond what was traditional for this genre. In Oni we fight these extremely powerful bosses that are so hard to beat that we could even invite a friend to join in and play in co-op. And the sprites and art style are so amazingly beautiful, don't you agree? Sadly, and as you might imagined, the success formula of traditional fighting games was broken in this game. Playing one-on-one against friends was what attracted players to the fighting genre, and that ingredient was completely left aside in this one. Even so, try it in co-op, it's really worth it.
Racing Hero.
Outrun is what comes in mind when seeing Racing Hero for the very first time. But this time around, is Outrun in two wheels. Thinking of it, Racing Hero has the best from both worlds, the best from Outrun and the best from Hang-On. It used the same hardware as Sega's Afterburner, and these colorful transcontinental graphics is what really attracts me in the genre and made me love the Outrun franchise so much. I normally end up running away from boring circuit racing, so these point-to-point races are totally my thing. Racing Hero never arrived home, probably because it ran out of time or fuel. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in my next video. Cheers! The 80s, the decades of opportunity for young British game designers. The IT industry was flourishing. The ZX Spectrum and the Commodore 64 were the new hot home computers in the beginning of the decade, and everyone was making games on their bedrooms, mimicking what they saw at the arcades. Founded and established in Liverpool in 1982 by two former employees of Bugbyte Software, Mark Butler and Dave Lawson, Imagine was known as the place where dreams come true. Their young programmers were like rock stars, making tons of money overnight. But all began with their first game for the Spectrum 16K and Commodore VIC-20 that Dave Lawson had put together, Arcadia. Its space theme was hugely popular in the beginning of the 1980s, mainly due to Hollywood's tendency on making futuristic movies that consequently spawned also a burst of related video games in the arcade and pinball markets. There was no computer-related retailing in the UK, so before Arcadia, it was all done by mail order. When the advert of Arcadia came out on magazines, envelopes with money started to arrive on the mail on a daily basis, and suddenly Mark and Dave realized that this was it. Their time has come. After that, around 83, the big UK retailers saw the potential of the video game industry and then started stocking up on games big time. People no longer had to buy them by mail order through magazines. The so-called micro shops were already thriving all over the place, and gamers just had to go to those shops and browse through all these new and flashy cases and find the right title to buy. So, when back to Arcadia's success, it made Imagine's founders hire more staff to start making more and more games. It also compelled and encouraged its programmers to work better and harder. Imagine's brand rapidly started to worth millions. There were, at the time, no other company that had ever produced so many great games in such a short period of time, and always created strong impact through extremely clever advertising campaigns on the most popular magazines of the time. It was Imagine Software that gave birth to these awesome and outstanding pieces of advertising art. Before that, adverts were tiny, with an awful little drawing and 3 or 4 paragraphs of text explaining the game. Just dreadful. British people were familiar with the video game phenomenon that just recently exploded due to Clive Sinclair's very affordable machine, the ZX Spectrum. Many young kids were getting these machines for their birthdays, for their success at school, for Christmas, etc. And the Spectrum was really easy to program that all over the United Kingdom success stories were starting to emerge, just like Matthew Smith and its Manic Miner. But the craze wasn't so extensive like the one that was shown by these young executives at Imagine. They were driving Ferraris, BMWs, and even custom hand-built motorbikes. Alongside with all that luxury and Mark Butler's love for fast motorbikes, Imagine Racing Team was created, in which Mark himself was a rider. Imagine was seen by everyone as a place where dreams come true, and everybody wanted to work there. In the 60s, the Beatles placed Liverpool on the map, and 20 years later, it was the time for Imagine to do the same. Dave Lawson saw the potential in the video game industry and jumped right in at first. Money was pouring down, but it was wasted in the next morning. There was no financial control at all. So, by the end of '83, debts began to pile up, mainly on the advertising side, and later, tape duplication unpaid bills also started to appear. For Christmas of '83, Imagine booked the entire cassette duplicating capacity of Kiltdale, one of the biggest duplicators for the software business, in an attempt to prevent other software houses having games ready for the Christmas rush. But they ended up with a huge stock of unsold games and a £60,000 debt. Even so, by 1984, and despite all the commercial success that their video games demonstrated, Imagine was ready for the next step. Show to the world, through the eyes of BBC television, the concept and development of a brand new product that would be different from all other things being made by all other British software houses. Nonetheless, that new product required more memory, so a special add-on needed to be manufactured and bundled with the so-called Mega Games that would also prevent against piracy, drastically increasing its final price. Imagine intended to develop 6 of these Mega Games, and the first 2 were Cyclops and Bandersnatch. The artist Roger Dean was hired and had already designed the boxes and the ads, which were beginning to appear, but the company went bust in July of '84 due to its unpaid debts that were escalating as time went by, and Dean never saw the £6,000 that he reputedly asked for his work. Imagine lasted 18 months, but the truth is that both those guys, Mark and Dave, did make serious mistakes and left people really irritated and disappointed. But they were the ones that started the whole video game industry in the UK. That's a fact. The dream ended, but the people who lived it moved on. The rights to the Imagine label was bought by Ocean, and some of the programmers began working freelance on games for Ocean, who also partially backed a new Liverpool company called Denton Designs. Bandersnatch was the only Mega game in development by that time, ending up being finished 2 years later by Finch Speed, a company formed by the other programmers and Imagine co-founder David Lawson. The project was renamed to Bratakas, and now a 16-bit title that didn't require that special memory hardware add-on. So, from the ashes of the defunct Imagine software, Psygnosis was born, being Bratakas the very first video game under the Psygnosis label. As for Cyclops, never passed the paper sketch stage, so it was later also used as a sub-label of Psygnosis. David Lawson, founder of Imagine Software, and Ian Etherington, financial director, joined forces with Jonathan Ellis, and the trio founded Psygnosis. So, Psygnosis rose from the ashes of Imagine Software, and Cyclops was an obvious tribute to their roots. They've also kept their bond with record cover artist Roger Dean, who drawn both logos and was seen as the mind who revolutionized the music industry in the 70s and 80s with its amazing album covers for bands like Yes and Asia. For their logos, they were after something related with mind and knowledge, and also inspiration by the future of things to come. So Dean thought of an owl, a symbol of wisdom, and gave it this metallic futuristic look. Behold the mighty Psygnosis. Bratakas was the first title with the Psygnosis label, and was a game that was in development at Imagine Software when it all went down. It was originally being developed for the ZX Spectrum, and it would need a special memory add-on that would increase the production costs and consequently its final price. Now, as a 16-bit title, all that would change, but the crappy control system makes it almost unplayable. The only thing that really saves Bratakas is the awesome artwork by Roger Dean. Who else? From the beginning, Psygnosis' main focus was towards the most popular 16-bit machines in mid-80s, the Commodore Amiga and the Atari ST. Almost all other developers in town were still making games for the 8-bit systems that by then flooded the market mainly in the UK, so this was a huge advantage and the opportunity of a lifetime, cause many new Amiga and ST games coming out were just ports of 8-bit titles, inferior and really poor ones. So their future looked really bright, and after a couple of somewhat interesting titles, they've published Menace, a side-scrolling shooter from a brand new Scottish developer, DMA Design, the team behind Lemmings and known today as Rockstar North. So, David Jones was working on Capricorn 1, hugely inspired on Konami's arcade smash Salamander, and after being turned down by a handful of publishers, he approached Psygnosis, who promptly said yes, that they would publish it, but its name should be something more appealing than Capricorn 1. Menace was one of the first games released under the Cyclops logo, and the very first title from DMA Design that revealed quite successful. After Menace, other titles followed, but again, it was a DMA Design game that got all the attention in late 1989. This one was made using a gift from Psygnosis to David Jones after the success of Menace, a 25 MHz 386DX. Blood Money was another side-scrolling shooter inspired by yet another arcade hit by Irem, Mr. Ellie, and was highly praised by the press that stated that Blood Money was definitely one of the best games of its type on the Amiga to date. Also in 1989, Psygnosis gave to another developer the opportunity of a lifetime, Reflections, best known for the Shadow of the Beast franchise. But their first game was Ballistics, developed by Reflections co-founder Martin Edmondson, who took it to Psygnosis along with an early demo of the very first Shadow of the Beast. Needless to say that Psygnosis was extremely impressed by that demo and its amazing 12 levels of parallax scrolling never seen before. Ballistics, that was based on the Crossfire board game, sold well, and the 35-pound Shadow of the Beast was a huge success. You know why? Cause it included a Roger Dean t-shirt. Not one of his own shirts, okay? You know what I mean. This game was exactly what Amiga owners like myself wanted. A game that could show off all the machine's potential in every technical aspect, graphic and musically speaking. David Whittaker composed one of the most fondly remembered soundtracks from the 16-bit era. My friends that didn't own an Amiga would get really impressed by it and ran off to the next store to buy one. Kind of. Let's be honest, the game lacks content and depth. It was basically a really impressive tech demo, like the ones used to show off new TV displays on stores, you know? A year later, Shadow of the Beast 2 was released and it was an even bigger commercial success, grabbing scores of 80+ all over the press, except from the guys at Computer and Video Games magazine that gave it just 59%. Graphics and sounds were praised, but the most improved thing was its gameplay. The game appeared also bundled in the Screen Gems Amiga 500 pack that so many gamers got as a gift back in Christmas of 1990. But also in January of 1990, another video game developer got their chance in the hands of Psygnosis, Raising Hell Software. And the game that awakened Psygnosis' interest was the Killing Game Show. Martin Shutley, founder of Raising Hell Software and developer of the Killing Game show, sent his demo to Psygnosis, who grabbed immediately this run-and-gun shooter in where we control a robot shooting everything that moves trying to reach the exit on this maze of platforms. Awesome gameplay and superb music. The game received 92% in Amiga format. The game was later re-released for the Sega Mega Drive Genesis under the name Fatal Rewind. Later, Raising Hell Software was bought by Sega, who forced the developer to change its name, cause the word Hell was kind of inadequate. So Raising Hell Software became Bizarre Creations, developing later down the road awesome titles like Metropolis Street Racer, the Project Gotham Racing series, and Blur. 1991 was the year for DMA design. Lemmings was born. It was a huge success for both DMA design and Psygnosis. It even had in-game references to Shadow of the Beast in 2 of its levels. Again, Amiga format gave it 92%. So, after the 20,000 copies sold of Menace and the 40,000 of Blood Money, Lemmings went completely off the chart and sold for the Amiga, and in its first day only, 55,000. Worldwide and on all platforms for which Lemmings was ported, it is estimated that it sold more than 15 million copies. In 1992, the shadow was cast upon the Beast once more, and Shadow of the Beast 3 was released. The game was highly influenced by the feedback from players of the first 2 games, and received scores around the 90% mark, but failed to sell as well. I consider Beast 3 the most enjoyable one on the gameplay area, so it was the end of the road for the series. And also in 1992, one of the best looking and sounding games was released, Agony. Once again, Psygnosis saw its potential in an early prototype that Frank Sauer and Yves Grolet from Art and Magic showed off the record at the European Computer Trade Show in London. Psygnosis gave them all the freedom to finish their game, and you're probably thinking that the owl that we control in the game was somewhat an imposition from Psygnosis. You can't be more wrong. That was part of the developing team's initial design, cause they were looking for something different from everything else already seen. Psygnosis even provided more help to finish the game, so they hired the best musicians to create one of the greatest soundtracks ever made for a 16-bit system. Tim Wright's amazing piano intro was even adapted without consent and consequent credit by the keyboard player of the Norwegian symphonic black metal band Dimmu Borgir in the song Sorgens Kammer from the 1996 album Stormblast. The band removed that song from a later re-release of that same album. Agony didn't have the commercial success it deserved, cause it was exclusive to the Amiga, and that machine was about to be overtaken by the 16-bit consoles and multimedia PCs that were just around the corner. However, it is often remembered as a piece of art. Back in the Amiga and Atari ST days, there were a lot other titles that I could mention, but these were the ones that gave fame to that owl who offered the chance to a handful of developers responsible for so many awesome of today's IPs that are among the best that we can nowadays play and enjoy. As said in the beginning, Psygnosis was a symbol of the future, of things to come, so the CD era was upon us. In 1991, the Psygnosis Advanced Technology Group went on to explore the possibilities of the infamous full motion video technology for their games, and their first attempt was with Microcosm, released in October of 1993 for the Japanese FM Town Smarty and Sega Mega CD, followed by the PC 3DO and Amiga CD32. Back then, this was quite exciting. I was witnessing a complete revolution in video gaming and completely mesmerized with what the CD format was capable of deliver. Microcosm was huge in production costs, and the uncompressed intro alone achieved an astonishing number of 6.5 gigabytes of hard disk space. That was something really mind-blowing in 1993, and even Rick Wakeman from the band Yes was hired to provide original music for it. Despite all the astronomical numbers, the game is really bland with really poor gameplay. But let's be honest, the future of computer games is here, just like Amiga format stated when they gave it 87% on their review. Psygnosis was, once again, taking over the reins of the evolution of video games. And that was when Sony Electronic Publishing Company acquired Psygnosis, opening all the doors and windows to a whole new world of possibilities and giving to Psygnosis the right tools for developing exciting new titles using CD technology that would be Sony's media of choice for the bright future that was just a couple of years away, the rise of the PlayStation. As you know, Nintendo and Sony were working together for a future CD add-on to this next-gen system. But observing the breach of contract from Nintendo and the disavowal from Sega, Sony decided to create his own home console and advance into this uncharted territory of video game development by acquiring Psygnosis in May 22nd of 1993 to enhance Sony's in-house development capabilities, because they knew that the Liverpool-based software publisher was making progresses with their own CD technology research. The deal made total sense to Psygnosis, cause they weren't locked down making games exclusively for Sony. Despite 50% of Psygnosis being owned by Sony, they were free to develop and publish games for other platforms like the PC, Sega Saturn and Nintendo 64. So while developing software for Sony, Psygnosis would continue to market and distribute games under the Psygnosis brand, and would play a major role in Sony's expansion into Europe. Meanwhile, Cyclops was silently abandoned, being its latest releases Anarchy, a pretty decent and updated version of the classic arcade game Defender, and Matrix Marauders, Spellbound and Strix. These three with nothing really astonishing to point out besides the amazing covers. Between that period of time and prior to the PlayStation release, Psygnosis published many other awesome titles, from which I must highlight Hired Guns from DMA Design, that is an awesome Dungeon Master clone set in the future that can be played between 1 to 4 players on a single machine. A pretty fun and absorbing adventure game by the name of Innocent Until Caught. The obvious sequels to Lemmings, Lemmings 2 The Tribes and All New World of Lemmings. The Amiga version of The Second Samurai by the great Rafael Secco, and the sequel to First Samurai that I've already reviewed on my channel. Brian the Lion, an Amiga exclusive platform title that by 1994 was better than everything else in the genre across all systems available by then. And an exclusive 3D action-adventure game for MS-DOS that was really ahead of its time, Ecstatica. The deal with Sony allowed Psygnosis certain tools for creating a dedicated development system for the PlayStation, curiously based on PC hardware, simpler and cheaper. From those exclusive research and development initial years, Psygnosis came up with two amazing franchises: Destruction Derby and Wipeout. Destruction Derby, developed by Reflections Interactive and directed by Martin Edmondson, creator of Shadow of the Beast, recalls in an interview that showing their first PlayStation game to Ken Kutaragi, the man considered as the father of the PlayStation itself, was quite amusing. He flew from Japan with a team of engineers to test firsthand one of the most important launch titles for Europe. Kutaragi smiled a lot and was really enthusiastic, and his one and only comment was that it would be great that the debris from the cars stayed on the track. The hardware was already pushed to its maximum, so it was a daunting task just to think about doing it. Nonetheless, the game was a huge success and, along with Wipeout, helped to cement PlayStation supremacy. Just before Destruction Derby, by September of '95, Wipeout was released, the very first PlayStation game from Psygnosis that was conceived, as stated by Lee Karras in an interview, after a drunken conversation between Nick Burkham and Jim Bowers in a pub in Hoxton. This futuristic racer with an amazing techno soundtrack featuring music from, for example, the Chemical Brothers, and with strong influences from Power Drum and F-Zero, grabbed every single one of us. Video games were, after all, also for adults. On PlayStation's first European year, 40% of total sales of video games were from Psygnosis titles. Now, that was an incredible achievement. Consequently, Psygnosis expanded, opening a few more satellite offices, also attracting some unhappy Microprose employees. Then, 3D Lemmings and Lomax came along, besides other also interesting titles like, for instance, the amazingly funny Discworld, that also spawned a year later a well-received sequel.
Are you looking at me lustfully?
Me? Madam, after a day like this? Not a chance.
Oh.
Formula 1 from Bizarre Creations, one of my favorite racing games on the PC back in '96, that features an awesome soundtrack which includes a few songs from a couple of Sony artists by that time, Joe Satriani and Steve Vai. My copy of the game came bundled with my Diamond Monster 3DFX card, and the first time I played it, I was simply blown away. The astonishing Alundra that, as you know, made me cry, swear, and throw DualShocks against pillows. The amazing Space Blaster Colony Wars that included, besides the awesome soundtrack by Tim Wright, 5 different endings. The mind-blowing and Blade Runner-inspired G-Police that was done whilst the same team was developing Overboard, with its Caribbean vibe and relaxed tunes. And inevitable sequels to Destruction Derby and Wipeout. Between all that good stuff, there were other horrible games just like this one that I have here. ODT, Escape or Die Trying, a really weird 3D adventure thing that recently saw its Nintendo 64 unreleased version being leaked online. Despite all the commercial success that Psygnosis games demonstrated, internally things weren't so bright. Sony was constantly changing directors, and competition between studios was highly incentivized, rather than helping each other's out. One of Psygnosis' founder, Ian Etherington, was consequently left off the company founded back in 1984. But he wouldn't rest, so after Imagine Software and Psygnosis, Ian and Martin Kenwright founded in '99 Evolution Studios, a studio that curiously made exclusive video games for Sony's still-to-come PlayStation consoles 2, 3 and 4, the WRC and MotorStorm franchises, and as well and more recently Drive Club. Back to Psygnosis, they would go on publishing many sequels for their greatest franchises, and as well, brand new IPs, until Sony decided to shut down all satellite offices by 2001, turning Psygnosis into SCE Studio Liverpool. They would go on for 11 more years, centering its development into the F1 license, releasing each year a new updated and improved game, now for the PlayStation 2 and for the 2006 edition, also available on Sony's PSP. 2007 was the year for their first venture into the brand new PlayStation 3, releasing the realistic and beautiful F1 Championship Edition with 6-axis compatibility, being this one the last F1 game from Studio Liverpool. Also, and along with the F1 games, the other franchise that was still going was Wipeout, that saw a huge commercial acclaim with both PS2 and PSP releases: Wipeout Fusion, Wipeout Pure, Wipeout Pulse, Wipeout HD and Wipeout HD Fury, and lastly, Wipeout 2048 for the PS Vita in 2012, the last game from Psygnosis / Studio Liverpool. So on the 22nd of August of that year, Sony closed the doors of SCE Studio Liverpool, formerly known as Psygnosis. Sony stated that they were focusing their investment plans on other studios that were working on new and more exciting projects. Psygnosis left us a legacy of awesome titles and franchises, giving at the same time the opportunity to small companies to prosper and emerge in this industry, being renowned today as the most successful in the business. With that said, every gamer bows to Psygnosis. Thank you so much. Hope you've enjoyed my look back at one of the most important names in the video gaming industry. Please take a look at my other videos related to Psygnosis and like, share and subscribe to the pixelthing. Thank you very much for watching and I'll see you all next week.
Hey guys, welcome back! Just like I did in the last couple of years, here's my 10 most played games that were released not in 2020, but in 1990, 30 years ago. It was around that time that I was simultaneously messing around with my ZX Spectrum 128K Plus 2A, with my brand new Amiga 500 and also with IBM compatible personal computers at school. So, many of the following games were experienced on more than one system, and as you'll notice, the arcade experience was determinant in most of my choices. Let's take a look. One of my favorite puzzle video games to play at the arcades and later at home on the ZX Spectrum and on the Commodore Amiga was Plotting. So many coins spent with this one, trying to get through all those levels that can sometimes really mess up with our brain. And that's a good thing. It was developed and published for arcades by Taito in 1989 and a year later ported to a ton of home systems from the good hands of Ocean Software. Besides that, was also re-released back in 2005 for the PS2, Xbox and the PC as part of the Taito Legends compilation. Another Taito Legend was also a puzzle game entitled Puzznik. It was even considered the 34th best game of all time for the Amiga. It's a tile-matching puzzle arcade game, also released in 1989 for arcades and a year later for a bunch of home systems, and it's a turn-based or hot seat 2-player game. Again, this one is highly addictive, so be careful!
Ocean Software was once again the company behind this faithful conversion of the arcade original. Even in 2003, a late PS1 version was released. Two really fun and addictive little games from those amazing folks at Taito. Again converted from the arcade original from 1989, Ivan Iron Man Stewart Super Off-Road is extremely fun and addictive to play with up to 3 players simultaneously, plus one more controlled by the computer. There are several off-road tracks with jumps, bumps, holes, water splashing, you name it. And those figure 8 tracks are a joy to blast through, and they just look like Destruction Derby death matches, trying to avoid the other opponents. Ivan Iron Man Stewart Super Off-Road is so much fun, and probably where my love for off-road racing started. I recall playing it first on a 386 machine back in school, and ended up loving it so much that I simply had to grab both the ZX Spectrum and Amiga versions. Another one that back in 2012 was included in the Midway Arcade Origins compilation for the PS3 and Xbox 360. Saint Dragon was so addictive, both on the arcades and on my ZX Spectrum, but was on the Amiga that I would later further explore it. It really lacks a deeper parallax scrolling effect, but the developer who ported the game just followed the exact same template of the arcade original from Jaleco, and that was a freaking awesome achievement. The game plays and sounds practically identical to the arcade game. Graphics are superbly drawn and colored, evoking the feel of playing the coin-op original. And despite the number of sprites on screen and the sheer size of the enemies, scrolling and animation moves at a pretty smooth pace. There isn't much to say about the plot of Saint Dragon. We play a cyborg warrior who has decided to rebel against the evil and oppressive forces of our tyrannical leaders. Like in RoboCop, we're part machine, part dragon, so I guess that we have feelings. I absolutely love Midnight Resistance on every single system to where it was ported. My favorite conversion is probably the one for the Sega Mega Drive Genesis, made by Data East themselves, but sadly, it was never released in Europe. Nowadays I can play it using my homemade arcade cabinet, but back then I could only enjoy it on the ZX Spectrum and on the Amiga. And it was awesome to see the arcade cabinet being featured in the second RoboCop movie. Ocean Software grabbed the license, and Special Effects was the team responsible for this conversion of such a highly popular coin-op game, at least here in Portugal. And I can't get this amazing soundtrack out of my mind. It's simply one of my favorites of all time. In this one, some nasty alien invaders have kidnapped our family. So obviously that our mission is to try and rescue them, going against a huge army of enemies, ranging from foot soldiers through to massive F-14s and huge floating heads that spit maggots. If you're familiar with the arcade original, you know that Midnight Resistance also offers multi-directional scrolling and huge backdrops, ranging from winding mountain trails to massive underground complexes. The two-player option remains intact, with the clever use of joystick control, allowing us to fire in 8 directions, regardless of which way we're traveling. Collecting keys dropped by the enemies will allow us to improve our firepower, and choosing the right weapon is crucial to advance in the game. It really plays like on an arcade cabinet, with huge and well-animated sprites along with smooth 8-way scrolling. Impressive! Whilst the first one was just a sort of technical demo showing off what the Amiga was capable of deliver, Shadow of the Beast 2 was, for me, the first real game in the series. And And despite the third chapter being my favorite one, I have also to mention this second entry in the series cause, well, it was one of my most played games back in 1990, when I was all over my Amiga 500. Again, we play as Arbron, but now in half-beast form, wandering the lands of Karamun in search of our kidnapped infant sister. Zelek, servant to Melitoth, was responsible for the kidnapping, and we have to obviously fight our way through in order to save her, solving a variety of puzzles, entering subquests, and defeat some nasty monsters. For this one, Reflections tried really hard to enhance the basic arcade action of the first game by implementing reactive enemies for improved combat scenarios, while simultaneously expanding on the adventure game component with the aforementioned puzzles, in-game dialogues with a conversation system, and an inventory that allows to select various collectible objects and weapons that we'll need to use throughout the game. Other versions were available for the Atari ST, for the Mega Drive and Mega CD, and even for the Japanese PC variant, the FM Towns, but this original Amiga version is still, for me, the beast. I mean, the best. The Lotus Spree was a dream car back in late 80s and early 90s, so it was a good starting point for a series of video games based around the Lotus brand. So by 1990, Magnetic Fields created the first game in the franchise, Lotus Spree Turbo Challenge, released by Gremlin Graphics, being really well received by the press and gamers of the time, in where I'm obviously included cause you know how addicted I am to the racing genre. In this one, we're allowed to race a Lotus Spree Turbo SE. Imagine that! Through 32 tracks. An extremely fun split-screen multiplayer mode is also available with a choice of audio tracks to go along with it. Each circuit is packed with turns and hills, and we must manage our fuel supply so that you can finish all the laps proposed, having to occasionally visit the pit stop for refueling. Besides overtaking the other opponents, we must avoid also various obstacles and hazards, depending on what scenario we're racing on. These hazards and obstacles can be in the form of slippery road surfaces with snow or puddles of water, wooden logs or roadblocks. Such an amazing game that paved the way for many that followed. A video game developer that got their chance in the video game business by the hands of Psygnosis was Raising Hell Software. And the title that awakened Psygnosis' interest was The Killing Game Show. It's a run-and-gun shooter in where we control a robot shooting everything that moves, trying to reach the exit on this maze of platforms. With such an awesome gameplay and superb music, the game would receive scores of around 90% in practically every Amiga-related magazine back then. It was even re-released a year later for the Sega Mega Drive Genesis, but under a different name, Fatal Rewind. Raising Hell Software was then purchased by Sega, who forced the developer to change its name cause the word Hell was kind of inadequate and sensitive to some people. So, Raising Hell Software became Bizarre Creations, developing later down the road awesome titles like Metropolis Street Racer, the Project Gotham Racing series, and Blur. I remember booting this game the first time up, not knowing what to expect. By its title, it sounded something like The Running Man with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, those were the days without internet and of pirated games with no manuals or other related stuff, in where we could have a glimpse to the game's plot or something even close to that. I guess that everyone on Earth played Golden Axe. It's one of the most fondly remembered video games ever, and also one of my first experiences on a DOS machine equipped with VGA graphics back in 1990 at school. With this amazing artwork and backstory that somewhat reminds me of the fantasy medieval scenario of Conan the Barbarian, from where the game was in fact inspired, we must guide our heroes across the besieged land of Uria, slaughter the main villain Death Adder, free the king and his daughter, and gain possession of the Golden Axe. Sounds simple, but Death Adder's foes are tough and have some of their own moves up their sleeves. Except these skeletons. And this Uria spot must be a very hot place, cause both Tyrese Flare, the Amazon chick, and Axe Battler, the Barbarian, spend the entire game walking around in their underwear. Okay, jokes aside, I can't simply recall other video game available till that time, in where we could cast magic spells, ride dragons and fight skeletons, all this on the backs of a giant turtle and of an eagle. Brilliant stuff!
I've seen this before.
The original Turrican grabbed me right when I first saw its loading screen, cause if you're familiar with the heaviest metal band in the world, you'll be able to identify right away the similarities. It was originally developed for the Commodore 64 and was highly praised in all technical aspects. It was extremely influenced by Metroid and Psychonix Oscar, and as you all are aware, we take control of a bioengineered warrior, originally fighting an AI antagonist called Morgul that in later games was swapped by an evil emperor called the Machine. I recall that there were some issues while converting the C64 original game to the Amiga. Rainbow Arts wanted both versions to be released at the same time, but because the Commodore 64 had a completely different architecture, another team was brought in to catch up and rewrite from scratch Turrican for the Amiga, a platform that was the most sought after in Europe by that time, in what home computers were concerned. And we can't praise Turrican solely for its beautiful graphics and top-notch gameplay. The Amiga soundtrack by Chris Ulsbeck is sure of amazing and simply goes wherever I go. Such a memorable game that should be enjoyed by every single one of you. And now, there's no excuse. A Turrican anthology is coming that will include an extremely rare version of Super Turrican, the true, complete and original SNES version that was cut out due to cartridge memory restrictions and now subtitled as Director's Cut. This version in particular was until now only available on the analog Super NT. And what about Pang? Another masterful conversion by Ocean France. Both the sprites and backgrounds have been superbly designed, using full color to capture the bright and cheerful appearance of the original game from Mitchell Corporation. Even when the screen is packed with balloons and creatures, the action is still swift and smooth as silk. As for sound and music, these are truly faithful to the arcade coin-op game. It's one of those titles that we just want to have a go again and again. In Pang, we embark on this journey through 18 different locations, shooting balloons as we go. A number of rounds is played at each of the locations at various times in the day. The balloons, being balloons, bounce around screens scattered with platforms and ladders, so our mission is to simply burst the balloons, destroying them completely, because these locations and their important landmarks are in danger if we don't do so. Shields and additional weapons will gradually become available to make the going a little easier, such as the Vulcan gun and the double harpoons. However, colliding with any of the various creatures that wander around disables the weapons for a short while. There's also a time limit to pop all those balloons, so better make it fast. I'll be covering the history of Ocean France in a future video, so plenty of reasons to stay glued to It's a Pixel Thing. These were the 10 games released back in 1990 that I've played the most on the systems that I owned by then, the ZX Spectrum 128K Plus 2A and the Amiga 500, but also at school at the computer class with IBM compatible PCs like the Schneider Euro PC2 and with other home systems like the Commodore 64 over at friends' houses. Please tell me down in the comments section below your favorite games from 1990 and on what systems you used to play them. I'm really curious to know. In the meanwhile, if you've enjoyed this video, you know the drill. So thank you very much for watching and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! Man, this distortion guitar tune is just timeless. So, who in late 80s didn't want to be a ninja? With so many martial arts movies coming out, it was perfectly normal that the video game industry of the time would follow that tendency. Set in the 20th century New York City, this action and puzzle adventure title, initially published by System 3 software for all home computers of the time, has the most beautiful isometric graphics ever seen on a Spectrum game. And it can be sometimes really frustrating with some highly complicated puzzles to solve, but with some persistence we will triumph and defeat once and for all the main villain, Kunitoki. Or maybe not? There was a limited edition of Last Ninja 2 that inside the box offered also a ninja mask and a soft plastic shuriken. Unfortunately, I never got my hands on one of those. The Ninja Gaiden franchise comes a long way. Played so freaking much the arcade original from 1988 that, as you know, here in Europe was known as Shadow Warriors, that, being such a huge arcade smash, ended up being ported in early 90s to the most popular home computers and consoles. So I obviously got my hands on a pirated copy of the Amiga version and I simply loved it. 16 years after the original arcade game, Team Ninja resurrected Ninja Gaiden and produced this amazing and extremely violent game that even got censored in some regions. It may have a really poor story attached and camera views can be frustrating, but the intense action compensates all that. An official online Master Ninja tournament took place across North America, Europe and Japan, with thousands of players competing for a place in the live final, which was held during the 2004's Tokyo Game Show. This is a really difficult game and save spots are few and far between, but again, the combat sequences alone are worth it. Ninja Gaiden is one of the few video games that has the power to make us feel like we've conquered something great. Shadow Warriors was Ninja Gaiden's European title, released back in 1988, and was curiously and almost simultaneously developed and released alongside its home console counterpart for the NES. Even so, the two are distinct versions of the game with just a few similarities. I only managed to play the NES version over at a friend's house and found it extremely difficult, so I've always preferred the arcade version. Also played the ZX Spectrum and the Amiga ports back in the day, and the latter is a pretty solid one that obviously came from the masters in arcade conversions, Ocean Software. The game takes place in United States locations such as Las Vegas, Los Angeles, the Grand Canyon, North Carolina and Brooklyn, and there is a boss fight at the end of each one. We play as Ryu Hayabusa, whose mission is to avenge the death of his father. He soon discovers an evil and supernatural conspiracy intended to unleash a terrifying evil upon the earth. The attract mode from the arcade cabinet is iconic, but even more iconic is the continue screen, where our character is tied to a table while a circular saw is being lowered towards him, begging for more coins to be inserted. Ryu's life is in our hands. This arcade version is also included as a hidden bonus game in Ninja Gaiden Black, exclusive to the original Xbox and released back in 2005. Bad Dudes came at a time when movies featuring ninjas were all over the place, mainly with the American Ninja franchise starring Michael Dudikoff. And needless to say, I wanted to be like him. I wanted to be a freaking ninja. And I love games with ninjas. Bad Dudes vs Dragon Ninja, or just Bad Dudes, or simply Dragon Ninja, offers 6 levels of intense action, beating foes over and over to complete each level. Obviously that a game like this would have an end-level boss, 2-player co-op and power-ups like extra health, extra time and weapons. We start off in Washington DC, where President Ronnie was kidnapped by the evil Dragon Ninja. This reference to President Ronnie, or Ronald Reagan, was removed from the NES port and changed to simply the President, cause Nintendo of America did not allow political content in their games. And besides the NES, Bad Dudes vs Dragon Ninja was ported to practically all computers and consoles of the time. Never had a chance to play the Ninja Warriors at the arcades, but loved it on the ZX Spectrum and later on the Amiga. And I guess that it was the intro music that really grabbed my attention. Even so, this plain and repetitive gameplay is perfect for this type of controller. The huge success of Sunset Riders led to Konami's decision of using that exact same template and release 2 years later Mystic Warriors that offers that exact same mechanics, but in a different and futuristic setting that even pays an homage to its older brother right in the beginning of the game. So we play as one of 5 ninjas presented and must find our way through these enemy-infested levels, accompanied by a freaking amazing soundtrack playing in the background. Enemies and bosses attack us not only from the sides, but also from the top and bottom of the screen, and there's a few interesting weapons and power-ups to send them back to where they came. Ninja Spirit is another almost arcade-perfect port in where we have the ability to create shadow copies of ourselves, mimicking our every move. It was one of the early games that showed all the system's graphical power with multi-layered backgrounds and giant bosses. Its solid control system is what makes Ninja Spirit a winner, with fast-paced action and awesome and ingenious power-ups in where we have to hunt down an evil enemy and avenge the death of the father of the main protagonist. Besides the original arcade version, this port also offers a friendlier PC Engine mode in which a handy health bar is present. Very welcome, cause in the arcade mode, and just like in the original game, a simple touch from an enemy means instant death. The TurboGrafx version of Ninja Spirit was the first game in history to receive a 10 out of 10 in Electronic Gaming Monthly. So it seems that no one talks about this, but in Europe, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was known as Teenage Mutant Euro Turtles, cause some brilliant mind thought that the word ninja was just way too violent for our European fragile minds. Just can't quite know why. On screen is splashed the altered logo and the music playing is the exact same old song from the animated series repeating ninja over and over again.
Hang on, April!
But never mind, it was my first experience with a 4-player arcade video game, and that's not just one more video game, it's one of the greatest titles ever made for arcades, and seeing all 4 turtles in action is so overwhelming that it looks like if we're part of an episode of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated series in which the game is based. So we have to rescue Splinter and the lovely April, and for that we must fight our way through hordes of foot soldiers and face the Turtles' worst enemies. It's still for me the best Turtles video game ever. What an awesome evolution from the original Shinobi video game! At least that's what I think. The introduction of the attack dog was a feature that blew my mind. The possibility to send our best friend in front, scouting the terrain, simply added a bit of strategy to this action-packed title. But please bear in mind that if you take too long to kill the enemy being beaten, your most beloved friend can be hurt and turned into a puppy, leaving his master on his own for the rest of the level, or when he disables one of the many time bombs scattered throughout the level. In the end of each stage, there's the usual boss confrontation, in where we are unable to rely on the dog's loyalty. So, we're on our own again. And the train level, in which the train itself speeds up through the city, is so awesome and keeps the adrenaline levels really elevated. Revenge of Shinobi was awesome, but I've enjoyed a lot more this third chapter, Return of the Ninja Master. Our trustful ninja has now new skills: flying kicks, swing across ceilings, ride horses, and even surf. Yeah, isn't this dude the coolest ninja ever? This title was in development for about 4 years, something unthinkable back in early 90s, but the wait was worth it, cause for me, it's the best Shinobi game to ever see the light of day. So, prepare yourselves for 7 levels of Furries martial arts awesomeness. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in my next video. Cheers! Hey guys, welcome back. You know how fanatic I am for the racing genre. Cars, motorcycles, trucks, bicycles, it doesn't matter. If it has at least 2 wheels, I wanna play it. So, here's my personal 10 favorite racing games from the past generation. Let's take a look. Please bear in mind that this is my personal list, with my own choices and preferences attained by the hundreds of hours spent with each, and not based on what other people say all over the internet, so feel free to drop your favorites down in the comment section below. Let's start with a couple of huge disappointments, and with Overpass, that had a really good opportunity to make a difference. When I'm willing to try a specific racing game, my mindset is towards what it has promised to be in the first place, within its own subgenre. Most of the times, Overpass fails to get the premise it set out to offer, and because of that, I still need to travel all the way back to the year 2000 to experience a game with a similar but way more satisfying experience. Don't get me wrong, Overpass can be fun and enjoyable, but at the same time extremely frustrating because of its odd physics that can ruin that specific experience, mainly on those more technical tracks. Check my complete review if you missed it. Another gigantic disappointment was Dirt 5, that can also be featured in this video, cause it's also available for PS4 and Xbox One, so technically it's a last-gen game. And oh boy, what a disappointment it was! On PC and graphically speaking, it's a gorgeous game, no doubt, but its extremely repetitive gameplay is so bland, with absolutely no feeling whatsoever, that I just want to complete it ASAP and move on. What the hell were they thinking when placing these invisible sidewalls? It's 2021 for God's sake! I recall being completely overwhelmed when Colin McRae 3 introduced breakable ribbons on the side of the road. And where's that so hyped Morostorm inspiration? It's nowhere to be seen. And what about that deformable terrain present not only in the Morostorm franchise, but also in 2007 Sega Rally? That was 14 years ago! Damn it, so sad. I have also two honorable mentions to announce, and the first one goes to Baja Edge of Control HD. Yeah, why not? This was the generation of remakes and remasters, and I can recall a few that were praised by the gaming press and gamers alike. So, and despite also having played to exhaustion the original game back from September of 2008, both on the Xbox 360 and on the PlayStation 3, I simply had to grab and finish also the PlayStation 4 and PC HD versions released in late 2017, cause you know how important this game was when my kid was born. If you don't know that, it's because you don't follow my channel as you should. Besides that, it's one of the best off-road games ever made. I've already reviewed the original game a few years back, so if you're interested, you know where to find it. The second honorable mention has to go to Art of Rally, with its gorgeous graphical style and minimalistic approach to this particular form of motorsport, and undeniably heart-pumping soundtrack. The driving model is really good, and the beauty in its handling is in its simplicity. We just need to master braking and drifting, but these undulating tracks distracting us with their beauty and cunning successions of corners and jumps are a constant test of our reflexes. No matter where we go, the view is unquestionably stunning. The low poly style combined with the lighting and vibrant colors makes for a beautiful game. Also, check my full review if you missed it. Now let's move on to my top 10 preferences and to the games I've spent more time with, both on the PC and on the PlayStation 4. Obviously that I've played other racing games on these systems and on the Nintendo Switch, but none really grabbed my attention that much. Also, I don't own an Xbox One, cause my PC is a better alternative to Microsoft's console, and every game I want to play end up also being released on PC. TT Isle of Man Right on the Edge 2 is one of the few asphalt racers featured in this list that really grabbed me. And let me start by saying this: no other racing video game manages to give you such a sense of speed. And the audio really helps to immerse ourselves even more. There's effective wind noise that changes as we blast past different objects, combined with strong force feedback and a highly strung engine. Our eyes will start bleeding really soon due to all the focus and concentration required. If we make a mistake, we'll likely hit a wall or a house at 200 km per hour. These roads are littered with bumps, trees, walls, buildings, odd cambers and other immovable objects. Alongside the stunning course and frankly incredible speed sensation is the vehicle handling. If you're after an arcade motorcycle game, this isn't the one. In TT Isle of Man 2, finishing a race without falling once is an incredible achievement. In the first hours of gameplay, it's an impossible task, be aware of that. But when we start nailing those curves at high speed and avoiding trackside objects, we'll be ready to face the real challenges. Again, check my full review if you're interested. Back in 2014 we had a new entry in the Trials franchise, Trials Fusion, a game that still has the power to hold myself hostage for hours in a row, both on the PC and on my PlayStation 4. In 2019 Trials Rising followed, but honestly, didn't grab me as much. It was even given away last Christmas.
Last Christmas, I gave you my heart.
For free by Ubisoft. But the futuristic setting of Fusion is probably what makes me coming back to it over and over. I own this complete pack, the awesome Max Edition, that features a ton of extra content that were released as a series of DLCs during its lifespan. So there's plenty of stuff to keep us entertained for quite some time. The game is set in the year 2042, after an object fell from the sky and changed our world. And while playing, so many other things are happening in the background. It really has the power to grab my complete attention, trying to absorb all the details. Such an amazing game that I've reviewed in the early days of the channel. I invite you all to check it out. That way you'll witness how far this channel has come. V-Rally 4 has probably some of the most amazing fictional tracks ever in a rally game, packed with adrenaline and incredible and overwhelming views. Just look at it, and be extremely careful not to end up falling down these cliffs in Monument Valley. V-Rally 4 is a huge underrated game from the makers of the current official WRC games, Kiloton. It features a few different racing disciplines and a pretty decent campaign, but sadly, it received so many poor reviews that simply pushed players away from it. But it can be a lot of fun, mainly in its own online multiplayer mode, and honestly, it totally deserves a look. Nowadays I'm a bit saturated by racing games that takes place in closed circuits 100% over asphalt, that try to be as close to reality as possible, so be advised, you won't find stuff like Gran Turismo Sport, Forza Motorsports or Project Cars in this list. I've played them all, but they simply didn't grab me as much as the games featured in this video.
Left 5 and brake left 250.
As you might remember, a brand new IP from Evolution Studios was being developed and scheduled for release alongside the PS4 back in 2013, but ended up suffering various delays and was only released a year later by October of 2014. When Drive Club was finally on store shelves, it ended up crushed by the press that stated that it was incomplete and filled with problems regarding its online mode. Can't really say anything related to that, cause I only bought my very own PS4 in July of 2016, and by that time, all issues were totally solved. As you know, all that bad press and negative feedback from players led to the dismemberment of Evolution Studios, starting by letting off more than 50 employees in March of 2015, and a year later, the main door was completely and forever closed by Sony. Check my retrospective and complete history of Evolution Studios to know more. I truly love this game, and for me, it's still one of the best looking games on the system. And it plays awesome with a PS4 controller. So in this one we compete in events all around the world in standard races, time trials, drifting events, championship tournaments in Canada, Norway, India, Scotland, Chile and Japan, offering an amazing day and night cycle and weather system. If you haven't played this one, well, you should! Forza Horizon 3 is pretty amazing and for me more appealing than Horizon 4, cause, well, deserts, sand, that sort of thing. Again, I'm not a fan of racing games that forces you to drive over asphalt 100% of the time. I drive my real car on real asphalt every single day on my way to work, back home, etc. So on any chance that I have, I grab my mountain bike and go exploring the wilderness. The same happens in video games. If I have the chance to go off-road, that's where you'll find me. Even so, I had a lot of fun with both installments, but my thoughts on Forza Horizon 4, is that it should have been released as a sort of DLC for Horizon 3, or even as a standalone DLC at a reduced price, just like The Lost Legacy was in relation to Uncharted 4. It's pretty much the same thing, only on a different setting and environment, so yeah. As for more serious racers out there, Dirt Rally 2.0 is the pinnacle in graphics, physics and handling in what rally games are concerned, and it only fails to be the best in that department, simply because it doesn't feature the full WRC calendar and it's crammed with paid DLCs. Shame on you, Codemasters, and now that you've sold your soul to Electronic Arts, I can only expect the worst. I just hope that by 2023, time when a WRC license is expected to be in your dirty hands, you think of a different direction to respect its fan base created around the previous official games, not only from Kiloton, but also prior to that from Milestone and Evolution Studios. With all that said, Dirt Rally 2.0 is a really excellent rally game that followed the steps of its older brother that paved the way for the success of the Dirt Rally series within the main Dirt series, if it makes sense.
Into 6 left, tightens of a crest. Into 6 right of a crest.
And that obviously leads me to WRC 9, the most faithful representation of the World Rally Championship, with teams, cars and locations of last year's calendar, even if it was cut down due to this freaking horrible pandemic that simply insists on staying with us. So with all that in mind, let's take a ride on these gorgeous New Zealand landscapes, probably the only place in the world where we can wander around free and safe without COVID or coronavirus stuck in our minds. WRC 9 isn't as pretty and doesn't perform as well as Dirt Rally 2.0, but it features a complete championship, so we don't have to pay more for extra stuff considered as essential for the complete experience. In comparison with the previous installment, I've noticed a slight upgrade in the environmental lighting, on the sensation of depth, and on the attention to detail with believable shadows, dust and sun reflections on surfaces. Tiny details, I know, but these are proof that Kiloton indeed took their time to implement their expertise all around this new entry in the series, taking it to a slightly higher level. And apart from that, were contemplated with 3 completely new rallies: New Zealand, Kenya and Japan. So in total we have 13 totally different environments to race on through the course of over 100 stages, from which over 30 are completely new. I'm yet to try the PS5 version of WRC 9, so, and while that doesn't happen, I'll continue to go flat out on my trustworthy PS4. Again, my complete review of WRC 9 is available. Check it out.
17 for finish.
Gravel is such an underrated game, and I truly believe that Milestone is already working on a sequel. I'm crossing my fingers. This one is so much fun, in the likes of Sega Rally, so if you enjoy truly 100% arcade racing stuff, I'm certain that you'll love Gravel. So many awesome locations to explore, but as you know, I'm obsessed with the desert, with Dakar-like stuff. So these particular tracks in Namibia are a treat for me, with rocky formations to dodge, tunnels to drive through, and plenty of sand. So much fun indeed, and you'll find a ton other incredible places with mud, water, gravel, you name it, with also a pretty awesome variety of vehicles and disciplines to embrace. The only downside is that the career mode is a bit short, something that all petrol heads will finish in less than 5 hours. But in my honest opinion, it's totally worth it. As you know, this was a generation of paid DLCs, so for Gravel, there are also available a couple more chapters and car packs to be added to the game, but follow my example and buy those only on sale. At least these unique episodes, Colorado River and Ice and Fire. Gravel was also reviewed here on It's a Pixel Thing, feel free to check it out if you missed it. You won't find a racing game like Dakar 18. The driving physics are indeed all messed up, I totally agree with that. But Dakar 18 isn't just another standard racing game. As I said prior, when I play a specific racing game, my mindset is towards what that particular game was set out to be in the first place, and Dakar 18 promised to be a navigation and orientation simulation, and it really is, a truly realistic one. When I see myself lost somewhere in the middle of the desert, panic can easily set in. I can really feel that in my own skin. There's no music playing on the radio. My navigator insists on not helping me at all. And when I get stuck in awkward situations like this one, the anxiety levels go through the roof. Mainly because no one is willing to rescue me as hard as I try. Dakar 18 is really different from everything else and tailored for fans of the real race that are familiar with its own specific set of rules. So if you're in the mood of crashing through brick walls like if they were sheets of paper, not suffering any damage, better look somewhere else. In the end of the day, even having the problems that he had with the driving mechanics, Dakar 18 is indeed a racing game, cause we have to race from point A to point B, nailing through that process every single checkpoint to avoid penalties that can ruin the overall time. And the way to enjoy it fully has to be in its legend mode, the extreme and complete navigation experience, cause again, it's what this game is about. Truly looking forward for Dakar 21 that will be released later this year and will include physics from the Mud Runner series. Oh yeah, it will be incredible. In the meanwhile, and while that doesn't happen, check my full review of Dakar 18. And the only reason for Dakar 18 not being on the top spot of my favorite racing games from the past generation is because we had Wreckfest. This is by miles the most fun and enjoyable racing game we had, at least in this last decade. This is obviously my own and personal opinion based again on my experience and not on what other people say, think or believe. I supported this game day one, still in early access on Steam and originally called the Next Car game. It came from the hands of Bugbear, the guys behind the, let's say, original Flatout series. In between we had also Flatout 4, also during this past generation, but coming from another developer that ended up messing up the series' own mystique. As for Wreckfest, it's basically a fest of wrecking. And it's hard to imagine that this game almost got lost and forgotten due to a failed Kickstarter campaign. There are so many titles out there not only related to the racing genre that have the support from huge companies with astronomical marketing campaigns that simply end up being a complete mess, and Bugbear, practically on their own, offered us this game that is simply one of the best ever made in the whole video gaming scene. One of my 1000 games to play before you die sort of thing. Highly recommended, and online is so much fun. Another title that I had the extreme pleasure to review. What a ride!
É só verdalhada!
So here you have it, my favorite racing games from the past generation that offered me hundreds of hours of extreme fun and enjoyment. Many others were played, tried out, experienced, lived and hated, but these were indeed the ones that left that stain, that mark, that drop of sweat, making me come back to them time and time again. Let me know down in the comment section below your personal favorites, I'm really curious to know. In the meanwhile, if you've enjoyed this episode, you know the drill. So thank you very much for watching and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers!
Don't touch that dog.
Back in 1987, gaming's first rock stars burst onto the scene. Based in Wapping, East London, the Bitmap Brothers was founded by Mike Montgomery, Eric Matthews and Steve Kelly, and their intention right from the start was to get the names of the coders, artists, designers and musicians out there, the ones that really put in the hard work. Publishers were taking all the credit and didn't want to promote the people who created those games. But it all began with Mike's obsession for computers. He bought some software and learned how to code in his spare time. Soon after applied for a job just to find out how good he was at his hobby. He was hired and soon after was earning more money than on his previous job and quickly became lead programmer managing his own team. In 1988 came their first game, Xenon, an overhead vertically scrolling shooter that was created on the Atari ST, receiving huge exposure on the Saturday morning kids show Get Fresh as a play-by-phone game where kids would shout directional and shooting commands to a blindfolded player. This is that kind of publicity that money simply couldn't buy back in those days. Mike made some work for free for a person who used a Commodore Amiga to do a game show on TV. So, and while on a meeting with the producers of Get Fresh, the idea of playing a video game on TV was discussed. Needless to say that the favor was returned. On Xenon, the Bitmap Brothers were credited on the intro screen, while Eric's face appeared in at the start saying Sector 1. On the back of the box is mentioned that Xenon was a mega creation from the Bitmap Brothers, and this was just the beginning. Xenon became a hit, not only on all of the major 8 and 16-bit computers of the time, but in the arcades also. Yes, Xenon even had an arcade machine version released through Mastertronic's Arcadia division, which ran on Commodore Amiga hardware. All this exposure and mediatic coverage gave them bargaining power for its next game, Speedball, a violent approach to handball mixed with American football and ice hockey, also heavily influenced by the movie Rollerball, set in this futuristic cyberpunk ambience, a game that took just 6 weeks to code and 4 more months to fine-tune. The Bitmap Brothers would now enter an iron fist challenge with the publishers they approached, and the only one that ended up accepting their demands was ImageWorks, a publishing label of Mirrorsoft, which was in turn a division of Mirror Group newspapers owned by Robert Maxwell. So the deal consisted in giving the Bitmap Brothers full control over all aspects of the game, from the title itself to the size and position of its logo on the box, and even to the way it was sold in shops. Their position and reputation in the gaming industry was, at this point, grounded and established. Speedball was a tremendous hit, ending up receiving the Golden Joystick Game of the Year award in 1989, and the developers themselves named the best 16-bit programmers, featuring also the artistic talents of Mark Coleman and David Whittaker. It showcased the studio's trademark chrome visual style, an intentional artistic choice, especially effective on the 16-bit home computers that would make their games unique in terms of aesthetics as well as gameplay. It was first released for the Commodore Amiga and the Atari ST in November of 1988, and later ported to DOS, Commodore 64 and the Sega Master System. The NES also got its own port, but released under a different name, Clash Ball. At this point, the team moved to a converted warehouse in the Metropolitan Wharf on the north of the Thames, a large space for them to develop their dreams and invest their money on, taking advantage of the cheap deal that Mike managed to sign regarding its annual rent. The days of developing games on suburban bedrooms were definitely over. For Bitmap to stand out from the crowd even more, and slightly following the steps of Imagine Software, Robert Maxwell, owner of the Mirror Group, offered to lend his helicopter as background for a photo shoot. So Mike, Eric and Steve posed like pop stars wearing fashion items like leather jackets, shades and t-shirts, sending these pictures to magazines for them to print next to their upcoming games, rather than simply placing a screenshot or of some coder hunched over his keyboard in his small apartment bedroom. An image of luxury, of wealth and coolness was created around the trio, but they weren't getting that much personal money. And practically all that they were making was put on for development of their next big hit.
Welcome to Xenon 2 by the Bitmap brothers.
Originally designed by the Bitmaps, it was coded by the assembly line on an IBM PC and then ported to the Atari ST, followed by the Amiga version and again published by Imageworks in September of '89. Their coolness was once more cemented now using a heart-pumping soundtrack by Tim Simenon, a DJ known as Bomb the Bass, that also arose in 1987 with his debut single Beat This. Mega Blast was used for the Xenon sequel as both the loading music and in more simplified form, as a background tune while playing. David Whittaker completed the process, sampling and resequencing the song for use in the game. This groundbreaking maneuver would allow to enforce the bond between the developer and Rhythm King Records, so by doing that, Bitmap's games started to be advertised on other media outside the one exclusively dedicated to the gaming-related industry. In the meanwhile, artist Dan Malone, coming from Palace Software, arrived to witness that cool vibe that circulated inside that warehouse, something that he was also totally into, and his skills as a graphical artist would perfectly complement those of Mark Coleman, establishing at this point the visual style that became a trademark of the Bitmap Brothers games. Dan always wanted to work for the Bitmap Brothers, and finally his dream became reality, showing off all of his talent on Speedball 2 Brutal Deluxe. He had a lot of creative freedom, and the general idea was that Speedball 2 should be bigger and better than the original. And it really was. It received nearly perfect reviews, and it was released featuring audio and effects by Richard Joseph, working with music written by a former member of The Fall, Simon Rogers, who was working with John Fox as part of the group Nation 12. Speedball 2 was released in 1990, around the same time as Cadaver, an isometric fantasy adventure that had players navigate through levels by collecting and combining objects, solving puzzles and killing enemies. The developer was aiming for something like Dungeon Master, but by its looks, players thought that it would be similar to Night Lore. During its long development process, Cadaver was called Aneka because it was all about hunting for treasure, and around that time, the British popular Channel 4 TV show Treasure Hunt was co-hosted by Aneka Rice. The name actually stuck until quite late on, when Imageworks came up with a more intriguing title of Cadaver. It was available on the Commodore Amiga, on the Atari ST and on DOS, and sadly didn't perform as well as other games. It was also the last game that they've published under Imageworks. The relation between the two parties began to crumble still during the development of Speedball 2. 1991 was the Year of Gods, a platformer designed by Eric Matthews and Steve Tall, with a game score again by Nation 12. Comic book artist Simon Beasley drew the cover, while the developers worked on AI that would take into account the player's position and their level of skill. This time around it was released by Renegade, a new company set up by the Bitmap Brothers in conjunction with Heath and Adele Nosdar of Rhythm King Records and a former employee of Telecomsoft and Mirrorsoft, Tom Watson. It was in part a continued desire for better treatment of developers, but also a reaction to Mirrorsoft's demise. On November 5, 1991, Robert Maxwell, owner of the Mirror Group, went missing from his private yacht, to be found dead off the coast of the Canary Islands. The whole Mirror Group operation went into administration and all Microsoft employees were made redundant. A small number of games from different developers failed to find a new publisher and disappeared completely. Fortunately to some, Renegade reached out and would now handle the distribution not only of their own titles, but as well as those of a few other developers that had partnered with Microsoft in the past, like Graft Gold and Sensible Software. Games like Sensible Soccer, Fire and Ice, Uridium 2, Turrican 3, Elfmania, Rough and Tumble and Flight of the Amazon Queen, just to name a few, were all published by Renegade, and all highly praised by the press and gamers alike across Europe, thanks also to a deal that was in the meanwhile signed with Mindscape International. But back to the Bitmap Brothers games. The second one, released by Renegade still in 1991, was Magic Pockets, designed by Sean Griffiths with music by Betty Boo. Sean was a huge fan of Xenon 2, and he eventually went on board the Bitmaps because he used to work at Palace Software along with Dan Malone, so on one of their many night outs, they bumped into each other and the rest is history. Just like Xenon, Magic Pockets was also featured on a British TV show called Motormouth, where people would call and shout, walk, zap or jump in order to win prizes. By 1993, the Chaos Engine came out, designed by Eric Matthews and Simon Knight, with graphics produced by Dan Malone featuring some of the earliest use of interactive music, compliments of Richard Joseph. The title theme was composed by the British DJ duo Joy, of Bangladeshi origin, and then stated in an interview, and I quote, "Music enhanced the graphics and gameplay, and there is nothing more powerful than sound to create mood." Wise words. It was the team's tribute to one of the greatest arcade games to see the light of day, Gauntlet, but with its own vibe, made with its own ideas and formed of its own generation. Gauntlet provided the spark, but the Bitmap Brothers gave it fuel, oxygen and a nice ring of rocks to stop the metaphorical fire from spreading out of control. The Amiga was where it would shine, even with an enhanced AGA version, soon being also ported to DOS, the Atari ST, SNES and the Mega Drive. In these two last systems, the Preacher was replaced by the Scientist, and in the US was known as Soldiers of Fortune. 3 years later, the Chaos Engine 2 was released solely for the Amiga, and by then the platform was seen by publishers as a dead system. Commodore went bankrupt 2 years prior to this release. Even Amiga-related magazines such as Amiga Power and The One didn't survive to review it. The gaming public moved onto the PlayStation and the Saturn, while the PC had already established itself in the computer gaming market. The Bitmaps were a group of friends who bonded in the pubs, nightclubs and road skate together. By late 90s, companies were starting to be run by accountants instead of creative people passionate for this industry. Even so, the Bitmap Brothers stood to their ground and remained independent. So by 1996, the team was starting to dismember itself. After producing additional work for Zed, Dan Malone left the team because he was starting to lose the creative freedom he had before. These were really hard times for the Bitmaps. By 1999, Ed Bartlett, a huge fan of the Bitmaps growing up, joined the team working as a tester on Speedball 2100 before becoming a designer on Zed's Steel Soldiers and coming up with the concept and level design of Xenon 2000 Project PCF. Working at the Bitmap Brothers felt like being part of a family rather than a business. By this time, many of the original team and collaborators were still active, but in the meanwhile, two of the Bitmaps founders, Eric and Steve, left the company after working on Zed's Steel Soldiers. Eric embraced a new challenge as design and content manager for Sony Computer Entertainment Europe, and Steve didn't code another game until this point. Even so, new members were arriving and joining in to embrace the present and future of gaming and of the Bitmap brothers family, like Anthony Bowler, who became a programmer for the team still in 2001 and recalls that their spirit remained quite old school. Anthony worked on Speedball Arena, a follow-up to Speedball 2100, trying to revive the spirit of Speedball, now as an esports title, even managing to strike a deal with Epic for the use of their Unreal Engine, showing to the world that Epic's engine wasn't merely a tool to develop FPS titles. Speedball Arena got to a playable state with players, animations, early AI, replays and even sound and music, but it was unfortunately cancelled. The last major success from the Bitmap brothers came in 2003 with World War II Frontline Command, created in collaboration with Codemasters, but this partnership ended up facing some difficulties at a fairly late stage. As history tells us, the project was concluded, but released by Deep Silver instead. The Bitmap brothers also ended up porting to PC 3 Namco games, Dead to Rights, Killswitch and Pac-Man World 2. Speedball 2 Tournament came along in November of 2007, exclusively for Windows, a sequel to Speedball 2 Brutal Deluxe, published by Frogster Interactive Pictures and developed by Kiloton. All steps in the development of the game were supervised by Mike Montgomery, but failed to achieve the success of previous titles in the series. It was quickly delisted from Steam without any plausible reason. Mike Montgomery was, in the meanwhile, the only founding member that would still retain the rights to the Bitmap Brothers games and has overseen the release of Speedball 2 Evolution, Z and the Chaos Engine in recent years. Back in 2004, teamed up with John Hare from Sensible Software and John Phillips, former technical director at the Bitmap Brothers, to fund Tower Studios to develop mobile games before smartphones took over the market, porting Sensible Soccer and Cannon Fodder and also releasing British Lions Rugby. Then John Hare took sole control in 2009 and Mike went on working as a consultant and freelancer for Slightly Mad Studios on the Project Cars series. The good days ended, but their spirit lived on in a few releases in recent times, including a mobile version of Z in 2011, Speedball 2 Evolution in 2012 for Android, the Chaos Engine in 2013 for PC, Linux and Mac, Speedball 2 HD also in 2013 for PC, and Gods Remastered in late 2018, initially for PC and Xbox One, soon followed by PS4 and Nintendo Switch in March of 2019. By November of that same year, Rebellion Developments acquired the Bitmap Brothers' back catalog, so we'll most likely witness a revival of their greatest titles in the following years in the form of remasters, remakes, or who knows, brand new games based on the most beloved Bitmaps franchises. Looking back, the Bitmap Brothers' heyday came during the 16-bit era, with its unique style and high difficulty, 30 times harder if you had a pirated copy of a Bitmaps title. Their games were always setting the standards graphically, technologically, and in terms of gameplay, both for the Commodore Amiga and the Atari ST, and it's unquestionable that they created many memorable in-game characters across their titles. Who could forget Barry, Colin, Justin, etc. in Speedball 2? The Preacher, Thug, Navy, Gentleman, Mercenary and Brigand in the Chaos Engine, or Zod in Z. Most of their games were a nod to science fiction and fantasy, something that back in those days would appeal to a truly high percentage of gamers. It was a straight shot. Thank you very much for watching and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! I'm gonna be honest, I didn't exactly enjoy the previous official Supercross game from Milestone, perhaps because I played the PlayStation 4 version instead of the better one available for PC, and Monster Energy Supercross 2 from 2019 offered me a more immersive and, above all, extremely fun experience. But what about this new entry in the series? Let's find out. Inevitably comparing it to last year's game, the third in the series, several novelties were introduced. A totally revised career mode is now available with more than 20 official teams and a new skill tree character development, which, by the way, makes us feel like the greatest of noobs in these sort of things, even already being vaccinated with the previous games of the franchise. At the start of the races, we can even manage to position ourselves in front of the pack, but just a slight push from one of our opponents, a fall that could have been perfectly avoided, or simply a poorly calculated jump, causes despair and frustration that takes control over ourselves, sending us to the last places. It is imperative to take into account that this is a very physical and high-contact sport, in part due to the own nature of the tracks where all this frantic action takes place. Obviously that in career mode we start from scratch as a fairly inexperienced rider and in a team with scarce resources. As we complete events, even finishing last in all of them, we gain skill points that are extremely useful to evolve the most varied aspects of piloting. Venturing in special events, completing specific trainings and fulfilling the constant objectives of the journal are other ways to obtain those skill points. The goal is to reach the prestigious 450 SX class, and along this route we will face the largest number of professional riders ever present in this franchise, more than 100, and where by requests from the community we can also play as Ken Roczen, nowadays considered as one of the best riders in the Queen class of Supercross. With regard to the number of tracks available, Supercross 4 offers all 11 stadiums and 17 tracks from the 2020 season, which also includes the 7 Salt Lake City variants. As stated earlier, the route to be champion is long, steep and packed with obstacles. Our career begins in the brand new starting class entitled Supercross Futures, and each rider's performance is affected by their own skill, dexterity and perseverance. To improve these very important aspects, we need, of course, to achieve such skill points. Supercross 4 also brings a more advanced and intuitive track editor with new modules, as well as additional cosmetic customization options that allows us to express our creativity and subsequently share with the community. These modules were built directly from the official tracks present in the 2020 championship, and among them we'll find the start line and finish line structures. Also present is a new compound, a kind of amusement park for motorcycle freaks, which allows free exploration along with up to 3 other friends, a beautiful location inspired by the islands of Maine in the region of New England, USA. 1 MX and 4 SX tracks can also be explored and enjoyed at this adrenaline-fueled testing and training site, as well as a variety of challenges and collectibles that unlock additional equipment. Speaking of additional equipment, more than 110 official brands of visual and performance items are waiting to be used and abused for both riders and motorcycles, from complete suits, boots, glasses, helmets and neck braces to suspensions, rims, exhausts, tires, brakes, handlebars, saddles, rear sprockets, hand grips and hand guards. Online mode is always welcome in this type of games, although when this review was put together, the servers were always empty. However, the promise of pure multiplayer fun is something to take into account, with exclusively dedicated Amazon servers, as these tracks with real riders going through them and with all the detail and information to be processed makes the whole experience addictive for those who play and demanding for the service provider. A race director mode is also promised for after the game's final release on March 11. Traditionally, in these games, there are always other ways to pick and play immediately, without the need to create a pilot and to subject himself to a long and painful career in this branch of motorsport. Single event and championship are also available, where we can jump right away to the upper classes and choose one of the many official riders and teams of the 2020 season, immediately starting this adventure without worrying about skill points, with the need for upgrades to the rider and the bike, with training sessions and special events, and with everything else mentioned prior. It is the fastest and most effective way to get to know the tracks and their traps. Sounds and music follows the same path of previous installments, and the rider response and the feedback it transmits us is pretty damn good, excluding a few awkward movements after some sporadically tight maneuvers. Something I noticed and even missed was the lack of dynamic weather effects, particularly with regard to rain during the event. I missed it because I've always been an expert rider in these most adverse conditions, whether it's motorcycle or car games. Don't get me wrong, mud and water on the track are a constant, but that rain pouring down, so common in previous titles of the series and also on Milestone's MXGP franchise, was something I experienced less than expected during all the races I did for this review. Was it due to feedback from players regarding the previous title, who complained about the exaggerated number of races they were forced to finish under such harsh conditions? We're not facing at all a casual game for casual players, so I strongly recommend Monster Energy Supercross 4 solely to all fans of this particular form of motorsport. Keep also into account that this review was carried out based on the PC version of the game. And I truly believe that the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X versions are identical, running at 60 frames per second and with the same level of graphical detail. For previous generation consoles, the PS4 and Xbox One, and given the disaster that was Supercross 3 on those systems, their respective versions are discouraged. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! Hey guys, welcome back! Let's take a look at around 50 classic games that helped shape one of the most popular home microcomputers, and don't forget to leave down in the comment section below how many of these did you play back in the day. For many, the birth of home gaming started with the ZX Spectrum. While the ZX80 and ZX81 came first, the affordability of Circlife's successor meant that even more people were able to access it. Many coders who have gone on to big success in the industry all started off coding for the ZX Spectrum. David Perry, the Stamper brothers, the Oliver twins, and many more cut their teeth on the machine, and their games and companies have subsequently helped to create the industry. The Spectrum was originally released in 1982 and became instantly famous due to its rubber keyboard. Later models corrected this, but there was something endearing about the home micro that helped turn it into one of the defining computers of its era. While it might not have been a powerhouse machine, there were plenty of developers who were able to coax great things from it, and as a result, it is privy of a staggering number of original games, as well as amazing arcade conversions. While designed with business in mind, the boom of the games industry and its relatively cheap price made it highly desirable, and it was soon boosting plenty of titles, from adventure games to stunning space operas.
It's never easy putting together a list of classic games, particularly when the platform is as diverse as the spectrums, but the following titles are prime examples of those that define Circlife Sinclair's classic micro. This is the only text adventure I'll be covering, but it's an incredibly important one. The Hobbit is not only one of the first truly impressive graphic adventures to appear on an 8-bit micro, but it's also the first to perfectly capture the atmosphere of Middle-earth, thanks to accurate descriptions, delightful visuals, and a host of recognizable NPCs. Football Manager was originally released for the ZX81, but found more success on the Spectrum. Kevin Toms, already a computer programmer, originally envisioned this game as a board game, but struggled to represent the monthly listings. He soon realized that home micros were perfect for his vision and created his masterpiece. While the Spectrum version featured crude stick figures for the highlights, it's the gameplay that makes Football Manager so memorable and led to 2 sequels. This stunning isometric game was not only one of the first examples of the graphic style on a home system, but also let you play as a boy or a girl. The aim is to enter the city of Antshire to retrieve your partner from a horde of dangerous ants. Upon leading your partner to safety, play continues with your loved one placed even deeper into the dangerous city. Many regard Matthew Smith's classic to be one of the Spectrum's best platformers. Its pedigree is well earned thanks to its utterly bizarre visuals, pixel-perfect jumping, and fiendishly designed levels. Jetpack was one of the earliest Spectrum games to truly capture the excitement of the arcades, and a stunning calling card for Ultimate. It's a beautifully crafted game with impossibly polished visuals and tight responsive controls. While assembling a rocket and filling it with fuel to proceed to the next stage sounds simple in practice, make it a tricky task to fulfill. Riding a high-speed motorcycle, you must race through a dense forest, shooting down enemy motorcyclists in order to retrieve their bullion. Eastcourt's game not only switches between day and night levels, but boasts a progressively crowded forest that really puts your reflexes to the test. It's not only an incredible arcade-like experience, but is also one of the Spectrum's best games. This epic genre-crossing adventure from Mike Singleton was heavily inspired by the works of J.R.R. Tolkien and sees a group of heroes trying to defeat the evil Doomdark. Interestingly, the Lords of Midnight can be played in 3 ways: as an adventure game, a war game, or a brutally tough combination of the 2. Evans made the mundane feel magical when he came up with the concept of this 1984 classic, Trash Man. Your errant binman must dodge traffic, keep off the grass, perform tasks for customers, and generally clear the bins as quickly as possible. It might not be the easiest of games made for the Spectrum, but the interesting premise and quirky concept makes it hard to put down. This charming adventure from Ultimate sees Saberman descend into a dangerous jungle to retrieve 4 missing pieces of a fabled amulet. The maze-like jungle is packed with hazards, but boasts power-ups in the form of useful orchids that can boost your speed and even make you invincible. Like Jetpack, it was re-released on Rare Replay compilation. Nigel Alderton's early Spectrum game is another excellent platformer for the humble micro. Inspired by the arcade games he used to play as a youngster, it's an amazingly slick platformer that has Henhouse Harry running around cleverly designed stages, retrieving eggs and birdseed. Once all 8 stages have been completed, the game loops, but now the caged duck hounds you throughout your adventure. A sequel followed, but had nothing to do with Alderton. This interesting take on the shoot-'em-up genre has you traversing a stunningly detailed landscape on the hunt for installations to take down. You must not only perform this task in a tight limit, but must also keep an eye on your fuel level, creating a neat risk versus reward mechanic. Created using a technique dubbed Filmation, Ultimate created a template for isometric games that all future developers would mimic. Saberman has now been cursed and turns into a werewolf each evening. To break his malady, he must solve a number of single-room puzzles and retrieve various items so he can brew a potion that will reverse his misfortune. In addition to numerous original ideas, Imagine Software quickly built a reputation for its impressive arcade conversions. Many of these were by the late Jonathan Smith, and Hypersports is easily one of his best examples. It's an excellent take on Konami's arcade classic, replicating both the unique control system and its superb cartoon-like visuals. While it doesn't include the pole vault, the remaining 6 events are recreated perfectly, with skid shooting and triple jump being the highlights. Although it started life on the C64, this remains one of the Spectrum's best fighters. It uses the same scoring system found in standard karate, and sees players trying to score points by landing well-executed blows on their opponent. The one-button joystick setup offers an impressive array of 16 different moves, while the challenging AI ensured Barnett's game was no pushover. Sadly, the fun bonus round, where you must floor a charging bull, didn't make it to the Spectrum. Like Kevin Toms, Julian Gollop had a love of board games that would spill into the digital world. Chaos is an excellent turn-based strategy game that sees rival wizards summoning monsters and spells in order to kill rivals. A sequel entitled Chaos Reborn is currently available on Steam. Although this was a sequel to Finders Keepers, the gameplay was different, taking on the role of an adventure instead of a conventional platformer. It introduced a new Windows system called Windymation that allowed Magic Knight to easily interact with the many interesting characters found in the game. This stunning sequel was built on school days, with a number of key differences. It adds a girls' school to explore, introduces caretaker Albert, and adds new items like stick bombs, mice, and water pistols. It otherwise plays similarly to its predecessor, giving you a sandbox world to play in as you try and get your forged report into the headmaster's safe. This adventure from Steve Crow is very reminiscent of Ultimate's games. It features similar gameplay, equally impressive visuals, and some challenging gameplay. Controlling Blob, a biologically operated being, you must traverse the 512 screen planet using teleporters and hover platforms so you can repair its core and stop it imploding. Elite may be every 8-bit gamer's go-to game for space exploration, but Pete Cook's excellent Toe Seti is just as valid if not as well known.
Famed for its extensive use of 3D graphics, it creates a convincing game world that's a joy to explore. A sequel, Academy, appeared in 1986. This entertaining offering has its character trying to retrieve 8 pieces of dynamite that have been randomly placed throughout the large playing area. Energy must be replaced by grabbing food, while falling from heights is also hazardous. It's a more ambitious game than the likes of Jet Set Willy, while the simple plot of using dynamite to crack a safe moves the action forward. An interesting puzzler that's based around the classic sliding puzzle games of old. Players must assemble pictures of classic celebrities and politicians by pushing tile pieces around the screen. A number of power-ups are available, as are bombs, which must be disposed of before they can cause damage. It was originally known as Splitting Images, but was renamed for legal reasons. Elite created many arcade conversions, but this adaptation of the Tecmo coin-op was easily its best. It's an extremely addictive game, where you must fly around the screen collecting bombs, with special bonus points being earned if you defuse them in order. While there are only a few graphical backdrops, the bomb layouts continually change. Take control of a naughty nipper and try to cause as much carnage as possible. Scaring cats, poisoning flowers, and breaking crockery are just a few of the shenanigans you can get up to, while the cartoon-like graphics and colorful locations make it feel like a comic book came to life. A sequel followed in 1987. The Great Escape has you trying to escape from a dangerous prisoner of war camp. What's clever about Denton Design's game, however, is how it makes you fit your daring escape around the everyday drudgery of prison life, meaning attending roll calls and meal times is just as important as finding your escape tools. While the original was a solid Star Wars clone, this sequel is miles better. The filled 3D graphics look incredible, while the action moves along at a brisk pace. While it's still a basic shooter at heart, making sure your gun doesn't overheat does add a bit of strategy to all the blasting. While Durell Software was responsible for a number of notable Spectrum games, this Super offering is arguably its most ambitious title. While the gameplay is solid, it's the attention to detail, from working indicators to free-roaming pedestrians, that makes Turbo Esprit so immersive. Impressive physics play a big part in Paul Shirley's excellent puzzle game. While it looks aesthetically similar to Marble Madness, it's a vastly different game, with the player navigating the landscape as quickly as possible in a transforming device against a tight time limit. It's infuriating at times, but ultimately it's superbly designed. This isometric adventure is the Spectrum's answer to Paradroid and sees your robot Klepto trying to destroy its peers. While it can be treated as a straightforward shooter, the ability to destroy robots and upgrade Klepto with numerous body parts adds a nice level of strategy. This excellent Arkanoid clone is rumored to have been converted to the Spectrum by Ultimate's Mark Betteridge and was a freebie with your Sinclair. In addition to clever wall layouts and smart visuals, it also boosts a cool cooperative two-player mode. This clever puzzle game has you guiding a laser beam to its terminal by bouncing it over numerous mirrors and collecting all the available cells. It later received a sequel called Mindbender in 1989. Like the much later Banjo-Kazooie, the key mechanics of head over heels are shared between the two main characters. Initially you're just trying to reunite the pair, but once that happens, Rhythm's surreal world truly opens up. Bernie Drummond's Super Sprite design channels Rhythm's odd creations, while the levels are incredibly inventive, with plenty of tricky puzzles to solve. In the same year, John Ritman reinvented isometric adventures. He also changed footy games on the Spectrum forever. Match Day 2 featured better visuals than its predecessor, faster-paced gameplay, and far more control over your shots. It's the excellent two-player mode that makes it essential. My favorite Monty Mole game, the fourth in the classic series, sees the popular character traveling around Europe so he can raise enough money to retire on the Isle of Montos. Cleverly, it's all laid out to mimic a map of Europe, although some of the humor has understandably dated. This relatively late Spectrum release showed just what Circlive's Micro was capable of. It's a ridiculous run and gun with impressive visuals that works equally well as a standard shooter or a more nuanced adventure. It is hard in places due to unfair enemy placement, but the pace ensures it's never boring. This is quite possibly one of the Spectrum's best arcade conversions. Bob Pape's done some cracking coding, delivering a shooter that's every bit as good as its arcade parent. The pace is fast, the graphics incredible, while the 128K version includes the level missing from the original 48K Spectrum release. One of the Spectrum's best shooters. Ocean Software was known for its movie licenses, and this is equally the best one it released on the Spectrum. It boasts some truly entertaining minigames that range from completing photo fits to taking out knife-wielding bad guys. Without a doubt, it's a highly entertaining blaster. This standalone sequel to Renegade is the Spectrum's best scrolling fighter. The 5 levels are full of variety, there's a decent amount of special moves and weapons, while the graphics are bright and cartoony. The highlight, however, is the utterly brilliant two-player mode that ensures it's always entertaining to play. Although Julian Gollop already found success on the Spectrum with Chaos and Rival Star, Laser Squad is arguably his most ambitious 8-bit game. It lays down much of the groundwork that would appear in the XCOM series and has a number of mechanics, from heavier units suffering from tiredness to panicking characters. This interesting effort from Rafael Secco straddles both the platform and shoot-'em-up genres. While it's an all-out shooter at its core, the design of many of the screens requires a fair amount of navigation that features some deliberate pixel-perfect joystick control. A sequel arrived in 1989, but is a little too close to Secco's original. Astonishing is the best way to sum up Carrier Command. Although it was designed for 16-bit computers, it was nonetheless crammed in the Spectrum 128K. The innovative icon system gives you a surprising amount of control, while the sandbox nature ensures there's always something to do. This third adventure was a brilliant caper, dispensing with the brutal difficulty of Treasure Island Easy and expanding the adventure-based gameplay. Additionally, it also greatly refines the inventory system and has a far better balanced section of puzzles to solve. It's also notable for introducing the players to Dizzy's family, the lovable Yolk folk. Most of the Spectrum's best conversions came later in its life, and Chase HQ is no different. While it's a multi-load on 48K, it features all the key elements of the game and offers a convincing impression of speed. As a result, chasing after perps and ramming them off the road has never been so fun. This controversial management game has you trying to master the music industry to win 4 gold discs in the space of a year. It features hilarious characters based on many famous rock stars including Elton John and Madonna, and marries it to surreal newspaper headlines and absorbing gameplay. To be honest, I'm astonished by SimCity on the Spectrum. While credit must be given to Simon Butler's dinky sprite designs, it's the way that the game has been crammed into the aging 8-bit computer that really impresses. While some of the cool disasters are missing, all the intricate and deep gameplay are included, making this an amazing time sink. This is probably one of the most impressive platformers you're ever likely to play on the Spectrum. It has great cartoon visuals, insanely smooth scrolling, and it runs at a fast pace. It's not massively well known as it came out in the system's twilight years, but it's certainly worth tracking down if you're a fan of the genre. Here you have it, around 50 games from a huge library that really defined the ZX Spectrum. And let me also state that most of these aren't by no means my favorite games on the humble Specky. You'll find those simply by browsing my channel. It's packed with gaming related memories from that era, where you'll also discover a ton of different lists of personal favorites across a bunch of different systems and genres, from the good old ZX Spectrum days up to the current gen. So, if you've enjoyed this video, you know the drill. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! Let's begin with Banshee, exclusive to AGA Amigas like the A1200 and the CD32. This is one of the best vertical scrolling shoot-em-ups ever made. It obviously drank inspiration from all those arcade hits back from the 80s and early 90s, but it can also bring Swift to my mind. Have you played that one? Loved it on the good old ZX Spectrum. Besides being graphically gorgeous, with weather effects and detailed animated backgrounds, and being a shoot-em-up, we're already guessing what's coming. So expect endless enemy attack waves and tough bosses. Like many games from that era, Banshee is a difficult game, but 2 players can fight together to level things up. And being an Amiga exclusive, it should be known and played by every fan of the genre. The conversion of R-Type 2 to the Amiga came from the hands of Arc Developments, and what a conversion it was! It offered extremely accurate graphics and sound that truly captures the excellent feel of the original coin-op game. R-Type 2 brings extra weaponry in relation to its older brother, and as well some graphical touches and increased difficulty. And that's really the only downside to it, the extremely tough gameplay that can be frustrating at times. Even so, this is an impressive conversion of a challenging and addictive blast of a game. Another of my favorite exclusives for the Amiga, and another one released in 1994, is Rough and Tumble, this run-and-gun frenetic platformer with that Turrican, Gunstar Heroes and Metal Slug flavor. We play the role of Rough Rogers that, while playing around with his marbles, loses one down a rabbit hole. That supposed rabbit hole ends up teleporting Rough to an alien planet. Isn't this an original plot or what? As said, action is frenetic and gameplay is extremely fluid. It's graphically gorgeous and the enemy characters have this awesome metallic look. There are big bosses, some nice weapons and great music and sound effects. Again, if you're a run-and-gun fanatic, you have to play this one. I've also mentioned it recently in a video related to my 10 favorite run-and-gun video games. Check it out if you've missed it. Saint Dragon was so addictive, both on the arcades and on my ZX Spectrum, but was on the Amiga that I would later further explore it. It really lacks a deeper parallax scrolling effect, but the developer who ported the game just followed the exact same template of the arcade original from Jaleco, and that was a freaking awesome achievement. The game plays and sounds practically identical to the arcade game. Graphics are superbly drawn and colored, evoking the feel of playing the coin-op original. And despite the number of sprites on screen and the sheer size of the enemies, scrolling and animation moves at a pretty smooth pace. There isn't much to say about the plot of Saint Dragon. We play a cyborg warrior who has decided to rebel against the evil and oppressive forces of our tyrannical leaders. Like in RoboCop, we're part machine, part dragon, so I guess that we have feelings. And another arcade game slightly similar in style to Saint Dragon is Dragon Breed. Again, a truly faithful conversion of a complex coin-op game by Irem. This port was brought by Arc Developments, as seen the ones also responsible for the amazing conversion of R-Type 2, and as we can witness, features well-animated dragons and a not as good but still pretty solid soundtrack. We play as a prince and his personal dragon, fighting for survival during the course of 6 levels. Only the rider can be killed, so we must use the dragon's tail to ensure that the prince is safe from enemy fire. A cool feature is that we can leap off the dragon and climb the scenery to collect all sorts of power-ups like magic potions. These potions will provide extra powers to the dragon, changing its color in the process. And collecting the right power-ups to defeat the right enemies becomes a crucial task to our success and survival. Whilst the first one was just a sort of technical demo showing off what the Amiga was capable of deliver, Shadow of the Beast 2 was, for me, the first real game in the series. And despite the third chapter being my favorite one, I have also to mention this second entry in the series cause, well, it was one of my most played games back in 1990, when I was all over my Amiga 500. Again, we play as Arbron, but now in half-beast form, wandering the lands of Karamun in search of our kidnapped infant sister. Zelek, servant to Melitoth, was responsible for the kidnapping, and we have to obviously fight our way through in order to save her, solving a variety of puzzles, entering subquests, and defeat some nasty monsters. For this one, Reflections tried really hard to enhance the basic arcade action of the first game by implementing reactive enemies for improved combat scenarios, while simultaneously expanding on the adventure game component with the aforementioned puzzles. in-game dialogues with a conversation system, and an inventory that allows to select various collectible objects and weapons that we'll need to use throughout the game. Other versions were available for the Atari ST, for the Mega Drive and Mega CD, and even for the Japanese PC variant, the FM Towns. But this original Amiga version is still, for me, the beast. I mean, the best. The Lotus Esprit was a dream car back in late 80s and early 90s, so it was a good starting point for a series of video games based around the Lotus brand. So by 1990, Magnetic Fields created the first game in the franchise, Lotus Esprit Turbo Challenge, released by Gremlin Graphics, being really well received by the press and gamers of the time, in where I'm obviously included cause you know how addicted I am to the racing genre. In this one, we're allowed to race a Lotus Esprit Turbo SE. Imagine that! Through 32 tracks. An extremely fun split-screen multiplayer mode is also available with a choice of audio tracks to go along with it. Each circuit is packed with turns and hills, and we must manage our fuel supply so that you can finish all the laps proposed, having to occasionally visit the pit stop for refueling. Besides overtaking the other opponents, we must avoid also various obstacles and hazards, depending on what scenario we're racing on. These hazards and obstacles can be in the form of slippery road surfaces with snow or puddles of water, wooden logs or roadblocks. Such an amazing game that paved the way for many that followed. Apedia 2 from German studio Kaiko, published by Playbyte in 1992, a subdivision of Blue Byte, later acquired by Ubisoft back in 2001, and highly praised for their The Settlers and Anno series. Back to Apedia 2, the first thing that stands out after loading this game is the amazing soundtrack by Chris Hulsbeck, famous for providing music for the Turrican franchise. And the manga style really shows the studio's love and passion for the artistic vision of Oriental Japanese culture regarding not only arcade and console video games, but also comics and TV animated series. We play as Ikuru that transforms himself into a deadly bee to try and rescue his wife that was poisoned by Aksai, an evil black magic lord. The gameplay mechanics were highly inspired by R-Type and Gradius, and there's a handful of levels, each composed of 3 or more stages, to blast our way through hordes of mutated enemies. The funny thing is that after playing Apedia 2, gamers would start looking for Apedia 1, but the 2 on this game's title was just a joke from the developers. And what about Pank? Another masterful conversion by Ocean France. Both the sprites and backgrounds have been superbly designed, using full color to capture the bright and cheerful appearance of the original game from Mitchell Corporation. Even when the screen is packed with balloons and creatures, the action is still swift and smooth as silk. As for sound and music, these are truly faithful to the arcade coin-op game. It's one of those titles that we just want to have a go again and again. In Pank, we embark on this journey through 18 different locations, shooting balloons as we go. A number of rounds is played at each of the locations at various times in the day. The balloons, being balloons, bounce around screens scattered with platforms and ladders, so our mission is to simply burst the balloons, destroying them completely, because these locations and their important landmarks are in danger if we don't do so. Shields and additional weapons will gradually become available to make the going a little easier, such as the Vulcan gun and the double harpoons. However, colliding with any of the various creatures that wander around disables the weapons for a short while. There's also a time limit to pop all those balloons, so better make it fast. This is probably my favorite action puzzle game ever.
Rock and Roll, developed and published by Rainbow Arts in 1989, and with an awesome soundtrack by my all-time favorite composer, Chris Hulsbeck. This is a huge game in where you control a ball with a mouse and try to reach the end of each level, avoiding ventilators, magnets, arrows, and other objects that simply drains the player's energy. It's not an easy task, but it's a highly enjoyable one. The ball physics are spot on, and we have a good control over it and can easily anticipate annoying situations. It was one of my early reviews from my channel, so if you want to know more, feel free to click on the annotation in the top right of the screen. Yo-Jo was one of the few Amiga games that got the backing from a huge publisher. Hudson Soft saw the potential of the game, and Yo-Jo is indeed an amazing scrolling platformer and one of the few offering simultaneous two-player cooperative gameplay, something really uncommon in this particular genre. It doesn't have a compelling story to keep the player interested. Yo-Jo relies upon its fantastic gameplay, pure and simple. And the graphics are incredibly detailed and with huge maps to travel through. An incredible display of what the Amiga was capable of. And the music? Dance and trance were what people were listening in early 90s, and these tunes just makes me stop for a while and simply sit back and relax for a bit. By 1995, everyone was already playing Doom 2 and all clones available, but that didn't stop Audiogenic to bring this 2D game named Odyssey, a platformer with a twist. There are puzzles to solve, puzzles that generally involve doors and switches, but some areas are inaccessible to the human character. Remember when I said that this was a platformer with a twist? As the game progresses, crystals allows us to transform into other creatures like birds, spiders and grasshoppers that will open up other new areas. So Odyssey is simply about visiting the 6 islands featured in-game and composed by exterior and interior sections and getting from one place to another, solving puzzles as we go. Amiga format issue 75 even offered an exclusive extra training island on one of its cover discs. Team 17 was known as one of the most incredibly challenging group of people that published extraordinary Amiga titles. They have in their resume the Alien Breed and Worms franchises, and most of their initial coders and artists had a background in the Amiga demo scene. They were also known to push the Amiga to its limits, forcing its users to have 1 MB of RAM in their machines to be able to run games published by Team 17. And the audio environment, compliments from Alistair Brimble, would really immerse the player into this futuristic setting. Already reviewed in the channel, this gem was developed by Psionic Systems and originally released in 1992, having also 2 years later a special edition of the game that I consider a complete waste of time and resources. Check my review for more details. Agony wasn't just a pretty cover, it was and still is one of the greatest shoot-em-ups of all time and a true work of art. Developed by Art and Magic and published also in 1992 by Psygnosis, Agony places us in control of an owl fighting its way through 6 gorgeous-looking worlds packed with beasts and monsters. It's a really hard and demanding game, but the music and graphics compensates all the frustration. By the way, and as told on my Psygnosis retrospective, the piano intro by Tim Wright ended up being adapted without consent or credit by the Norwegian symphonic black metal band Dimmu Borgir and featured in their Stormblast album from 1996. Later, this same album was re-released without that track.
Thalion Software was formed by members of the amazing Atari ST demo scene back in the 80s, and from them emerged names that nowadays are huge in the video game industry. This studio was responsible for some of the most audiovisual masterpieces ever seen on an Atari ST and the Amiga. They would push these machines to its limits and beyond. From Thalion's amazing portfolio came in 1993 Lionheart, this visually outstanding piece of programming that features differently generated environments depending on the difficulty setting chosen by the player in the beginning of the game. It's a basic hack-and-slash platform game with a super parallax scrolling effect, in where we take control of a warrior from the land of the cat people that had its origins on another Thalion exclusive Amiga game, the second title from the Amber series by the name Amber Moon. By the end of 1991, System 3 published Fuzzball, this gorgeous-looking and highly addictive puzzle platformer that came from Scan Games Norway and almost had also a C64 version. A 2-level preview was even bundled in Commodore format, but this port ended up being cancelled in the last minute due to inside conflicts. Fuzzball is also the only title developed by Scan Games Norway that had a commercial release. Despite all that, Fuzzball is for me highly addictive with beautiful graphics, music and extremely challenging gameplay. Even today when I play Fuzzball, I'm completely absorbed by it, and it's really hard to let go, cause I just want to clear one more screen again and again. And there's 50 of these, with an obvious increased level of difficulty and decorated with different styles. It can also be really frustrating, cause if we touch an enemy, we're instantly dead. There's no energy bar, so we must plan our every move really carefully, and to complicate things even more, some screens have ice over the floors. And besides all that, a clock counts down, and when the time runs out, flying insects enter the screen with the mission of hunting the player down, just like Arnie in the Terminator. These were the days when games were really challenging, and finishing every single screen or level is a complete victory. Geoff Crammond is a legend in sim racing video games development, and Stunt Car Racer was the first game to offer me a realistic driving experience with its impressive physics engine. In this game, we're invited to perform some crazy stunts on a bunch of roller coaster-like elevated courses and be rewarded for doing so. It was originally published by Microstyle in 1989, and in its cover we can read the sentence "Games for Adults." What, back then, made this 14-year-old kid feel like he was a grown-up just for being able to finish every single course present in the game.
I've seen this before.
The original Turrican grabbed me right when I first saw its loading screen, cause if you're familiar with the heaviest metal band in the world, you'll be able to identify right away the similarities. It was originally developed for the Commodore 64 and was highly praised in all technical aspects. It was extremely influenced by Metroid and Psychonix Oscar, and as you all are aware, we take control of a bioengineered warrior, originally fighting an AI antagonist called Morgul that in later games was swapped by an evil emperor called the Machine. I recall that there were some issues while converting the C64 original game to the Amiga. Rainbow Arts wanted both versions to be released at the same time, but because the Commodore 64 had a completely different architecture, another team was brought in to catch up and rewrite from scratch Turrican for the Amiga, a platform that was the most sought after in Europe by that time, in what home computers were concerned. And we can't praise Turrican solely for its beautiful graphics and top-notch gameplay. The Amiga soundtrack by Chris Hulsbeck is sure of amazing and simply goes wherever I go. such a memorable game that should be enjoyed by every single one of you. Team 17 were the masters of exclusive games for the Amiga. Their goal was to get the most out of that amazing platform, even forcing users to have a full megabyte in their machines to be able to run their games. All-terrain racing even led to a change of letters between the developer and Future Publishing because of the review published on issue 48 of Amiga Power. The reviewer, Jonathan Nash, gave it only 38%, and that made Team 17 to join the list of companies who no longer sent review copies of their upcoming titles to that particular magazine. So, in what consists all-terrain racing? It's a top-down racer like many others from that era, with a futuristic styling thrown in, mainly in what car design is concerned. What differs ATR from the rest is the addition of shortcuts that would offer an element of strategy, cause in this game we're invited to drift around corners and slam into the other opponents. I had so much fun with ATR back in the day, and even nowadays it's a blast to play. I have so many fond memories of playing Cabal at the arcades, and later on my good old ZX Spectrum 128K. Tried the Amiga version a couple of years later and I was once again addicted to it. In Cabal we're behind enemy lines and have to fight through 5 levels, each with 4 stages in order to stay alive and reach safe ground. A friend can join in, and the general idea is to move our character from left to right, shooting at all the enemy soldiers that comes running on from the sides of the screen. Pressing the fire button, we're able to shoot and move around that giant site. Releasing the fire button will allow us to move the character from one place to another, running or rolling along the ground. As you've noticed, also bigger things need to be destroyed, like tanks, helicopters and trucks. Use grenades to take down these tougher opponents, but be aware that our supply is really limited. For last, one of the most satisfying things on Cabal is the ability to also reduce those buildings to bits and pieces. So much fun and an amazing port by, again, Ocean Software. Here's another highly addictive game from this renowned publisher, PXTNG. This introductory text was present in the demo of Globe Duel that was offered on one of the 3 cover discs bundled with issue 33 of Amiga Power magazine, published back in January of 1994. Have you guys noticed it back then? By the time the full version was released, that error was corrected. I wonder if anyone got fired because of this. But that doesn't really matter. What matters is that Globe Duel is such an awesome game and almost made it to my personal top 10. It was developed by X-Animo Designs, that was in fact their only commercial Amiga game ever released, in where we just have to collect all the items within a time limit to be allowed to advance to the next level. That's it! But as a Globe Duel, we're stuck to surfaces, and to grab all the scattered items, we simply have to jump. Be advised that in some levels, keys must also be collected that will obviously unlock certain doors. Also, and after the first initial levels, enemies will arrive just to make it more interesting, and to kill them, simply jump in their direction. And I have to say that Globe Duel is one perfect example of what Amiga gaming was all about back in early 90s. Pure fun! A truly enjoyable and relaxing action platformer with lovely, vibrant and colorful graphics accompanied by a perfectly suitable soundtrack. how I love this game! This 1993 platform and puzzle title, first released for the Amiga computer, was so damn enjoyable and addictive that when I moved to IBM PCs later that year, I just had to get also the DOS version. And I still remember that annoying disk swapping process that Amiga users like myself had to stand. Even so, playing the Amiga version with a Maverick 1 arcade stick is phenomenal. A year later, an Amiga CD32 option was also available that would offer a couple more audio tracks and obviously faster loading times in relation to its older brother. Fury of the Furries was developed by the French studio Atreid Concept, soon renamed to Callisto, and first published by Mindscape in 1993. We control a furry creature that has the ability to transform itself into 4 different colored forms: red, blue, green and yellow. Colors that indicates different skills that are needed at certain points during our journey across the 8 main locations present in the game: desert, lagoon, forest, pyramids, mountains, factory, village and a castle, each with 10 levels plus bonus levels. But not all forms are available in all the different levels. In those more puzzle-oriented, we may come across fields which deactivate certain powers. Besides the amazing gameplay, it also offers awesome music, graphics and even references to other video games and movies. Every single one of you should try it, if you're in the mood for some relaxing puzzle platforming, obviously. Now for a clone of Bubble Bobble, I present you Super Methane Brothers. But don't let the word clone scare you. Yes, it's a clone of Bubble Bobble, but it's a freaking good one. Apache Software developed and released by 1993 this highly addictive action platformer, again for all Amiga computers and the CD32, being also well received by the gaming press of the time. The gameplay is simple. Go through all the 100 screens or levels, absorbing all those annoying bugs with our methane gun and shooting them against the wall. All this within a time limit. That's it, so simple. And that's what makes it addictive, Bubble Bobble style. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. And some of you will stop me right here and yell Super Methane Brothers was ported to Windows, Linux, RISC OS and even iOS. Yes, it was, but it was under a general public license and for free, so the Amiga original is technically still a commercial exclusive release. This intro tune really sets the mood for things to come, yeah. Roadkill is one of the greatest top-down racing games from its generation, with amazing sound, graphics and an overwhelming parallax scrolling that reminds me of the very first Micro Machines released a few years before. Vision Software developed this futuristic racing game in where all sorts of weapons can be used against the other 9 opponents. Yes, 9! Nowadays we see this style of gameplay all over the place, and besides Roadkill, Revolt was and still is another favorite of mine, but on the PC and Dreamcast that was released 4 years later. There's no 4th place in Roadkill. We must finish every race in the top 3 spots available at the podium, and the higher we finish, the more cash we get. Even during the race we can go for the jackpot and even super jackpot, destroying completely all the other racers on track. Yeah, bring it on! This one is only available for AGA machines like the Amiga 1200 or 4000 and for the Amiga CD32. Remember Soccer Kid? Arabian Nights came right after and from the same developer, XEL Software, who also published it. It's another fast and fluid platformer, really fun to play and with a pretty cool soundtrack to keep you motivated to overcome those more difficult areas. In this one we play as Sinbad Jr., who is a gardener at the royal palace and loves to sneak a peek at the princess from time to time, you naughty boy. But one day he sees a demonic creature kidnapping the princess, so when he was about to save her, he ended up caught by the palace guards and thrown in the dungeon. We must help Sinbad Jr. to fight his way out of the dungeon and through various other different and well-crafted environments, which include flying on a magic carpet and even racing in a minecart Indiana Jones style. It was released in 1993, initially on 2 floppy disks and later on CD for the Amiga CD32. The animation is as smooth as the best platformers seen on consoles by that time, and the controls are sharp and accurate, also making good use of the second fire button. Highly addictive and a must-play to everyone. Silkworm is probably the best example of a game that is better on the Amiga than on its original ground. This explosive action can be experienced by 2 players simultaneously, one controlling an helicopter and the other a jeep, paired with a freaking huge machine gun. The arcade original is faithfully represented with sharp and smooth graphics, along with tight controls with the most perfect collision detection. There are tons of opponents to destroy, and at the bottom there's an indicator which tells us how many enemies we have already destroyed. When this indicator reaches 0, a bigger enemy will appear and destroying it, power-ups will be dropped for us to collect and continue our mission. Random access and the sales curve were the ones responsible for this incredible port that would offer us a couple of years later the also amazing Swiv, a sort of unofficial sequel to Silkworm. It really must be experienced by 2 players simultaneously, helping each other out, destroying the vast array of opponents. Sound effects complement the graphics wonderfully, and we only need to get halfway into the first level to witness all the chaos and destruction, with the screen packed with missiles, planes, tanks and helicopters. Can we survive this? Another astonishing port by the sales curve from an arcade original. Rodland let us play with the fairies Rit and Tam on a quest to rescue their mother. They're armed with their magical wand that we must use against the enemy. Instead of jumping, we can magically place ladders anywhere, and doing so avoid being captured. 44 levels awaits the player and everything's done with a cartoonish sense of exaggeration. Bombs explode in a huge multicolored flash with boom in the middle. Enemies are killed by impaling them on the end of the magic rod and smashing them from side to side on the ground with extreme violence. Such a cute game. Rodland looks gorgeous, sounds gorgeous, plays like a dream, even being kind of repetitive. But it's what this game is all about. It simply doesn't care about being repetitive or with no depth at all. It's fun, that's what really matters, and I must finish by saying that it's one of the most accurate and perfect arcade-like experiences on the Amiga. If you've played Uridium and Paradroid back in the 8-bit glory days of home computing, you're obviously familiar with GraphGold's amazing work, so it was with no surprise that the 16-bit technology would be a gift from the gods for such a talented developer. Their Amiga catalog would include games like Fire and Ice and Rainbow Islands, but there was this one gem that would pass under the radar for many players, mainly because it arrived a bit late by 1995, by a time when few were still playing around with the system. Virocop was supposed to be a sort of shoot-'em-up with tanks, but rapidly evolved to a virtual world in where we take control of Dave, our digital armored virus exterminator that floats around these maze-like levels, destroying viruses. And as a side note, this Dave unit was based on Graphical's own KLP2 that appeared in their Spectrum game Quasitron. Remember that one? It was initially developed for the Amiga 500, but there was also an enhanced AGA version for the Amiga 1200, which included a whole new world. It was Graphical's final and exclusive game for the Amiga. Quack is a cute platformer designed by Jamie Woodhouse and initially released in '89 for the BBC Micro and the Acorn Electron. 4 years later, by 1993, was given a special treatment and was updated and enhanced for the good old Commodore Amiga, being also available later that year for the CD32. It features ducks who throw eggs at their opponents. It's a pretty common concept by that time, and it manages to get everything just right, something that many couldn't simply achieve. Each level is composed of one single screen in size, but the compact graphics manage to pack in a lot of detail. The goal is to collect keys, avoiding enemies, and escape through the exit. A second player can join in and toss his own eggs. It was sold as a mid-range title, but it was way superior to many full-priced games that would cost twice as much. A couple of decades later, was ported to the Game Boy Advance, and there are also Mac, Windows and iOS versions available. And what about an isometric adventure game exclusive to the Amiga? Zero Hour Software developed Dark Mirror: The Nightmares Begun, that was grabbed by Core Design, who published it in 1993. An Atari ST version was also planned, but due to another year of poor sales of Atari machines, it was eventually cancelled. So, once again, Amiga users would get another great and truly immersive exclusive game. With 3 huge levels to explore, combined with an inspiring and breathtaking atmosphere, Dark Mirror places us in control of the Prince Abrin across multiple roads, paths and rooms, through the unnamed village, the forest beyond, and the dark caverns. It all sounds like Lord of the Rings, and the developer was probably inspired by Tolkien's amazing universe, so it's no surprise that orcs and other creatures wander around. We must confront and defeat these beasts in order to continue our journey, solving tasks and quests along the way. A truly immersive exclusive action RPG on the Amiga that was praised by everyone who played it, highlighting the quality of its graphics, artwork, animation and atmosphere with its gloomy and dark ambience. And here you have it, games that offer a better experience on the Amiga, being many of them exclusive to the platform, and that should be played by everyone. Tell me down in the comments section below which ones you've played, and feel free to share with all of us your personal favorites that aren't included in this list. There are a ton more out there that deserves a shout out, so if you've enjoyed this video, you know the drill. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! Indiana Jones is everyone's favorite daring archaeologist, but just how much do you know about his video game adventures? In this video I'll examine every single release, both good and bad, that the iconic hero has appeared in. Harrison Ford's on-screen exploits as Indiana Jones helped turn him into one of the biggest movie icons of the 80s. Indy also turned out to be perfectly at home on the small screen, with a large number of developers from Atari to LucasArts eager to evoke his escapades for a whole generation of gamers. While his digital adventures haven't always been as successful as his cinematic ones, they cover a wide range of genres, from coin-op hits to text adventures, and has proven that his capers don't always need the backing of a well-known film to make them enjoyable. And let's not forget that without his original films and video gaming adventures, we probably wouldn't have Rick Dangerous, Lara Croft, or Nathan Drake. So join me as I look back at the multitude of video games starring everyone's favorite whip-wielding adventurer. Just don't call him Junior.
Don't call me Junior.
Raiders of the Lost Ark. Ignore the archaic visuals, as Howard Scott Warshaw's game is a surprisingly accomplished debut of the iconic archaeologist. Loosely based on the hit movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark was the first ever licensed video game and has the intrepid explorer seeking out the fabled Ark of the Covenant. The most interesting aspect of the game is that both joysticks are used by the player, one to move Jones and use an item, and the other to select and drop items. It seems clunky today, and it is, but it was a great way of getting around the Atari 2600's limited single-button joystick. A classic adventure that everyone should play.
Indiana Jones in the Lost Kingdom.
Indy's second adventure is best forgotten. The bold explorer faces his biggest challenges yet, frustrating collision detection, woefully designed stages, and clunky controls. Mindscape, at least, went for a variety by having Jones navigate a series of different rooms, but the sloppy execution kills it stone dead. The rendition of the theme tune at the game's beginning is its high point, and it never really recovers. I almost wish I received the same fate as the baddies at the end of Raiders, so that our freshly melted eyeballs might never look upon it again.
Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom.
An enjoyable arcade romp that's split into several sections. The first sees you avoiding the thuggy cult and snakes while rescuing a number of children. You then take part in an exciting minecart chase before facing off against a fireball-throwing Mola Ram and snatching back the fabled Shankara stones. Well-paced and with slick visuals and smart digitized speech, Temple of Doom was a fantastic arcade game that received a bunch of decent home ports.
Indiana Jones in the Revenge of the Ancients.
Mindscape took another stab at the franchise and implanted Jones into a text adventure. The end results were pretty good, thanks to a decent parser, atmospheric locations, and a solid storyline that saw Indy traveling to Mexico and recovering a powerful artifact from under the noses of pursuing Nazis. Just sitting on the cusp of proper graphic adventures, it proved to be a diverting time waster and easily captured the character it was based upon, even if it didn't quite deliver the thrills and spills. This same formula was applied 2 years prior to a Rambo-themed video game, Rambo First Blood Part 2 in 1985. Check my Rambo Video Games retrospective to know more.
Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom.
Despite sharing similar gameplay, this is sufficiently different to the arcade game to warrant its own mention. Indy must go around levels rescuing kids and avoiding enemies, but can pick up and use guns, keys, swords and map pieces, although switching between them is amazingly annoying. Later levels allows us to jump on minecarts and conveyor belts, but it's nowhere near as action-packed as the arcade original.
Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, the action game.
This next offering is based on the third film and boasts great looking visuals and plenty of variety in its 5 levels. It's hard though, so hard in fact, that I'd bet Indy would rather pose in a picture with a giant anaconda than play the thing itself. Despite the high difficulty, I often return to it. It still remains as one of my favorite video games on the ZX Spectrum, on the Amiga and on the Mega Drive.
Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, the graphic adventure.
This often overlooked adventure lacks the punch of the later Fate of Atlantis, but is a nonetheless excellent outing for Henry Jones Jr. Created by David Fox, Noah Falstein and Ron Gilbert, it's a witty offering that utilizes the SCUM engine to annoyingly good effect and follows the film so well that you can use lines from it to solve some of its actual puzzles. The PC version is easily the best, but this isn't Indy's best point-and-click adventure.
Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
This NES exclusive is an ambitious release featuring a number of different mini-games as Indy attempts to follow the film's plot. There are multiple choice options, overhead bike chases, side-on fighting sections, sliding puzzles, standard platforming, and plenty more to keep Indy fans occupied. The visuals are a little flickery of times, and the controls aren't the tightest. But there's an insane amount of entertainment packed into this release.
Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis.
Quite simply, the greatest Indiana Jones adventure ever made. Period. Created while LucasArts was at the height of its powers, it's an epic point-and-click adventure that had it all, including stunning visuals, a colorfully witty script, solid voice acting on the later CD-ROM versions, an entertaining storyline, and plenty of brilliant puzzles. In fact, one of the greatest strengths of Atlantis was that it's effectively 3 games in one, with the player getting to choose from 3 distinct paths, each with their own puzzles, locations, and cutscenes. The Wits path is heavily puzzle-based, the Fists path sees Indy getting into plenty of scuffles, while the Team path sees Indy teaming up with sidekick Sophia Hapgood. Sophia turns out to be every bit as gutsy as Raiders Marion Ravenwood, while the storyline throughout plays to the strengths of the franchise, with a suitably majestic MacGuffin to uncover, plenty of Nazis to defeat, and a globe-trotting adventure that cartwheels from a dig site in Iceland to the back alleys and marketplaces of Algiers before finally ending in the fabled Atlantis.
Just about the same size as the stone disc.
Masterminded by Hal Barwood, the story of Fate of Atlantis was superb, although it's worth noting that Barwood had already written a number of screenplays, including Steven Spielberg's The Sugarland Express, before tackling Atlantis. Barwood would work on 3 more Indiana Jones games, but his debut remains his best and highlights everything that was great about LucasArts' point-and-click adventures and Indy himself.
Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, the action game.
Isometric adventures were all the rage back in the day, so it's no surprise to learn that Indy got in on the act as well. It follows the plot of the Dark Horse comics and is a fun romp with a novel touch of being able to switch between Indy and his sidekick Sophia Hapgood. It starts off slow with a track around a casino, but things soon pick up and there's a fair amount of scrapping as you progress, ensuring this second Atlantis game certainly lives up to its promise of being an action game. It's worth noting though that the 8-bit conversions are pretty ropey in comparison.
The Young Indiana Jones Chronicles.
If you squint, young Indy looks a little like the Simon Belmont sprite from the NES Castlevania series. Sadly, that's about the only thing I like about this distinctly dull action game from Jaleco. While it plays at a relatively fast pace, it's simply too hard for its own good due to questionable collision detection, unfair bosses and harsh level design. In fact, now that I think about it, it's about as good as every other game based on the young Indiana Jones Chronicles, meaning I'd better write about something else entirely.
Instruments of Chaos starring young Indiana Jones.
Poor old Mega Drive owners. SNES fans got the enjoyable Indiana Jones Greatest Adventures, while they got stuck with one of the worst games in the franchise's history. Things start off promisingly enough in one of 5 different locations that range from England to India and Tibet. But once you start playing, things slide downhill like Indy in a giant inflatable raft. Everything about Instruments of Chaos ranges from average to awful. While the backgrounds are decent depictions of their locations, the animation of Indy and his enemies is laughable. The controls are terrible, with Indy bouncing off enemies, often at the cost of a life, while the soundtrack will soon drive you insane. I'd rather eat a bowl of chilled monkey brains than play this sorry mess of a game.
Chilled monkey brain.
Indiana Jones' Greatest Adventures.
While far from perfect due to a high difficulty level, this is easily the best 16-bit indie action game. Powered by the Super Star Wars engine, it's an enjoyable romp through the first 3 films and filled with a number of excellent Mode 7 set pieces that range from a dash down a mountainside to being chased by the famous boulder from Raiders. As with the Super Star Wars games, the difficulty will be a little too high for some, but the inventive bosses, excellent visuals and superb audio will ensure that you keep plugging away at it.
Indiana Jones and his Desktop Adventures.
The box art is a little misleading, as Desktop Adventures has nothing in common with Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. It's a cute if basic adventure game that has a deformed version of Indy exploring a randomly generated game world set in 30s America. Unlike every other game in the series, Desktop Adventures was designed to run windowed so that the player could perform additional tasks on their system, like working perhaps. It's not an exceptionally deep game, but it's fun all the same.
Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine.
This was the first 3D Jones game, and he certainly had his work cut out. Lara Croft had already beaten him to the punch and was already on her 4th adventure before Jones caught up with her. Fortunately, he acquits himself well, and while it looks a little empty in places, it's a surprisingly good 3D debut that has some decent combat, plenty of clever puzzles, and some rousing tunes. There's a great plot as well, most likely because Al Barwood was once again on director duties, and only an occasionally wayward camera lets things down. The Game Boy Color version is essentially the same game in 2D, with slightly more puzzles.
Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb.
Emperor's Tomb is a solid, if rather derivative, Tomb Raider clone. It is powered by the same engine that the Collective used for Buffy the Vampire Slayer, meaning there's a fair amount of scrapping as Indy fights his way through all manner of exotic locations. While it scores for its authentic plot and interesting characters, it's let down by some tough puzzles and an infuriating camera. It's a solid enough adventure, but isn't as enjoyable as Infernal Machine.
Lego Indiana Jones, the original adventures.
This is probably the best indie action game made so far. Yes, it's aimed squarely at the younger end of the market, but there are more than enough gags, combined with solid gameplay, aimed at those that love the original films to keep everyone happy. Just as Pixar is the master of keeping two distinctly different audiences entertained, so too is Traveler's Tales. Yes, there's a huge emphasis on collecting, but the traipsing around for studs, chests and other secrets is actually fun. The addition of phobias and riding vehicles adds neatly to the core gameplay first introduced in the Star Wars games, while Indy is able to use his whip to traverse the levels and battle with enemies. Spread across all three original films and featuring the franchise's usual drop-in, drop-out multiplayer mechanics, LEGO Indiana Jones The Original Adventures is an excellent game that does the man with the hat proud.
LEGO Indiana Jones 2, The Adventure Continues.
In addition to featuring a sprawling adventure based on the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, Traveler's Tales also has brand new levels based on the original three films, improves the multiplayer with split-screen action, and throws in a level editor for good measure. It's not a huge improvement gameplay-wise after the original game, but it still comes highly recommended.
Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings.
Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings is nothing more than a bland-by-the-numbers action game. It has no redeeming features and makes little use of the Wii's unique controller. The Wii version is simply the best due to featuring an inoffensive cooperative mode and, best of all, the inclusion of Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, which works surprisingly well with the Wii remote.
Indiana Jones Adventure World.
Then it must be...
Sadly, the last Indiana Jones game to appear doesn't even exist anymore, as it was cancelled by developer Zynga in late 2012.
One and only
It was originally planned as a standalone game until Zynga entered a deal with LucasArts. The bright cartoony isometric setting was filled with all manner of quests to complete, but the gameplay was hampered by an annoying energy system that greatly diminished playing time, forcing you to hassle friends to join in so you could refill your meter. Interestingly, this was Hal Barwood's last involvement with the franchise, having handled its narrative design.
Here's his game. Play Indiana Jones Adventure World today.
Indiana Jones and the Obscure Games.
Indiana Jones Legend.
Considering the popularity of Indiana Jones, it should come as no surprise to learn that his adventures have cropped up in all sorts of places.
As he travels the world.
When The Adventures of Young Indiana Jones was released on DVD, the huge box set included 3 educational adventures.
Shape history.
The 3 games are all based on various Indiana Jones adventures.
Young T.E. Lawrence.
Indy also has a number of mobile adventures, courtesy of developer Universomo. Crystal Skull is a loosely adaptation of the awful Shia LaBeouf starring movie, while Indiana Jones and the Lost Puzzles is a tile-based puzzler that sees you avoiding snakes, boulders and other hazards. I'd also like to take this opportunity to point out 2 Indiana Jones pinball tables, although you'll need deep pockets to procure them. Indiana Jones The Pinball Adventure was released in 1993 by Williams and is a greatest hits of the 3 films, while Stern's 2008 Indiana Jones game updates the saga and includes references to Crystal Skull.
Indiana Jones and the Cancelled Games.
LucasArts is no stranger to cancelling games, so it should come as no surprise to learn that a number of unfinished indie games exist. Garden of Life was the indie project Hal Barwood was hired to work on before it became Fate of Atlantis. Atlantis had 2 sequels planned, Indiana Jones and the Iron Phoenix and Indiana Jones and the Spear of Destiny. Iron Phoenix got 15 months into development when a nervous Lucasfilm, concerned about how the game would fare in Germany due to its neo-Nazism, cancelled it. A Sega CD version of Fate of Atlantis was also cancelled. By far the most impressive indie game is one known only as Indie 2007. It looked to be an epic adventure for Xbox 360 and PS3, utilizing the Euphoria engine, but was quietly cancelled, with LucasArts concentrating on Star Wars The Force Unleashed. Some of its assets were used to create the Staff of Kings instead. As you all are aware by now, the 5th installment in the movie franchise will be arriving in July of 2022, and Bethesda, now part of Xbox Game Studios, has announced a new Indiana Jones video game that will be arriving to, at least, the Xbox series of consoles and the PC via Game Pass. There's no doubt in my mind that a PS5 version will also pop out, as well as for Nintendo fans on a brand new system arriving later down the road. We're all still waiting for more details on that. Hope you've enjoyed this video, so if you did, you know the drill. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers!